No, I meant.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, everybody! Welcome to the 2v2 Brawlhalla Championship Series. This time, we're focused in North America. You see, when we make errors, they're happy little accidents. We get them out of the way early, and then everything is just
It's fine. Yeah.
sailing, no issues. It's better to realize that you're like maybe out of fuel on the runway than when you run out of fuel when you're in the air.
The important thing is we weren't muted. No one was muted at all. In fact, we were the complete opposite. We were so unmuted that we didn't know we were unmuted. How's it going, everyone? I am Duke Designated Asian, and alongside me is the co-caster of the NA, the one and only Mr. Sparky878. How you doing?
I'm good, but for right now, because it's October, I'm Spooky878.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. No one gave me the official name change. I didn't see the documentation, so I wasn't expecting that at all.
Well, boo, get spooked. It's October. It's getting close to Halloween, and that means the end of October, which means the beginning of November, which means right around the corner is the event that we've all been dreaming of for the past 8 months?
4, 8,
9
7
months? I don't know. Some large amount of months that I
Calendars.
can't even count at this point. The Brawlhalla Championship Expo, the World Championships for 1v1 and 2v2 in Atlanta, Georgia, November 11th through the 13th. There's Moobot's going to be throwing out links for that. But today, we have to focus on the North America version of the 2v2.
I just want to say, like, for a second there, when you were talking about Moobot, I thought you were about to say that Moobot was going to be at BCX. And I was going to get a little bit, more excited than I already am that Moobot was going to be there, like, throwing out meta devs. But
all right, I'm not gonna confirm that Moobot's gonna be there, but I've heard rumblings that he or she has already booked his or her flight.
Well, regardless, like you were saying, this is going to be the NA 2v2. This is the last NA 2v2 before BCX. BCX is literally, what, 2-3 weeks away? This is really crunch time, and this is also the last balance patch before BCX. So everything that you see here will be in the game at BCX. Every chain dodge, jump changes, the weapon balancing, all of that is going to be set, locked in. It's going to be this for BCX.
We'll still get Halloween colors and stuff like that in the coming weeks, but for sure, the actual gameplay as it stands, unless somebody out there finds something completely outrageous, like right after they did the throw changes and somebody found that the crazy hammer throw combo, unless somebody finds something like that, which honestly it wouldn't surprise me at this point if
I hope someone did
find something, but for all intents and purposes the gameplay isn't going to change between now and then. It's going to be players adapting to kind of one of the most drastic patches that we've had in a while.
Oh yeah, I mean, the last 2 patches have definitely added a whole lot. I mean, chain dodges definitely mix things up a lot, and then the recent jump changes are gonna make it a little bit hard for people who are used to rely heavily on those jumps as their kind of movement and defensive tool. And it's gonna be interesting to see how people can adjust to that. I mean, they've had about a week and a half to adjust to chain dodges, and now they have had about 3 days to adjust to the new jump changes, the lower jump height, the slight 2-frame startup added. I believe they have recovery on landing now. Like, it's gonna be a little bit tough if people have not been putting in the hours since the patch.
And this isn't part of the Creed's Brawlhalla Weekly podcast to talk about the patches. But one more thing specifically, because we're in NA today in 2v2, we don't see as many black holes in EU. That is kind of specifically, I don't know if it's a cultural thing or what, but NA really focuses a lot on those black holes with like sword neutral lights back and forth, with unarmed neutral lights a little bit, with hammer side lights, stuff like that.
Don't think about, you're forgetting Twilight and Logic are in the tournament. We might see the lads ask hammer ladder that kill combo, but we are already in here. This is going to be game 1. We're seeing Scythe and Wisp Chip, and like you were saying with those black holes, we've got 2 swords on this team. On the other side, there's Microsoft Axel of Team Absolute GG alongside Keith Kush, and Keith Kush doesn't have a sword, but he does have the hammer, and you did say hammer sidelight, so there is potential for that neutralite sidelight combo as well. There is definitely black holes in the potential future.
Yeah, but we do have DI now, which I think this is the first time since that patch that we've had a North American 2v2. I think when the patch came out, we might have had an EU 2v2, but as I was saying, they don't really focus on that as much, so we haven't seen that be a huge player. And it's not really that important in 1v1 because you don't have a lot of multi-hit combos of the same hit. Like you have sword double downlight, and you also have like the unarmed downlight ladder, but that's pretty much it. So now we're gonna see how effective that DI is in getting out of a black hole.
I mean, that's specifically what the DI was added for, was for those it's mostly those like neutralite black holes. The Lad's S combo, the triple neutralite that ended up with recoveries and dares on those hammers kind of gets affected by DI, but the whole point of the DI that is currently in the game is that it's anti same move. I forgot what the technical term is, and that's just my like abbreviated version of it. Also of note, Small Grumpy Temple.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually going to see Small Grumpy Temple in 2v2 player. Did we see it in the EU? We did not see it in the EU 2v2. This is the first time, but it's already getting banned out.
Do you think it'll get picked more in this tournament? Now that they've shrunk it down, they've gotten rid of those 2 of those soft platforms. Do you think it'll get picked more?
I just don't think so. I think everybody has played enough on all of the other 2v2 maps. They have their favorites. They have the ones that they like to play. And unless people absolutely adore Small Grumpy Temple, which I don't think they necessarily do. I don't think it's a vagabond like regular Grumpy Temple was. But the fact that I haven't heard a lot about it means I don't think people are necessarily absolutely in love with the map. So I don't think it'll get picked.
I agree with you, but I also think that there's some room for it to be less of a counter pick. You know, like for a while there, people would leave it open as kind of a bait and just say nobody wants to play on this map. But now it's a little bit more viable, and that bait kind of doesn't work out. But regardless, we're here on Mammoth, and we're already seeing Keith Kush and what was his name, Microsoft Axel. They're up in damage against they're up against Scythe and Wisp, and they have the damage lead already.
And Keith Kush is one of those interesting players. If we just specifically look at him, he's also one of those people, along like with Hey Rusty, that a long time ago, I think it was him and Rusty that I saw in a Golden Under tournament, and now they're coming in to BCS, and it's that side signature that was almost a beautiful team combo right there.
Except that it was on his teammate. Keith Kush just rocketed Microsoft Axel into the sky. Fortunately, it didn't kill him, and he was able to pick up a kill. Was that with the Qatar side air? They nerfed the force on that.
Just because they nerfed the force doesn't mean that the force is non-existent. I think they might have nerfed it by like 2 or 3, whatever the value points.
I think it was a couple fixed points of recovery.
It's still definitely a very forceful move, but you're already seeing Microsoft Axel and Keith Kush look for that black hole. You see Axel try to go in with a neutral light. You saw Keith Kush kind of try to hit him into that with that Qatar side light.
I mean, that is the Qatar black hole option. It is that side light. For a while there was that hammer dive where you could go the Qatar dares into the hammer neutral light. Haven't really seen that since. Usually it is those sword neutral lights, spear neutral lights, and things that stay grounded.
And with these jump changes, you're going to see people maybe favor that grounding a little bit more. I wonder how that's going to play into the black hole aspect of everything, because you used to see, if it was a 2v1 situation, people would just stay in the air forever and always use all of their jumps because they had that added aerial jump height to make space.
It's definitely going to make it a little bit easier to set up those black holes. You know, the slight startup time means that you have a little bit of an easier time catching them off guard, but at the same time, jumps are not dead. You know, they still work, and we're seeing Microsoft Axel try to knock Scythe into that upper kill box, keeping him in the sky, but Scythe with those jumps and staying alive, but he gets caught by the down air from Keith Kush.
Kush is zoning out Wisp Chip. Wisp Chip on the side. He's very red on his second stock. And the mine, if that would have had one more second, that would have landed on the ground, that would have exploded and killed him for sure. But because it was in the air, it has that lower variable of force.
Regardless though, you got some solid damage off, hitting him with that side air into that mine. That's extra damage. Keith Kush was able to convert it into a kill, but at the same time, he did get taken down, and the stocks were evened up in a little bit part to that mine toss. Damage is damage, all right? Like, can't argue with that.
We're seeing some big damage come over onto Wisp Chip right now, Axel and Keith Kush had him zoned off to the right. We're seeing somewhat variation between Axel and Keith Kush so far, as well as Scythe and Wisp Chip. It looks like they're trying to favor sandwiching Wisp Chip or Scythe in between them, or just both staying on the right side or the left side.
Well, when they have the slight defense bonus, I mean, Microsoft Axel and Scythe have the same amount of defense, but Wisp Chip with that 4 defense versus Keith Kush, it is gonna favor them to kind of try to lock him down, try to just trade out damage. But you can't trade out the Keith Kush just got taken down, got a little bit baited there by Wisp Chip at the bottom of the map, and Microsoft Axel wasn't able to finish up and at least trade it out kill for kill.
He did a solid job of keeping Wisp Chip away so that Keith Kush had the option to safely recover back after going under the stage, but he didn't have enough movement speed to follow through enough, so he had to use his diagonal dodge up and to the right instead of being able to dodge back onto the wall to reset his jumps.
I think he could have potentially done reversed his options there. He went for the recovery and then the diagonal dodge. Had he gone for just the forward dodge and then diagonal dodge in the opposite direction, he would have had a little bit more potential in my opinion. But great job from Wisp Chip to able to clean that up. He played that 2v1 immaculately, played on the wall in the 2v1, baited Keith Kush, took him down, and then immediately just fought out a standard 1v1 against Microsoft Axel.
By hitting Keith Kush in that direction under the stage, that forced Keith Kush to go to the other side, or he had to worry about the pressure immediately coming onto him from Wisp Chip's edge guard. So that turned the 2v1 situation into basically a 1v1 and then a 1v1. And it was very, very lucky, fortunate, and smart by him sending Keith Kush under, so that really took him out.
It was a great play. You have to believe he's practiced that. You've seen players like LDZ do those kinds of things. Generally, you'll see Sair more than Dare, but you know what? Dare's got extra range, and it's got some solid force. And we're seeing just a complete departure from that bow that we were just talking about. As Scythe locks in Brawlhalla and Wisp Chip locks in Asuri, we're going to see some more sword play, but now we've got an Axe on the field and a Katar on the field. On the other side, they've completely changed it up too. Microsoft Axel's on Bodvar, Keith Kush is on the Orion.
With the recent changes and the big patch that we had before BCX, you've seen people change their characters somewhat kind of radically in the past few days. I know I've heard numerous top players just completely change who they're going to main in 1v1, and 2v2 is already volatile in terms of character choice. You're really opened up to a lot more options because a weakness on any character could be covered by another character's strength. So you pick a low defense character, if your teammate picks a higher defense character, that issue can be somewhat mitigated. So that's just going to be drastically widened up for 2v2 even more. You're going to see crazier character picks. You're going to see more varied on both players. One player might change, the other might stay the same. The character pool for 2v2 is so important.
Oh yeah, and I mean, that's something that you see all the time. You see those, Queen Knight Hattori combos. They kind of cover the other's weakness with those synergies, and it ends up working out pretty well right now. Scythe and Wisp Chip, I'm not sure exactly how the Asuri covers for the Jala, but the Jala is working as it sent Keith Kush off the map. Wasn't quite able to finish up the stock, but still, it's not working.
I mean, at worst, Asuri has 5 defense. That somewhat a little bit makes up for Jala's 3. I mean, if you average the 2 out, that's 2 4 defense characters, which that's not terrible. 4 defense isn't my most favorite thing in the world, but it's
better than 3.
Yeah, 4 is better than 3. You heard it here first. 4 is a higher number than 3.
Shouts out to math. Holy bejesus. Did Microsoft Axel just get a kill with a sidelight from center stage? That thing is not a kill option. That is a negative force move. Wow. As Wisp Chip picks up the Katar signature, almost taking down Microsoft Axel. He's careful to avoid the bomb, but Scythe was down below to pick up the Nair on the left side.
And with that sidelight kill, that was a quick, complete wipe of Wisp Chip and Scythe, but then Wisp Chip came in with the side signature from that Asuri, picked both of them up, almost got a double kill off of it, and then it was completely followed up. Axel was taken out. This game's pretty much even, but it looks like Microsoft Axel and Keith Kush they have a little bit more survivability.
We're seeing kind of a repeat of game 1 with it. Scythe and Wisp Chip kind of prefer those higher dexterity, higher movement speed style characters. And Keith Kush and Microsoft Axel did have the lead in game 1, but when it came down to the 2v1, Wispchip was able to pull it out, and there's still potential. If he gets those Katars, he could do the same exact bait, just do a Katar Dare or Katar Sarah at the bottom of the stage, and then do another 1v1, but he needs to not get recovered by his teammate. That would probably help.
That recovery wasn't his last option to recover. That might have been his last option to get onto the stage, but he ended up taking out Wispchip, and he hit 2 out of his last 3 side signatures. 1 on Axel, 1 on Keith Kush, sending both of them pretty deep red, but Wispchip's on his last stock.
As long as Wispchip plays this right, doesn't take too much damage, and lets Scythe finish off these stocks, it wouldn't be a terrible spot, but Scythe gets caught by the Lance Sider, gets taken down, and that's that 3 defense showing its face. Nice bomb toss, nice downlight side air, and Scythe evens up the stocks, but once again, Wispchip, the person who was able to clean it out in the 2v1, is the one with the most damage on him, as he's converting a lot onto Keith Kush.
That was a great follow-up by Scythe. He noticed the bomb kill, and he wanted more. He knew he could get the downlight Sarah and take out Axel. That was a great capitalization on an unfortunate situation that really turned out great for Scythe and Wispchip.
Oh yeah, they've definitely got to feel a little bit more comfortable after getting that nice double to keep their stocks even. Wispchip doing a great job of surviving, and really, he's essentially survived long enough that he has evened it up. He's got potential to kill off Microsoft Axel, but Scythe isn't putting enough. He's not putting enough pressure on Keith Kush to keep him from helping his teammate out a little bit.
He was queuing up a lot of those side sinks. He was holding them, charging them, but that left Wispchip to kind of 2v1 for a moment, Keith Kush and Axel, and now we're seeing that 2v1 come out in
with
huge
the nair!
force!
With the nair! Okay, so I want to talk about that nair, because normally that's a side air. Almost 9 times out of 10, that is a side air. It's got the force, it's got the kill direction, but he went with the nair, and that's so intelligent just because he knows his opponent doesn't have the jumps, and the nair covers more space. If his opponent had dodged through him, nair would still hit. Might have potentially pushed him closer to the platform, but at the same time, it's just more pressure, more damage, and his teammate was there to clean it up, even if somehow Microsoft Axel had survived and gotten back to the stage. I like that nair. A
lot of really good team play from both of them. They would start off and they wouldn't have the lead. Keith Kush and Axel would kind of control, I would say, 60 to 70% of that game. But then on the last stock, everything would sort of click. There was 2v1s and that Wispchip would win. There were huge damage opportunities. There were huge kill opportunities that would be almost complete unconfirmed double kills. We were seeing double kills coming out multiple times in the same match from Wispchip. That was insane.
That was a really solid play from the guys of Scythe and Wispchip. Solid play all around. I mean, like we said, there was a decent damage lead early on for Microsoft Axel and his teammate, but then somewhere along the way, they kind of just couldn't finish off stocks. We saw Wispchip in game 2 stay in the red on his final stock for so long enough that he got his opponents into the red. It worked out fantastically. He was able to extend those stocks, and it's going to be amazing to see what else they can do later on in this tournament. But before that, we're going to be seeing 4 other people that we haven't seen yet. It's going to be Isidru and Cyclist versus Mike the Swipe and Rem. Rem, my favorite of the ReZero characters. She is bae. She's waifu, so I mean, I'm already biased.
Man, it's all about Ren. Is that right? Did I do it right? Is that a character?
No.
That's a character in some anime somewhere, because I see people tweet specifically about her, and somebody tweeted Rem is greater than Ren today, and so that's where I'm pulling that name Ren from.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. The tweet is Ram is greater than Rem, but Rem is in fact bae. It doesn't matter though, because Ram isn't even in this match. It is going to be Rem and Mike the Swipe versus Isidru and Cyclist. Isidru, I've fought him in ranked, you know, he plays that Hattori. He's a fantastic Hattori. Mike the Swipe, I've fought him as well. He's a fantastic Asuri. I actually don't know a lot about Cyclist and Rem. Do you?
I don't really know that much about them. Apparently they're in the War Clan. I know Burthen's in that clan, and I'm sure that they may have asked him for help, or that he offered them a little bit of help. Burthen's one of those people who will go in and coach. He's an incredible person at analyzing things and giving his own little spin on delaying moves, follow-ups, things like that. And so I've seen Mike the Swipe. You see him in Twitch chat all the time. I know he has a pretty solid Asuri, but if Isidru and Cyclist are both in desertion, that's Doppy's clan. Doppy is a very, very frightening 1v1 player. He is a very, very frightening 2v2 player, and I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of that rubbed off on Cyclist and Isidru.
Oh, so there's some solid clan history on both sides from the look of it. It's going to be interesting to see if potentially, I think between the two clans, you talked about Doppy, you talked about Berthan as kind of the notable figures of these clans. Doppy's in the tournament right now. He is not going to be able to watch his teammates play and give them any advice. Whereas Berthan, I don't think I saw him on the bracket. So there is potential for him to be sitting in the back, you know, sitting on the war Discord or whatever chat system they have and be like, all right, I'm seeing Isidru do a lot of NSIGs. You got to stay grounded, punish in this way or that way, and really like help out his team. And I think if you see an adjustment from the war team, I think there might be a little bit of a fairy Berthan in the ears.
I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that, if game one didn't go their way, if we saw maybe some character changes or just some overall playstyle changes. But notably for characters specifically right now, we're seeing Cassidy. We haven't hardly seen a lot of Cassidy ever. We'll see Boomy pick him up every now and then. I think we've seen a little bit more from her in 2v2, but a lot of people are highly valuing her right now. She, with the low move speed that she has, she's not suffering as much because of chase dodge follow-up options now.
Oh yeah, the chase dodges, the invulnerable frames, things like that definitely helped out a lot of low movement speed. But right now we're seeing Mike the Swipe, who is also using those chain dodges. He's been knocking Cyclist around this stage. We saw him knock him high in the sky on the right side, then drag him back down, but Cyclist turns around and gets a nice side sig. It's great play from Rem. I was gonna say other things, but I just saw Rem walk up side sig Cyclist to keep his teammate alive. Unfortunately, he did get taken down, but that's just great team logic from Rem.
And great rotation from Isidru as well. He saw Rem rotate, so he went over, he followed up with a downlight, and kept the pressure on, kept things relatively even up, and ended up taking the lead for just a moment. But Cyclist is getting into an edge guard fight with Mike the Swipe. The
He's still not dead.
Right over that corner. Now he's dead.
Gets taken down. Isidru cleans up the final first stock, and now everybody's on the second stock, not quite able to dare him into that bomb. But you know, there was a glimmer of hope in that. He was just kind of like, I wish that bomb had gotten a little bit lower.
You always hope those gadgets are going to come into play when you throw them. Hopefully not on your teammate, because especially the regular bomb, when it's just bouncing, especially in how chaotic 2v2 can be, you have to be very careful. You can get hit by 3 other characters onto the screen into that bomb at any moment, one of which being your own teammate.
Oh yeah, that's always a big risk when it comes to throws. And I know, like, back in the day when you and I used to play 2v2s, or I would play with like White Sheepy, we'd always just kind of scream out bomb every single time, because you want your teammate to be a little bit aware that there's an explosive flying around the map. But right now there are no gadgets on the screen. There's just Isidru with the nairs and the sigs, and Rem on the left side keeping Cyclist from touching ground.
And a nice side air to finish off that kill on Cyclist. That's where Rem's really gonna have that huge force from Cassidy is really gonna come in. She's gonna have that very high dex, that high force. That means those Sayer kills are gonna come out a little bit earlier. That recovery isn't gonna have to be as high up on those guns to kill, and that's gonna make that her hammer moves all hit very, very hard, get tons of damage, and get those early downlight Sayer kills.
Rem just weapon toss into unarmed comboed his teammate there. Slight misplay. That is going to be a little bit troublesome as Rem is coming down on his last stock. And you were talking about the dex, you were talking about the force, but right now movement speed is the critical tool for Rem, and he's at the deficit. Isidru has the highest movement speed in the game. He's got the 8 movement speed. It's going to make it difficult for Rem to find any breathing room, because they can just put the pressure out. But it looks like they're setting up for a black hole as Isidru's far on the left side. And if Rem dodges too far forward, he's going to get caught.
And this is where that movement speed is going to hurt him. He's not putting out as many hitboxes that are actually hitting. He has to survive. He's fighting for his life right now. So he doesn't really have the option for those chase dodge follow-ups. Because every time he initiates on someone, the triple dare!
The dares! I dare you to come back up because you're just gonna take 1,000,001 dares. BMG, I swear, there was a patch note where they said they nerfed that, but I'm not seeing it because that was pogo sticks to death. Wow.
Those multiple dares from Spear, you don't necessarily see them coming multiple times. It's kind of there's two schools of thought. Like, a lot of people will just go for that just complete pogo stick domination, but other people will just go for a dare and then a ground pound, or they'll move to the side, maybe chase dodge down to the left or down to the right, go for a Sair follow up, or maybe go for the nair damage follow up, something like that. But if you try to read for that, you know every single time you try to avoid another dare, they're either not going to go for the dare. Then if you try to avoid the nair follow-up or something, the down dodge, Sair, anything like that, they're always going to go for the multiple dares. That is just, you are always getting hit by multiple dares in that situation.
That's just absolutely brutal. One of the other like common dare setups is that weapon toss into pickup spear dare. It just catches so many people off guard. I think they lowered the force on it so it's less of a spike, but at the same time you're seeing Isidru. He's been practicing, he's been playing with it. He's adjusted to that relative lower force and just sets up for more dares off of it. As we go into game 2, I believe it's on Twilight. Yep. And it is going to be Isidru and Cyclist again versus Mike the Swipe and Rem.
I suspect from Rem, if he gets those guns, we're going to see some, hopefully, Sair into recovery off of the ricochet off that island on the side. I don't know how successful that's going to be here, though, because you can always have people in the way of that. Your teammate can be in the way. Everything and anything can happen in 2v2 because it's so chaotic. Sometimes those precise follow-ups, they don't have the option to happen.
I like that Rem is playing with the hammer right now. We didn't get to see a whole lot of hammer play in game 1. He got like a stomp side air on Isidru at one point, but now that he's got the hammer, he's able to space out those Katars, really catch his opponent off guard, and he was able to add up quite a bit of damage on the Cyclist, and he got a nice side stick to finish off Isidru.
Rem's gonna end up falling. This game's still pretty much even, though. I do like that hammer play as well. Cassidy's hammer is insane with that 8 dexterity. Everything comes out so fast. Even her signatures, they feel like light attacks. Even though she doesn't have the best signature kit, she has some great neutral sig follow-up options, and that side sig comes out pretty fast. Doesn't have a ton of active frames, but that means she's also not stuck in an animation forever. Nice neutral sig from Mike the Swipe
fantastic. He was low, and I'm pretty sure he was just only thinking about that. And he gets a dare side air! Creed, you can't hear him, but you know he is screaming at the top of the lungs because he always preaches about the dare side air. Mike the Swipe is turning on so hard. He was not happy about that game 1 loss, and he is still on his first stock, deep in the red, but far from death as he's knocking his opponents around.
Mike the Swipe is doing every single thing right now. He is outputting so much damage. He is turning damage into kills, and he is staying alive. That's the triple threat right there. And he gets another kill.
Another one. Rem messes up, kills his teammate, but regardless, Mike the Swipe, he's made so much off of that first stock. If he can do exactly the same stuff in the second stock, it is going to be brutal.
He's a little bit on the defensive right now, though. Isidru was bringing the pain to him. He still hasn't had a weapon. It's been at least 15 or 20 seconds now that Mike the Swipe has been knocked around by Isidru, then by Cyclist, and he's only just now getting that sword.
It's been fantastic pressure, abusing the fact that Isidru does have that high movement speed to keep Mike the Swipe on his toes. Mike the Swipe really has not had a chance down. And again, Rem, that is the second accident, and that's just one of those little things that you need to shore up, but you don't need to shore up those recoveries because he took down Isidru, and honestly, he could just leave Mike the Swipe to finish off this stock.
But Mike the Swipe lost a ton of ground that he had. His first stock was 2 minutes. That second stock was 30 seconds. He had a sword for maybe 3 blinks of an eye. But then after that, he got hit so many times, he ended up being disarmed.
Oh! He got the down sig.
Nice down signature there. He ends up, I guess, that was just a huge focus point. He was saying, hey, come attack me. I'm ahead right now. Come attack me. That'll leave Rem to do all of the cleanup work, all of that follow-up work, and Mike the Swipe. Apparently, it wasn't the cleanup work from him because Mike the Swipe got 5 of the 6 total kills.
I mean, one of the critical things that, I mean, you were talking about it a little bit there. Mike the Swipe, his second stock got deleted, and part of it was because the pressure from Isidru, not letting him touch the ground, not letting him pick up a weapon. And if they can just do that early on, keep Mike the Swipe unarmed, I think he's going to struggle, and I think we're going to see a completely different game 3, because Mike the Swipe definitely turned on and was standout, but part of that was his guitars. The gravity cancel neutral sig at the bottom of the map, the dare Sair to finish off another stock. It's going to be on Rem to kind of pick up the pace. Once again, do a little bit more with that hammer. You've got those big sigs, covers a lot of space. He can get the multi-hits onto both Cyclist and Isidru, and he also needs to not kill his teammate.
But I mean, we're saying a couple negative things out of Rem, but on that last map, he had a great string using the island as a sort of ricochet bounce off platform. He started with I think it was a dare into a Sair onto the platform. It wasn't kill time, so he didn't go for the recovery. He then chase dodge into another dare and then another Sair. That was huge damage coming out at the perfect time. And that put, I can't remember which player between Isidru and Cyclist was in the string there, but that was so much damage that put them into kill position. And Mike the Swipe with these neutral sigs!
Oh, Mike the Swipe!
See, Surrey players always try to fish for those, and they
You see it with
rarely
guitars,
happen.
though. You see it with guitars far more than you see it with sword, and Mike the Swipe says he can do it with either weapon, and it works out great. And at this point, Cyclist has gotten caught by both neutral sigs off stage. He's got to respect that potential from Mike the Swipe. He's got to be aware of it now.
And he ended up, Cyclist just also killed his teammate after dying. Turning around and killing his teammate. Mike the Swipe dying a little bit earlier this time. Rim having more stage control and weapon control on Cyclist while he's holding on to this first stock.
But Cyclist is doing a great job with these guitars to push his opponents around. You saw him knock Rem off the stage. Wait wanted to help his teammate out, but didn't want to make a mistake and hurt his teammate. And now he's putting out more pressure onto Mike the Swipe. He's knocked Mike off the stage and given time for Isidru to take down Rem's first stock.
And Mike the Swipe's actually about to lose his second stock. A great turnaround coming out of Isidru and Cyclist. This game is somewhat even right now, but Isidru and Cyclist are a little bit ahead.
Yeah, slight health advantage to Isidru and Cyclist. They need to finish off this stock of Cyclist ASAP, and then it will be evened up. But the longer it takes, the more time there. Oh, Mike the Swipe went for the neutral sig. He picked it up, but a slight misplay, and they just a little bit of miscommunication on the blue team to just knock Isidru out of it. But he picks up a recovery.
Nice signature, sending Isidru to the left. Then he immediately disengaged. Follow up on a Cyclist. There's another signature from Mike the Swipe. Great follow-up from both teammates, from Rim and Mike the Swipe. Mike would hit them left and immediately disengage, go on to the other teammate. Rim would then follow up, pick up the ball, and run with it.
And you saw that great hammer toss from Rem to guarantee the kill, getting the double tap, but they stack, and he gets the double. Isidru and Cyclist, now they're just going to be thinking black holes. They're playing Soundgarden. They're only thinking about the black holes. Rem is going to be dodging around. He's got to play this 1v2 very well. We've seen it before. We've seen the wall play work out, but Rem doesn't have that spike opportunity that we saw Wisp have.
Guns have an amazing DPS game. They can put out DPS faster than pretty much any other weapon in the game right now, just because of higher damage numbers, and you can attack so fast, especially with those guns. But they don't have the spike opportunity, and it's gonna come down to how fast Rim can get them into kill percent.
Oh, there was a slight opportunity there, but Isidru completely disengaged. And like you were saying, there's more DPS opportunities for Rem, and he's definitely trying to push that DPS. You're seeing him kind of fish for those dares, try to catch Cyclist off guard with those recoveries, and then immediately go back to the wall and play it safe. But we're seeing, I think Cyclist and Isidru are getting a little bit overexcited. They're getting a little impatient. There's definitely opportunities for them to maybe sandwich, have one go underneath, try to catch Rem from below, and then have the other go up high, but they're just confused, it seems, a little bit on how to play this 2v1 right now, and Rem's taking full advantage of it.
Rem's forcing the edge game right now, which he 100% should. Oof. He's playing a little bit more on stage, but when he was forcing the edge game, he was 100% winning. With that higher force, I can see them a little bit scared of initiating onto him, because both of them are in red. Everybody's in red. Cyclist ends up picking up the kill. I like the somewhat patience coming out from Cyclist and Isidru. You saw them dipping down into that edge game a little bit here and there, but they mostly tried to stay on the platform where they could really use those numbers to their benefit.
And that was fantastic play. Mike the Swipe turned on hard at one point, but then Isidru and Cyclist, they focused the damage. They took down Mike the Swipe really early, and then they left Rem in that 1v2. Rem was playing that 1v2 really well, but he just had a little bit too much to climb and ended up getting taken down. Great plays from Isidru and his teammate, and we will be continuing on. We're gonna be seeing Stevenator and LDZ versus Michigitchi and Spaghetti.
Now we've seen LDZ kind of hop around on 2v2 teammates, not have a ton of success. That's kind of par for the course for him in terms of 2v2, which is kind of a drastic 180 from the amazing success that he has in 1v1. But it looks like he's started to stick with Stevenator, and I think Stevenator is gonna be his partner going into any other. I mean, there are no more NA 2v2s, but if there were more BCSs, that would be his partner, and that's most likely gonna be his partner for BCX.
The big thing I want to point out though is LDZ's on Roland. LDZ known for his Koji, known for his bow play. At one point he was a Queen Nai main. It wouldn't have surprised me to see him try to bust that out, but instead he's going for Roland over Queen Nai. Same defense, but I guess he's a little bit more familiar with that sword as of late, given that he's been playing Koji for a reasonably long time now. So maybe that's his reasoning for having that Sir Roland, or it's simply because it might synergize better alongside his teammate with, you know, Stevenator loves that Val now. They have potential for the Neutralite Black Hole.
I think if I was in LDZ's position, I would be playing it more for the defense to survive. We did see Roland, his sword down sig, I believe it was the sword down sig got a little bit of a nerf. I can't remember what it was. I think it was recovery time.
Yes, it made it so it's a little bit less easy to go from down sig to Neutralite to down sig to Neutralite and alternate for that edge guard that you used to see a while back.
So we're seeing a lot of defense come out, and even with that nerf, I do like this pick. I would say one of the strongest signatures that Roland has is the down sig, but on the lance, not the sword, just because it comes out so incredibly fast. And
it's got great range too.
It's got great range, and it's not the easiest to punish in the world. It can really hurt those ground approaches that anyone could be possibly coming out with. But we're seeing a lot of defense from LDZ and Steve right now. 8 defense and 6 defense. But then we're also seeing a lot of defense coming out from Spaghetti and Michigitchi. We're seeing 5 defense and 6. So both of these teams are valuing defense right now.
I mean, to a degree, Michigitchi and Spaghetti, those are their characters. It's not like they're leaving behind an Ada to play the Lucian. It's just these are who they like to play. Michigitchi has been playing Nash for an incredibly long period of time, and it's just what he's familiar with. On the other side though, LDZ is going from 4 defense to 8 defense, so you can see that favoritism towards that defense.
But it also does give him the sword, which he's very familiar with from his Koji. I don't know how his lance is going to play into this. If he's just going to try to completely avoid it altogether, or maybe use those... Oh my gosh! LDZ getting caught up in his head once! There's the double ground pound from Michigitchi, and even though nobody plays Nash, Michigitchi, the last of the Nash players out there, repping it hard, almost skipping LDZ early.
That was a great opportunity, but you also saw Steve try to rotate over. He knocks Spaghetti off the stage, immediately goes to his teammate's aid to put pressure out onto Michigitchi to make it not completely safe to be going for those ground pounds. And it gave room for LDZ to get away. He went up high and got back onto that soft platform at the top of the sky, and you're seeing that now Spaghetti is the only one who's down to stock.
And you saw huge damage just coming out from LDZ. You saw him go over, he sidelight, and then he sared Michigitchi, and then he threw his lance away immediately. I don't know if that was his edge guard opportunity there. It looks like that's what he's going for, though, is the sidelight into the Sair, into the weapon toss. I don't think he's focusing too much on lance here today.
I mean, that's kind of his style, though, right? Like, he loves those Sair gimps with the bow, so it's not too surprising that he'd go for the non-true combo of the sidelight Sair to kind of put pressure onto his opponent, put them off stage where he can potentially get more side airs and dares, and he gets a clean double side air on Michigitchi on the right side to take him down. Spaghetti, though, gets underneath with a nice side sig, and there's a full stock difference on both opponents, but LDZ and Steve have a lot more defense to work with.
That double kill coming in from Spaghetti is a little too late because there is so much room for LDZ to just build that lead so hard. And with LDZ's sword play so far today, it's absolutely been insane. Stevenator's sword play so far has been very, very solid. But Spaghetti is coming out with these huge damage numbers from these guns.
Oh yeah, he's been able to rack up so much on Steve, and on the left side, LDZ has been fishing for this dare, touch the wall, immediate Sair kind of gimp onto Michigichi, and that's given Michigichi plenty of time to add up damage, and we're seeing that despite the stock difference, LDZ and Steve are the ones in the red. And Steve ground pounds his teammate. He does have the 8 defense. He will be able to make it out, but Spaghetti with the Lucian 101 gets a down sig, gets another one. Double kill again for Spaghetti. But he's gonna have to work incredibly hard to take down this monstrous duo, and the weapon toss will clean it up, and he doesn't have the opportunity.
That was some major comeback play from Spaghetti towards the end. He ended up putting out 455 damage, which is pretty solid on those 4 kills, but Michigichi, that is not a lot of damage. That is 283 damage. That is like 1.5 to maybe 2/3 of a stock, and coming out on Nash. Nash has 7 force. Putting out that much damage and not getting any kills on a 7 force character. If I was him, I would maybe consider a character change. I mean, he has been playing that Nash for so long, though.
I don't think he has other characters, but you saw, I mean, you and I both noticed it, the left side, LDZ potentially gimping himself. We're going to Small Grumpy Temple. I'm going to just completely just point that out. But we saw LDZ bumped his head. There was a huge opportunity for Michigichi to get a gimp. Had he gotten that kill, that damage would have been completely fine. That 283, it makes sense because you killed an opponent at 0 health, or 0 damage. But the fact that Steve was able to put out pressure, keep his teammate from getting gimped, means that damage, it just ended up in nullified, just because it didn't result in a kill.
Michigichi is going to have to step it up this game pretty heavily if he's going to go toe-to-toe with LDZ and Stevenator. Spaghetti was doing a great job, though. He was getting kills when he needed to. He put out a pretty solid amount of damage, and he survived really long.
Yeah, he did great with those the gimps. He got the double side sig, sorry, not gimps, the double kills. He got the side sig for the double kill, and he got a down sig on the left, immediately turn around, down sig on the right. Michigichi, there's potential for Michigichi to just do damage, just be that damage dealer, and then give Spaghetti the kills.
I think he's just a little bit outclassed in the 1v1, and even though this is a smaller Grumpy Temple, we still saw it pretty much be 2 separate 1v1s. We saw LDZ and Spaghetti going at it, and we saw Stevenator and Michigichi going at it. And it looked like Michigichi was just kind of outclassed in the 1v1 against the ranked monster himself, Stevenator.
Unfortunately, though, Steve can kind of push that 1v1 game. He's got the movement speed to force his opponents around and rotate, but we see Michigichi gets a great nair high in the sky to take down LDZ, and the stocks are still even.
And you see Michi starting to aggress onto LDZ, starting to do those chase dodge follow-ups that make Hammer so incredibly strong right now. Give it a ton of damage.
Oh!
And LDZ apparently went too hard! Because Michigichi was able to go under that platform, LDZ ran out of jumps from his aggression, and that was a self-camp.
That was a complete misplay from LDZ. There was a second where I was like, this is going to be amazing. He got the downlight into the ground pound, but the fact that he didn't keep himself safe, get a wall touch, keep his jumps, Michigichi just went into the shenanigans, went back up, and was completely safe, and LDZ self-gimped. But on the right side, we're seeing Stevenator. He's the one keeping his team ahead. He's got the stocks. He's got a reasonable amount of defense, and he's putting out more pressure. He's getting ground pounds. Ground pounds.
That was insane from him, and now we're having both members aggress onto Spaghetti.
Oh no!
And forget about it, Spaghetti. LDZ and Stevenator are gonna take this game as well. Look at the damage numbers. Steve and LDZ putting out almost 1,000 points of damage compared to the like 570 from Spaghetti and Michigichi.
That was incredibly fast. That's what really stands out to me about Small Grumpy Temple is that was like deletion. They were running around the map. You saw gimps here and there. I mean, even LDZ's self-gimping, But on the right side, we saw Steve get the double ground pound gimps. It's just, that was incredibly well paced from the red team to just delete their opponents.
It's still that Grumpy Temple play to a degree that you know. It is still those two separate 1v1s. But because it is so much smaller, because there are fewer soft platforms there, I think the wedge is a little bit smaller coming out of that owl's nose right under the main soft platform. It allows those rotations to happen lickety split and allows that 2v1 aggression that we saw towards the end from LDZ and Stevenator.
Great plays, great practice on that map to know that they can rotate across a little bit easier. You know, they shrunk that gap so you can, I think it's just like one chain dodge across or a jump dodge. You don't have to burn a whole lot to get across that gap and then just completely turn a 2v1 out of nowhere. Solid play, and we will be continuing on. We're going to be seeing Kingdom Esports versus a little bit of Kingdom Esports. We're seeing Noel and Blood Diamond versus Akiryu and Cody Travis.
Now, these are two teams that have kind of been playing together for a while now. There's a lot of rotational period in North America compared to EU, where everybody was swapping partners every single 2v2. We didn't really see anybody stick together except for Blood Diamond and Noel have been together probably the longest out of anyone. Maybe I'll also bring out another Kingdom Clan with Burnt Pan and Compute. But Cody Travis and Akiryu have also had some serious play time together.
I mean, these guys, they just seem to have found their synergies together. They just like the way that they play against each other. And I'm sure to a degree, both of these teams have played against each other. I'm sure, I mean, of course, there's the expectation that Blood Diamond and Noel have fought Akiryu, but I'm sure that this 2v2 teams have fought against each other just because of the fact that they play together so often. They know each other. They're all, I mean, everyone except for Cody Travis's Kingdom Esports, they've got to have had practice and they've got to know what to expect from their opponents.
But you do have to seriously be worried about Blood Diamond and Noel. They've only been making progress since they started playing together. In the August 13th 2v2, they got third, and that was the one where Egg Soup and Pugsy were out, and Boomy and Remy were both out. Those were probably the top two teams in North America were both out that week, and they got third. But then on the next North America 2v2 on September 24th, they only dropped one place into fourth, even though Pugsy and Egg Soup played that week, Remy and Boomy played that week, and Twilight and Logic were there that week. So that's a lot of progress in the 2v2 sphere for Noel and Blood Diamond, staying up among those top 5 teams in North America.
They've definitely turned up in a great way. I'm loving what I've been seeing out of Blood Pan, Noel, and the rest of the Kingdom Esports guys. And hopefully we'll be seeing more Kingdom Esports guys later on in the tournament. But right now, it is going to be Blood Diamond and Noel trying to take down one of their teammates, Akiryu, who is teamed up with the non-teammate. I was going to say nobody, but Cody Travis is far from a no-name. Yeah. He is going to be just not on their team, so to speak.
Of pretty much anybody who is a Barraza main, I would be more scared of Cody Travis than anybody out there right now. His guns are very strong. His axe play is very consistent. But any weapon that Cody Travis is on, I would be worried about. And with that high defense that Barraza has, that is a tough opponent to kill.
But on the other side of Kiryu, having a little bit of trouble now. There's just been a whole lot of pressure, a lot of great follow-ups between Blood Diamond and Noel. You see Noel pick up that ground pound onto Kiryu to take down the first stock, but everybody is not far behind. Almost everybody is in the red and close to dead.
You were talking about that pressure.
Oh!
And Noel is just going to side sig Blood Diamond. A huge miscommunication between the two that basically evens up this game. But with that side air and that from Akiryu, we're seeing air kills.
Great plays, and the Cody Travis kind of positioned as a bait. It was one of those Matador and the Bull style things where Noel was the bull. He was going full force with that side stick, and Cody Travis just jumps up, and suddenly behind the red curtain is Blood Diamond. And Noel got a little bit baited there into that side sig, but great play from Cody Travis and great play from Akiryu to not take too much damage while they were evening up the stocks.
And it was great turnaround from them as well. Something happens like that, and that is a blow to morale. That is a little bit of a lack of focus coming in, and you want to see them immediately forget about that, come back in with a fresh stock, and get ready to go. And that's what we've seen from Blood Diamond and Noel so far. And now they've pretty much, this game's still pretty even stock-wise. Noel and Blood Diamond are ahead. Cody Travis is in the orange, though, even though they're only behind by 1 stock.
Oh yeah, and Cody Travis he did something so incredibly intelligent that I don't think a whole lot of people would have noticed. He got a side air on Noel. Blood Diamond was a little bit out of range, and Cody Travis immediately went for the down sig. That moves him back. It protects him against a punish opportunity from Blood Diamond, and he rather than try to chase after Noel, he just expected the punish opportunity from Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond didn't fall for the bait, but at the same time, it's just great intelligent play, and the fact that Cody Travis is playing like that is the reason why he's been able to maintain his health advantage over his opponents.
A lot of people will tunnel vision, and they'll focus on fighting whoever they're fighting at the moment right now. That ground, or that recovery is going to drop two different people. The first hit dropping, the second hit dropping. He couldn't get that finish off of the third shot, which is the kill move of that. But he's still able to stay safe. He ends up picking up a kill. There's a recovery that he picks up. He ends up hitting a Kiryu with it, but a Kiryu ends up staying alive. And Noel is really forced into this 2v1 right now.
And we got the black hole neutralites. Unfortunately, though, that's the Axe vertical force. That was not even Noel DIing. That was just Axe having a little bit of vertical force and Akiryu not accommodating for it. He didn't back up and wait for the arc. Instead, he tried to get close and get him before he got into that arc. But Noel was able to fall out. But it's still great damage. That's 3 neutralites onto Noel, and a stomp side 6 sends him high in the sky.
And one of those neutralites was the Axe neutralite, which puts out so much incredible damage. I hate getting caught by multiple of those. Now Noel is forcing this edge game. That is really what you have to do when you're forced into a 2v1.
Oh, side sig.
And even though he got that signature onto a Kiryu, it didn't kill yet. Cody Travis was there to immediately follow up, immediately punish any aggression that Noel has. And that's another reason why those 2v1 situations are so scary. You can put out all the damage in the world onto one player, but he has a teammate, and if his teammate is paying attention, if they have a good 2v2 synergy, he's going to be right there to punish anything that you put out.
I promise I was listening, but I got super distracted by the fact that Noel doesn't have Kingdom Esports as his clan.
Does he not?
No, he's in the clan Kaizen.
I don't even know what that is.
I know, that's what, I was like, I just like looked at it and I was like, what? I mean, he still has Kingdom Esports in front of his name, but you see, he's got the clan tag Kaizen, which not exactly sure what that's about, but regardless, he is still of Kingdom Esports, and we are going to be going into game 2. And a little bit of correction. There was some DI on that. All right, there's some DI. It was a little bit of vertical force, a little bit of everything to get him out of that black hole. But regardless, they were able to clean it up, and that will be game 1 going the way of Cody Travis and Akiri.
So going back to that real quick, that shows 2 versions of adaptation right there. That shows an adaptation to the DI. So I can't remember who was caught in it. It might have been Noel. So yeah. That shows him adapting to DI being in the game. So him using DI to get out of it vertically. But that also shows Akiryu adapting, knowing about the DI and knowing about the upward force vector that Axe Neutralite has. So he's trying to get closer and try to get in there before the vertical factor comes out.
I mean, the adaptations, that's exactly what we're looking for here. As we get closer to BCX, you have to adapt to all of these patches. You have to adapt to what is going to be coming in the meta. Right now, it is all about the meta game. There's no balance changes that you're gonna have to adjust to. It's gonna be adjusting to how people are currently playing, you know, those black holes, currently playing with the DI, as Noel gets a down sig onto Cody Travis, and Akiryu gets side air, and we're not seeing Cody Travis extend the stock, extend the defense, this time in game 2.
And he's taking even more damage. We saw him go with I can't remember if it was a neutralite or a neutral air onto Blood Diamond, but you see Noel come in behind immediately and punish that with a downlight into a side air. That is more damage than Cody was putting out, but Cody does get a nice Barraza down signature there. That is one of Barraza's strongest signatures that can be used in most occasions.
Oh, but Akiryu, he got a big team synergy combo onto Noel, but then immediately turned it into a stomp sider onto Cody Travis. I think there's been a little bit of misplays on the blue team. They need to stop stacking up so that they can use their extended range to their advantage instead of comboing each other. Oh, but he gets a side air into Noel's recovery, and Akiryu with a great follow-up off the neutral light to take down Noel, and suddenly Akiryu and Cody Travis have the stock advantage.
In that entire time, you were talking about Akiryu, you're talking about the team damage coming out from the blue team, and Akiryu ended up taking 3 side airs from Cody, but they were able to turn that into 2 kills with Cody's aggression with those guns and Akiryu's follow-up on Bodvar.
It's been great follow-ups on both sides. We saw early on, Noel got a downlight side air with his sword. Blood Diamond was trying to follow up with that sword neutral sig, and it's all about the synergy here in 2v2s.
And it plays into everything. Not only does it play into the offense that you have, it also plays into the defense. Your opponent's getting 2v1, you have to come over, put pressure on the other team, turn that into a 1v1, and then another 1v1 to give breathing room. You have to be able to follow up off of combos to output the maximum amount of damage, so both of you can stay safe and not have one player locked into animation frames for too long.
And I mean, the 2 1v1s. Oh, I don't even know if that was planned, but that was beautiful. Cody Travis just got a down air onto, I believe that was onto Blood Diamond off of Akiryu's big string. But it is 100%. It's all about that synergy, like you were saying. You have to be able to follow up off your teammate to convert extra damage. You have to have just the maximum damage output. That DPS is all that it's about. As Noel, if Noel gets taken down, Blood Diamond is going to have to worry about the 1v1, but hey, he's got to be aware of the DI at least, right?
I think they're a little bit worried about the damage, though. I don't think black holes are a huge issue at this point. I think Akiryu and Cody Travis are worried about the damage that they're outputting on each other, because they're kind of just staying next to each other the entire time. They're building that blue team wall that allows Cody to go over and aggress, but you see them immediately regroup, and then Cody aggresses onto Blood Diamond. Cody's aggression so far has been so strong. It's kept Akiryu safe, and it's really let Cody use his defense to stay in the game while still taking hits and outputting damage.
But that was great play from Akiryu to position in a way that forced Blood Diamond far enough away from Noel that he really couldn't help out Noel. Cody Travis just knocked him around, picked up the recovery to finish off the stock, and then Akiryu was in front kind of distracting Blood Diamond, but Cody Travis just pops over and gets a nice side air for the finisher. And we're seeing Blood Diamond, he's now left in this 1v1, and Cody Travis and Akiryu aren't even thinking about black holes, as Cody Travis has guns.
The gun black hole can be really, really difficult. It requires more precise timing than I would say any of the other ones, because you can really only do it with that dare. You used to be able to do it with downlight, but then they ended up having downlight sort of pop you up a little bit. So now you have to do it with dare. You have to jump dare at the exact perfect time. That is a tough weapon to black hole with. You're better just going for the insane damage that guns have.
I mean, damage is still nice. Like, that's not exactly a negative, but regardless, they're not thinking about black holes with the gunplay. Instead, Cody Travis is just trying to put Blood Diamond into the red so that regardless of if Blood Diamond is able to take down one of them, the other one's going to have an easier time taking them down.
But right now, Cody, it seems like he feels a little bit free to just throw out hitboxes to catch Blood Diamond. Because if Blood Diamond comes to punish, Cody's going to get the dodge, and Akiryu's going to be right there to output damage. We've seen Cody do a lot of neutral lights. I don't know what Akiryu did with that side air just now.
Maybe a slight misinput. Maybe he was looking to the right, but he was trying to do a fadeaway, but got the fadeaway a little bit early. Cody Travis, though, is off stage, and Akiryu immediately tries to put pressure out. Nice side air, bounces Blood Diamond off the map, but he's still going to have one more opportunity back, and Cody Travis just recovered his teammate!
That was 2 versions of some strange thinking coming out of Akiryu or Cody Travis there. I don't know who really called that shot.
He cleans it up, though. He cleans it up.
Cody fixes the mistake with that side air, but I don't really know what happened towards the end there. You saw Cody go for, I can't remember which signature it was, but Cody started to go for his signature, and when he went onto the edge, Blood Diamond came to punish, but you didn't see Akiryu move over. Akiryu kind of stayed on the middle of the stage, and at first I thought that was so if Cody just whiffed and got punished and died, then Akiryu had stage control. But then towards the end of that, you saw Akiryu kind of ride right on the end of that edge, and that's when Cody Travis picked him up when he was trying to recover back onto the wall with that recovery. I don't know what Akiryu's thinking was in the first situation or the second situation.
I can't quite tell you what he was thinking. I'm not exactly a mind reader, but it was a little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, they were able to clean up the stocks. And as long as Akiryu was able to stay alive and keep Cody Travis out of that 1v1, it was essentially worth, because just simple presence and pressure are going to be the things that end up helping out the team. And I know we were talking about the lads earlier, so how about just all lads game? It's going to be Jellyfish and Arkosh versus Rough Criminal and 33 Degrees Rough Smasher. Not quite, what is 98 Degrees? Was that the boy band?
That was the boy band.
There you go.
Who was in that? What was the guy that was married to Jessica Simpson? Nick Lachey?
Nick Lachey. I was going to say Nick Cannon, but that's not right. It is Nick Lachey.
Nick Cannon is married to Mariah Carey. Lucky man. But with this Arkosh and Jellyfish team, those are names that we say a lot in 2v2. They are people that we love to see. If Jellyfish plays this Ulgrim here, I might leave. I would seriously consider leaving, but maybe he knows something that we don't know. If there's anything crazy,
Creed,
Rough Smasher's playing
Creed,
Ulgrim
show
too.
this. I don't know if you're showing this, Creed, but there are 2 Ulgrims on the field. There's Rough Criminal on Bryn, and I want Arkosh to pull out an Ulgrim. I want a game of all Ulgrims. Oh, what?
It's Jellyfish.
What?
I don't know what Jellyfish is doing here. Jellyfish is one of those players that when he locks in that Ulgrim, I immediately want to wag my finger at him.
Yes.
But if anybody can play Ulgrim and have it be a wild card, it could
Doppy.
be Jellyfish or Doppy. I still because I have a personal relationship with Doppy, I want to immediately admonish him and just play Azov, play another Axe character, play another Lance character. But this is Quadgrim. We've seen Quadvar. This is the first time we've seen Quadgrim.
Honestly, I don't see a reason to do this in 2v2s. You don't have the general synergy that you would, with swords where you can do those black holes. I mean, obviously DI makes that almost a non-issue, but Axe in particular, it's just already harder if your opponent doesn't DI. But there's definitely going to be something planned. Arkosh and Jellyfish have played Ulgrim enough to know what he can do, and they've more than likely done something goofy with him inside of training room, inside of a custom lobby while they're practicing random things. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can bust out as we are going to be going into this in just a little bit. It is going to be Jellyfish and Arkosh on that Ulgrim, and they're going to go up against Rough Criminal and Rough Smasher on the Ulgrim. Do you think there's a reason to? Is there a synergy behind double Ulgrim, or is it just for funsies?
Specifically behind double Ulgrim, no. Unless, is there maybe something you can do with the Axe neutral sig?
That's what I was thinking about, like Axe neutral sig, or maybe is there a way you can just chainsaw someone to death, like pulling them out?
I would think that the chainsaw would have too many recovery frames. Because of the low dex that Ulgrim has, I would think that it would have too many recovery frames. That plus the startup frames that the down signature has, is you wouldn't have enough time to just chainsaw somebody in place, pick them up out of your teammates, pick them up out of your teammates, pick them up out of your teammates, and just completely dominate somebody with that. But I might be wrong. If you hold it long enough, you might be able to. Not sure how that would work though.
I mean, that's the beauty of the chainsaw, right? Is that you can extend that active frame by just holding down that signature. But correct me if I'm wrong, but does that affect the recovery of it? Does the recovery increase as you increase the active frames of that down sig? I
don't know. My initial thought would be no, it doesn't. You're gonna have the same recovery. If it does, it would probably be mostly negligible. Like maybe 3 frames. I'm literally just throwing out a number though. I don't hate Ulgrim in 2v2. I don't hate it. It's not my favorite thing. I'd still rather you play Bren, but I don't hate an Ulgrim in 2v2 because of that high defense, because of that high force. The dex isn't as bad. It's not quite as bad. He still has pretty high movement speed, so you're able to move in and out. You're able to rotate faster. With that lance, you're able to metro zoom everywhere. I don't want 4 of them, though. Like, I'm trying to have a compromise with everybody out there where, like, okay, Ulgrim in 2v2 is not terrible. I am sort of okay with this, but it's just so many Ulgrims.
This is definitely going to be an interesting match, to say the least. It is going to be 4 Ulgrims here. This is something that I think only the lads would really be willing to do, and it is going to be Jellyfish and Arkosh versus 33 Degrees Rough Criminal, Rough Smasher alongside Rough Criminal.
They're both
got
in the last.
three
They
lances.
both have rough in their name, and when there are 4 Ulgrims on the screen, you know this is going to be a rough game.
Ruff, spell R-U-F-F, to be specific.
Rough, as a dog might say.
Ooh, but Rough Criminal, we're seeing that chainsaw as he gets Jellyfish off the stage, but Jellyfish able to get past, going for the stairs, wants to stuff the recovery, but couldn't quite do it. On the left side, though, Arkosh is fighting the 1v1 against 33 Degree Rough Smasher. I think it's gonna be kind of 1v1-y from Jellyfish and Arkosh, something very uncharacteristic of them. Usually they have fantastic synergy, but right now it's looking very much like they want to just have a 1v1 on the left, 1v1 on the right.
And Arkosh, with that second kill, there was, I mean, actually it might have been Jellyfish. It was a chainsaw kill regardless. It didn't kill him off the side of the stage. When he fell, he couldn't recover. That's a kill with a chainsaw, one of the first I think I've ever seen. We're seeing more chainsaws come out. We're seeing so many lance sounds. Oh, make it stop!
It is a thing of beauty, but Arkosh on the left side didn't quite have the jumps. He did get taken down, and Jellyfish now has to fight the 1v2 for a little bit, but not too much pressure. Jellyfish was able to get outside of it, but he gets caught by a dare, and 33 Degree Rough Smasher was able to follow up off that dare from his teammate, and the side stick kills his teammate.
This game is so chaotic so far. You don't have a lot of follow-ups on teammates. You don't have any black holes coming out. You don't.
Oh, the
like you have a
save
lot
from
of
the sidekick!
communication.
The sidekick save! That was great!
I want to say that was planned, and I wouldn't surprise me if it was. Jellyfish and Arkosh, they save each other regularly. You see them saving with like sword recoveries, things like that. Sometimes gun recoveries if they're low enough. Maybe a nair hitting their teammate back up. But so far this game has been so chaotic.
I mean, that's one of the things about the Lance is that you talked about it. Metro zoom in, you fly around the stage. It makes it a little bit harder to position for the follow-ups. You saw them go for the combo. You saw Neutralite, and they're already thinking about DI, so they're going to adjust and go for a gravity cancel sidelight. He wasn't able to get the correct direction, but regardless, you know that Jellyfish and Arkosh aren't worried about DI because they're thinking 4 steps ahead with their combos. Neutral Sig from Jellyfish sends Rough Criminal off the stage, but Rough Smasher is putting out pressure.
Dominating.
Oh, and Arkosh was holding that mine. I think he wanted to throw it at Rough Smasher when they're really, really close. He was worried about the explosion hitting him from the mine, though. But he was ready to follow up, even with that mine. Did you just see Rough Smasher playing jump rope with Jellyfish's neutral light?
No, but they nerfed it, all right? That's great play from Rough Smasher, though, to be able to recognize the timing and adjust to the fact that they added a little bit of startup and a little bit of recovery and still able to get those hops off in time. And we're seeing double absolute flags. Arkosh and Jellyfish, they've claimed the stage. They are of Team Absolute. They might be lads at heart, but they are of Team Absolute, and they showed who the Ulgrim really is.
They won that very heavily. Arkosh and Jellyfish coming out of that with 3 stocks together at the end. Rough Smasher putting out 420 damage, and Rough Criminal only putting out 243. So that is a huge deficit coming out from Rough Criminal. Jellyfish putting out basically 100 less damage than Rough Smasher and Rough Criminal combined. That's not good so far.
But we are going to be seeing them go for what I assume is a little bit more tryhardy of character picks. Jellyfish, we know he likes Katars. He's played basically Wheel of Katar characters, similar to Post Up. We've seen him go with almost every single Katar character in the game at one point or another. Arkosh, he's been playing a lot of that Bodvar. You know, we used to talk about his Azoth. We loved his Azoth. But it's basically been Arkosh on Bodvar for a while now. On the other side, Rough Criminal, we saw him play. He locked in the Bryn for a second, but then he was like, all right, guys, we're playing Ulgrim. And we're seeing Rough Smasher. He's going to be going for that Cassidy, which we have talked about. Cassidy has gotten a lot of love lately, and I think a lot of people are going to start pulling her out as we get closer to BCX.
2, 1,
We're having some range still coming out from Rough Smasher here with those guns, with that high range of hammer. We're also seeing the hammer from Arkosh's Bodvar and the spear from Rough Criminal. So we saw the range game last game with those lances, and we're seeing that continue a little bit, but thank the heavens that we aren't going to have to listen to 4 lances going at one time this game.
No, instead, we're going to be hearing a veritable combination of weaponry as Jellyfish gets a kill on the left side onto Rough Smasher, comes over, gets a side sig, but not a whole lot of force on that side sig. as it sends Rough Smasher off the stage. Actually, nope, that was Rough Criminal. That is rough to determine which one is which. But Rough Criminal is in fact close to death if Jellyfish can get the right pressure onto him. Neutral light, but he's just gonna back up, looking for a side sig.
He's having a little bit of trouble with the range. Rough Criminal and him are kind of going at it one-on-one. He ends up getting the side sig, taking out Rough Criminal. The Jellyfish is in the red. Arkosh is in the red. 33 Rough Smasher in the red on his second stock. He needs to be very careful here. He needs to survive. He needs to be very careful with his approaches. Try to approach with that speed dodge for those high frames coming out so that he can take less damage before he dies.
Ooh, but Arkosh on the left side gets a nice stomp side air to finish off Rough Smasher. And Jellyfish, he had a combination in mind. You saw him charge up that neutral sig, and since it is the Qatar neutral sig, it would have spiked him back down. There was potential for Arkosh to maybe like chain dodge over. I want to see what these guys can do with that combination, but unfortunately they weren't quite able to pull it off.
I was talking, Rough Smasher died. Then you were talking, Rough Smasher's in the red again. That is way, way, way too fast. Cassidy has that 4 defense. It's not a ton, but look at that follow-up from
Live
Jellyfish.
charge neutral sig. Jellyfish just comes over, picks up the stock, and just lost his first stock. That was his first stock. Arkosh is on his second in the red. Rough Criminal is on his last stock, and Rough Smasher is gone.
When I think of Qatar characters that have a higher defense, obviously you think of the Queen Nai, you think of the Lucians, you think of the Sentinels. My first thought is never that Ragnar has a lot of defense, but he does have 6. Like, I don't know why, but I never think about that. Jellyfish has been able to stay alive. He's been able to stretch that 6 defense, while Arkosh is able to follow it up and get that kill.
That was great play from them, and we're seeing why they don't play double Ulgrim. Just so much more synergy on their Ragnar and Bodvar combo. You saw a couple times Jellyfish was going for a gravity cancel neutral to follow up after Arkosh, but at the end of the day, they had some solid combinations, and it ended up cleaning up a lot of kills and basically deleting Rough Smasher.
Arkosh and Jellyfish showing their 2v2 strength. We always see those gifs on the Reddit of the crazy combos that they have rehearsed, that they have planned out to the T. But that's not the biggest thing that they have here when they actually bring it to tournaments. The biggest thing that they have in tournaments is they're able to follow up with 1 hit, even 2 hits, right after their teammate starts a combo. That follow-up, when you can do it consistently, that is so much damage that you're able to put out. That keeps your teammates safe. That keeps both teammates safe, so nobody is stuck in frames, active frames, recovery frames for too long to where they can get punished.
They just have fantastic synergy. They don't... You know how we talk about communication in team games, right? You talk about how you want to communicate that a weapon is being thrown, a bomb is being thrown, communicate that you're in trouble. Jellyfish and Arkosh have transcended the need for verbal communication, and they just sense when to follow up off their teammate. They are so in sync with each other that I'm going to make another boy band reference.
That comes really with playing together for so long. What is your boy band reference? Did I not? I don't think I picked up on
that went over your head. In sync? Come on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I've heard the words in sync. Like 2 people are in sync more than I have heard somebody mention the band in sync in the past probably 15 years. Word to Joey Fatone, wherever he is right now.
Mad ups. Joey Fatone and the rest of NSYNC. Honestly, I think I know more.
Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
Hello?
Well, it's because I get NSYNC confused with Backstreet Boys, but now that I'm thinking about it, I think I know, like Lance Bass is NSYNC, right?
Yes.
Joey Fatone, Justin Timberlake. Nick Lachey was 98 Degrees.
Name any of the Backstreet Boys guys. Name one.
Guy with beard? Bad Boy?
Yeah. You don't know any of their names. NSYNC is 100 times better than Backstreet Boys. While we're waiting right here, who do you think is better? I want your honest opinion.
Between the boy bands?
NSYNC and Backstreet Boys.
I'll be honest. I used to think Backstreet Boys, but at this stage in my life, I'm pretty sure I know more NSYNC songs and band members.
You're right, you know more NSYNC songs and band members. Bye 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 Hello, nothing beats Bye Bye Bye.
Who did As Long As You Love Me?
That was... I'm pretty sure that was Backstreet Boys.
Who did No Scrubs?
That was TLC, and I know that you know that. I know that you know that.
Who did Hit Me Baby One More Time?
That was Britney Spears. Oh my gosh.
Genie in a Bottle.
We grew up in the same time frame. You should know these things.
All right. Well, finally the players are in. We're seeing Egg Soup and Pugsy. They are going to be team one. They're going to be going up against Doppy and Crocky. Tell me about these guys.
We've seen some of the heavy hitters so far, but this right here, this is a lot right here. What are
these character picks?
Pugsy's
on Queen Nai, someone we've almost never seen him play. On the other side, Crocky and Doppy are both on Orion. We've seen Crocky play Orion. We've seen Doppy play Orion, but never together. And this is going to be interesting just because we've never seen them double Orion before.
When Egg Soup is the least random person so far in the game, you know something is a little bit off. Something is fishy here. I don't know where this Queen Nai is coming from. I mean, we saw in the Rin 1v1, we saw Boomy almost completely demolish LDZ with his Queen Nai. So maybe he's been working with Boomy. Maybe it's going to be his Katars and his Spear that are just going to be out of just completely his mind.
I mean, we did talk about movement speed and how it's kind of been less of an issue with the addition of the new speed dodge, the iframes, the chain dodging, to let you kind of fly around the map. You get up to 3 speed dodges across the map as long as you stay grounded. And that was one of the biggest pitfalls of Queen Nai. She has 3 movement speed. It was very easy to kind of avoid her. She did get more love in 2v2, but now that she's got chain dodge, she's going to get a lot more love. And we're seeing Pugsy being the first one to show her that love, pulling her out in this 2v2 against Crocky and Doppy.
You have 2 major differences though from Pugsy and Egg Soup. You have the movement speed. You have 3 movement speed on Nai to 7 movement speed on Val, and then you have a complete force difference: 4 force on Val and to the 8 force on Queen Nai. And hello, that's one player having 7.
Oh! Ooh. He just max ranged that side sig, and that was at perfect timing. Doppy just ticked into the red, and he just threw that out and got the first stock. Very clean, very quick, and Pugsy really hasn't taken a whole lot of damage. And when you're Queen Nai, that is a fantastic position to be in. That's just, he has so much life to work with right now.
Even a Queen Nai in red is something that is almost impossible to kill, and Pugsy is putting out so much damage while still being in the orange.
And you're seeing him absolutely use those speed dodges. He's chain dodging across the stage, immediately throws out the neutral sig, but he'll just chain dodge to reposition, get right underneath his opponent. Spot dodges, can't quite avoid the down sig, and that side sig helping to nullify that force. But at the same time, Pugsy has definitely recognized that the chain dodge can help him out with his 3 defense character.
He has 2 versions of movement. You have the chain dodges when you're not attacking somebody and you're grounded on the stage. And then you have the speed dodge that you get on hit to move around in the air, also move around on the stage when you hit somebody. So it's 2 forms of movement, and Pugsy needs to be careful. Crocky not even aggressing onto him. He didn't have a dodge.
He completely disengaged, missed the weapon toss, and he didn't have the follow-up that he wanted, so he just completely disengaged, didn't even take advantage of the fact that his opponent, like you were saying, had no dodge. He had burned basically everything and had just gotten his wall touch for the jumps.
Was he just that uncomfortable with the unarmed game onto Spear? Pugsy finally dying. Egg Soup's getting in the red. Crocky's getting into the red, but Doppy is in the orange on his last stock. Gets bonked in the head. That might be it if Pugsy can get down there!
Oh, but somehow Crocky is the one who gets taken down. Pugsy, he got the ground pound onto Doppy, but Doppy still managed to get the wall touch with some help from Crocky. And somewhere along the way, Crocky just didn't have jumps and fell to his death.
This 2v2 team from Doppy and Crocky is looking a little bit shaky right here. They had some personal issues between the two that led me to believe they weren't going to play together, but it seems they've made up. But that was valuable practice time lost between the two.
And I mean, Crocky and Doppy, they don't generally stay with the same character picks. They've been a long-standing 2v2 team, the personal issues aside, but they don't generally stick with the same characters. I mean, like I've said, we've seen them each play Orion, we've seen them play Nash on Doppy, we've seen Doppy play Olgrim, we've seen Crocky play Ada. They generally kind of like to rotate and try to find something that works for their 2v2 synergy, but right now, I didn't even see a whole lot of synergy in the double Orion.
they really didn't have a lot of synergy. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Doppy switch here. I would say his character pool is a little bit larger. We see more variation from him. I think he ended up putting out only 243 damage with that Orion. They're both staying with the same pick. I'm fine with Crocky staying here because that's usually his go-to in 2v2.
Yeah, that's his 2v2.
We'll see him sometimes start game 1 with Ada just to kind of test the waters there, see if the 3 defense there is viable with him, and then if he loses game 1, he'll immediately switch into that Orion for the defense boost. Yeah, I mean, you lose a little bit of dexterity, but you still have high movement speed, you have high defense, and you still have pretty high dexterity. But Doppy has a character pool. Doppy has a very strong character pool. His Ulgrim is honestly, like, it's strong. I wouldn't 100% be mad if he picked that Ulgrim right here. He tested the waters with Azoth for a little while. I think there are other options for Doppy than this Orion.
3, 2,
But it looks like they have something in mind with this double Orion. Maybe they can chain 2 spear neutral sigs or something. I'm not quite sure what their game plan is with this double Orion, but right now they've got to figure out an answer to Pugsy, because he's just pushing this Queen Nai in ways that I don't think Doppy and Crocky were really prepared for. Pugsy just using those chain dodges to get into position constantly and just force his opponents away.
Between the Doppy and Crocky, you usually see Doppy doing a little bit more of the killing than Crocky does. Crocky does a pretty good bit of the damage. Doppy also putting out normally solid amounts of damage, but with this high defense, and I don't know if it's this Orion pick as well, they just don't have the kill options that they could have with other characters.
I mean, that spear neutral sig's pretty good, but we're seeing Doppy kind of stick to this lance, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It doesn't quite work as well in 2v2. Lance generally with those gigantic hitboxes they just do damage to everyone, and sometimes that's not what you want, especially when there's a Queen Nai on the field.
Doppy and Crocky are pulling ahead a little bit, but specifically that Queen Nai.
Oh, okay. Lance toss!
I was going to say that Pugsy and Egg Soup were going to do what they did last game, where they were able to hold on to those stocks, really push that defense, but Doppy and Crocky getting a complete team wipe just like that. But then there's the Nair kill onto Doppy from Egg. There's the Nair edge guard. Crocky's not able to get back, and that is an even game.
Egg just comes back, cleans up the stocks like it was nothing. He gets a double downlight into the Nair on the top, and then goes down and gets 2 dares, and we're completely evened up.
That's what you saw from Egg in the US East regional qualifier, is you would see him get behind, he would take so much damage, he would die, and then he would immediately turn it around. I don't know what it is about him, but Egg plays best under pressure.
Maybe it's just he actually got a full night's sleep, so he's got to force his own pressure. You know, he can't Johns about being sick or anything like that this time. So he's got to push his own pressure on himself by losing a stock early.
But they're doing a pretty good job holding on to this little bit of a lead they had. Doppy's getting very, very red. Crocky managing to not take very much damage so far. They're doing the 1v1s now. Pug against Doppy, Crocky against Egg Soup.
But we're seeing the Crocky Doppy team, they're almost playing 2 halves of the Orion coin. Doppy has generally been sticking with that lance. He'll switch to the spear for the kill options. He seems to prefer the signature kit on the spear for killing, whereas Crocky has almost 100% been on the spear the entire time.
And that's usually what we see from Crocky. That's what we see on his Ada.
Great neutral sig.
That's what we see from his Orion. Nice Nair from Pugsy. As he was getting back, he did that Nair, forcing Crocky under the stage. And there's that Nair kill off the top from Egg Soup. He is so consistent with those Nair kills.
He got the second Nair, but Doppy was doing a good job with those spear Nairs to kind of push Egg away, and we're back to even. Once again, Pugsy just got taken down. The stocks have been evened up, but Egg has taken quite a bit of damage now, and he's got to be worried about leaving Pugsy in the 1v2. Sure, it's Queen Nai. Sure, it's 8 defense. Sure, he's got chain dodging to help him move about, but at the same time, it's still a 1v2, and that's never a nice situation.
And it looks like Pugsy is really trying to force the 1v2 in.
Oh!
Neutral sig forcing Pugsy into 2v1. Great follow-up from Doppy there. Pugsy needs to be careful he doesn't get caught.
Neutralize.
There's the
wait for the DI. Oh, they down sig a little bit early there, and Pugsy is able to hold on to his stock for a little bit. Crocky is getting close to dead, but Doppy's the one who gets caught by the neutral sig.
That high defense from Orion. If anybody with lower defense than Orion there would have died, I bet 5 defense would have died for sure there.
So my question to you is, do you think they pulled off the down sig early expecting Pugsy to try to DI, so they wanted to just do it early? Or was it just they got a little over-eager expecting the fact that Pugsy is red and not really calculating for the fact that it is Queen Nai, who just took a Sair to the face from the right side and is going to the left and is dark red and still not dead?
I think it could have been, I'm not sure which one it was, but it also could have been, it was just mistimed in the terms that Crocky may have meant to catch him on the left side of that, so it sent him to the left instead of sending him to the right. It could be any number of those variables right now, and Pugsy, that high force.
One?
There's the recovery.
Crocky's got to be careful. Pugsy almost picked up that recovery underneath. Oh, he gets the Sair, and Crocky and Doppy have taken game 2, and we're starting to see the synergy. We saw the synergy. Crocky got a dare, and Doppy was able to follow up with that neutral sig. We saw them get those black holes. They were able to prevent the DI. They were close enough that Pugsy couldn't quite DI out of it. They got the down sig. It didn't kill, but at the end of the day, they put out so much damage onto Pugsy that it almost didn't matter.
The Doppy and Crocky team is starting to come alive. We've seen varying levels of success from them in the past 2v2s. They didn't even place top 5 in the September 24th, and they were 4th on August 13th when Boomy and Remy and Pugsy and Egg Soup were out. Pugsy and Egg Soup, arguably one of the top 3 North America teams, but Doppy and Crocky have tied up the set, this best of 3 between the two. It's 1-1 right now.
They're definitely coming alive here. I know we were talking about Crocky and Doppy having a little bit of trouble in paradise, but at the same time, Pugsy and Egg Soup did have a little bit of their own issues at one point or another before this tournament. So maybe that's coming into play, because I know Pugsy really wanted to practice with Egg Soup, maybe specifically to practice this Queen Nai, but right now Crocky and Doppy they're starting to come alive.
But, I mean, Big Match Egg, he plays best under pressure. So maybe losing game 2 is the switch that he needs to just immediately get those crazy games, delete that defense boost that Crocky and Doppy both have with that 6 defense Orion.
But we know how much harder it is to get big gimps in a 2v2 situation. There's so much more potential for somebody to come interrupt that gimp, or Egg Soup's gonna fall to his death. Had to avoid the neutral sig and didn't have the movement. But at the same time, like, if Pugsy's trying to go for a guitar gimp on the right side, there's potential for, you know, Doppy or Crocky to come help out their teammate, or even something as simple as a weapon toss from his teammate to interrupt.
And we actually just saw Crocky coming helping out Doppy. We saw Egg had a sword, he was in the air, he's probably looking for a nair kill, but then Crocky came in and hit Egg Soup with that recovery.
But Pugsy was able to take down one stock Egg Soup. He's looking for those nair kills. We saw a whole lot of them in game 2. He came back, got the double down light nair. He got 2 nairs for the double kill. And he was looking for 1 here in game 3, but he wasn't quite able to pick it up on the Doppy as Egg is getting close to dead. And Pugsy is also very deep in the red on his first stock.
Doppy doing a great job extending his stock. Crocky doing a great job not taking any damage on his second stock. Pug and Egg sort of have a lead right now. I mean, they have the stock lead, but Doppy and Crocky both have the health lead for sure.
Oh yeah, they just need to pull the trigger, finish off these stocks. You see Doppy go to the left side, expecting a dodge in, trying to catch with the down sig. And at this point, if he hits the down sig, even though it's Queen Nai, there's high potential for it to kill. He needs to clean up that side light neutral recovery. Excuse me.
He was that far away though. Normally you'd think...
Oh, the spike ball!
Normally you'd think that Pugsy and Egg Soup would then turn on a Crocky and do the 2v1. I think they're worried about hitting each other right now because they were both so very deep in the red that a misplaced Sair, a misplaced recovery, anything like that would have killed their teammate.
It seems to be falling apart on the side of Pugsy and Egg Soup. We know that both of them can get a little bit emotional at times. Pugsy a little bit more so than Egg Soup, and sometimes that can play a factor in a 2v2. If your teammate is busy screaming about down sig or what have you, it's gonna choke up the comms.
I think they could also be frustrated with their initiation so far. They haven't really been able to get in on Doppy and Crocky. You know, the lance range and the spear range has been so insane for Doppy and Crocky. They've been able to push things to the max limit, even with those speed dodge ins. Egg just really hasn't been able to get in with the gauntlets or with his sword.
We're seeing Eggs stick a little bit more to the sword now. It's kind of been his comfort weapon. It's been the thing that he's gotten the most kills with. He gets a nice side stick to finish off the stock of Doppy. But I think Eggs just recognizing that his gauntlet play, it's not getting the approaches, like you were saying. It's not getting the openings onto his opponents that he was looking for. And the down sig picks up Pugsy. And we're seeing the team of Pugsy and Egg Soup get down to the last stocks as Crocky's still on his second. And he's not too heavily damaged that he can't survive a little bit more.
Doppy and Crocky aren't necessarily running away with it yet, but they're starting to take it and step slowly back towards the door to take this set. Pugsy has the option to give somebody, but Doppy, it looks like he's just not even going to aggress. He's going to go back onto the stage, force the 2v1 with Crocky on Egg.
And Doppy completely disengaged from the Katars of Pugsy. Didn't even want to risk the Gimp, even if there was potential for him to turn it around. He just was having none of it. But now Pugsy and Egg Soup, they've been juggling Doppy. They got a little bit of a power play, got some damage out onto Doppy, but Pugsy's in trouble. Doppy with these ground pounds. That was very close. The 3 movement speed from Pugsy could have spelt disaster.
But Pugsy just really hasn't been able to put a lot of edge guard pressure with those Katars. That's what we saw a lot from Boomy in his 1v1 during the Rent tournament against LDZ with those Katars. But Pugsy hasn't really been able to do that. He's been going up for those Dare into Sayers, but they haven't been hitting. He's been hitting the Dare, but the Sayer follow-up hasn't been able to hit.
Oh, Egg Soup gets caught by that side sig. And you're right. It hasn't been the offstage play from Pugsy's Katars that have been really the thing keeping him alive, except there he gets a nice double-sider to take down the lower damaged opponent. But it's mostly been the signatures from Pugsy's Katars. He got multiple Katar neutral sigs, multiple down sigs to take down his opponents, and now he's on the spear, and that bomb was so close. Sider! Done. Done.
Red team wins.
That was a
800 damage on Doppy, though.
What? 822, and then look at Pugsy's. Pugsy put out 762. Both sides, one member put out incredible amounts of damage. Doppy is playing so strong on the damage front. He picked up 3 kills as well, so he's not shying away from killing. But oh my gosh, that towards the end of that 1v1 between Doppy and Crocky, everything had to go right for Doppy. Pugsy needed to get 1 hit. Pugsy was just starting to get into the red, which that's not kill percent for a Queen 9. I don't care who you are, that is not kill percent for a Queen 9 unless you get some Gimp out of nowhere. You're still going to have to push them into those deeper and deeper shades of that red, further and further into that damage before you're going to be able to kill Queen 9. Pugsy maintaining his composure. Doppy getting a little risky with that bomb.
That was dangerous, but it was actually really close to Pugsy as well. It just barely didn't crest over, but it looks like we are going to be going into the next game. They've started it, and now my client has that screen, so I actually don't know who is going to be up next. Do you know who?
I don't. I have the exact same thing that you do.
This is why we tell people to wait.
Go ahead and reboot my client.
Okay, so I'm seeing it looks like it's going to be Boomy and Remy versus Akiryu and Cody Travis. We've seen Akiryu, we've seen Cody Travis. They had some fantastic synergy, but it's going to be going up against the synergy of Boomy and Remy, arguably one of the strongest NA 2v2 teams around.
This is going to be really, really tough for Akiryu and Cody Travis, just going up against Boomy and Remy. And it looks like Boomy is going to be sticking to that Bodvar for this 2v2. I think we'll probably see that in him from 1v1. I think that's what he's going to be going maybe a little bit back to. That's been his, quote, main for a while. He's kind of been shopping around with different characters, but I think after the recent changes, he's going to be going back to that Bodvar. Remy's still sticking with this Koji, a very, very fearsome Koji. Cody Travis is still sticking with that Barraza that we've seen from him so much, and Akiryu sticking with that Bodvar, and we're on Small Grumpy again.
But this is going to be a map that favors Remy and Boomy a little bit more. They're arguably stronger 1v1ers. They have a little bit more practice in that 1v1 setting, and we're already seeing them go for a big string. You saw the downlight dare. Remy try to pick up the nair, Boomy trying to follow up, and it doesn't matter as Boomy gets a double dare Gimp onto Akiryu, and almost nobody is in the red as Akiryu's just taking down his first stock thanks to a big Gimp.
Yeah, there hasn't been a ton of damage coming so far, but one of them led to a kill. Boomy, if you let Boomy run all over you, he will do that. He is an extremely, extremely aggressive player.
And sometimes that's to his own deficit though, because he does a lot of dodge and dares, which leaves him without a dodge. And if you are able to expect it and avoid it, you can catch him off guard, get a gimp, or just catch him with a side sig as Cody Travis takes down Boomy. And Remy, the one with the least defense on the screen, is the only one keeping even with the highest defense character.
And it was that side signature that killed him from the right side of the stage
ball?
to the left side of the stage. Did the spike ball
Did it hit the
into
mine? I think it hit the mine, but Cody Travis able to get underneath, get a nair, and then he side airs his teammate. Excuse me, that was a recovery, by the way, that took down Remy. But then he side airs his teammate, and Akiryu is on his last stock. Akiryu was doing good, pushing his second stock, but he's got to push it a little bit harder and avoid too much more damage, as he has yet to pick up a weapon on his last stock.
On his last stock, I can't believe that.
Oh!
A gimp off the top from Boomy! He will aggress into you when he's on the stage. He will aggress into you in the edgeguard game, and he will aggress to take you off the top.
That's something that it's one of the main reasons why a lot of people do pick Grumpy Temple is from the top of the stage. You can do the double downlight into a recovery. You used to be able to follow up with a nair. It's a lot harder to follow up with that nair, but regardless, still a gimp. And you know, mines are a great kill option as well, as Remy gets a side air to take down Cody Travis.
Have mines been the cause of 2 of Cody Travis's death? The first one being indirectly, the second one being directly, and then Boomy went for it. He tried to read the DI.
Was he expecting the DI?
I think he was.
He was expecting Cody Travis to DI up, and so he went for a gravity cancel downlight just to mix it up. Regardless, Cody Travis still did take quite a bit of damage, and Boomy and Remy still on their second stocks.
And Cody Travis putting out solid damage even though he's just proccing into the orange, but he's going to have to do a lot of damage. Boomy and Remy can just completely run over Cody Travis, really bring out that aggression. And even though there wasn't a ton of damage necessarily put out from Remy and Boomy, they were still able to kill very efficiently, they were able to kill quickly, and they were able to kill safely. No accidents coming out from Boomy and Remy, but there were 2 from Cody Travis and Akiryu.
I know you were looking at Akiryu's damage, and I know that there's a part of you that really wanted to point out that he didn't pull out a lot of damage, but a lot of that was just due to the all-out pressure of specifically Boomy. He got the double dare gimp, and then he got the double downlight recovery gimp onto Akiryu. It really just kind of didn't give Akiryu any opportunities to put out damage because he was too busy coming back, and we're seeing him switch to a lower defense character, but he's got more dexterity, so a little bit more opportunity to swing that sword as he is going to the Koji, and Cody Travis wants more movement speed as he switches to the Lucian.
And we're back on Mammoth Fortress with that Lucian switch. This is kind of one of Cody Travis's other characters. He really does favor the guns. He favors them a lot on Barraza, and he favors them a lot on Lucian as well. I want to see him rotating like no other. I want to see that pressure really coming out from Cody Travis here, hoping to try and mimic the pressure that Boomy's been able to put out.
I mean, that's one of the biggest benefits of those high movement speed characters. We see it a lot with the Hattoris. I'm thinking about specifically Effie and Lands, where he'll play Hattori or Val and be able to rotate around, help out his teammate, put out pressure, put out that 2v1, and then go back to a 1v1 before the opponent can adjust. And there's potential for Cody Travis to do the exact same thing here in game 2 with this Lucian.
And Akiryu's actually coming out, doing some damage so far, juggling Boomy pretty hard into the air with those nairs, looking for the down signature. Cody Travis ends up picking him up, but Remy comes in, interrupting that neutral light on his teammate.
Ooh, Akiryu, he's starting to think about the kill option. He knows Boomy is in the red. He picks up the down light in there. The first one didn't hit, but the second one did, and Boomy is the first one to lose his stock.
Cody Travis is going to be really trying to use that defense on Lucian. Hopefully as much as he used the 8 defense on Barraza, it's a little bit less with that 6. So he's going to have to be a little bit more careful. He can't just blindly go in, but he still has the pressure options. He still will be tough to kill. And Akiryu is the one actually managing to stay alive.
Yeah, Akiryu is doing a great job. It seems like the slight adjustment, picking up a little bit more dex. I don't know the Koji movement speed versus the Bodvar movement speed, but it's definitely helping him out as Cody Travis picks up the side sig to even up the stocks.
Cody Travis putting out a ton of damage with those guns. He's able to use Lucian's solid dexterity, high movement speed to mix up his approach on where he's actually approaching from. And even though I think Boomy was orange there, and with the force from Lucian, he had to be pretty high to get that.
Oh, now that was beautiful! The double dare Akiryu follows up with a neutral light. Second dare Akiryu follows up with a side sig. No time to react. That was glorious.
That is the gun prowess of Cody Travis coming out. That is the team wherewithal, the team mental presence of Akiryu to follow it up with that signature at the exact time that he needed to. Waited for that damage number to get in a kill percent, and then follow it up with that signature.
Just great synergy. I'm loving it seems like the character switch is 100% working out for Cody Travis and Akiryu as they've been able to follow up better. Akiryu's been able to push his stocks a lot farther. It's just, I'm loving this switch.
His Koji's looking really, really strong.
Recovery!
And there is more strong gunplay coming out from Cody Travis. That's 2 recovery kills for Cody so far.
And Akiryu, great follow-up off the neutral light, picks up a neutral sig. Had Remy dodged down, it doesn't hit stacked anymore, so there was potential, but Cody Travis picks up a side sig on his teammate, but it doesn't matter as Remy gets taken down by the neutral sig.
Cody and Akiryu had room to play with. Akiryu still coming in with 1 more stock, and we're seeing big damage numbers come out when Akiryu has time, when he isn't the first to be knocked out, when he's not being killed the entire game, he has time to put out those damage numbers.
Do they keep planting the flag on your screen?
Yeah, they ended up planting it twice on mine before I skipped through it.
Okay. It was just really interesting to me that they kept planting the flag. But you're right, Akiryu was able to put out so much more damage. He was able to push those stocks and just the survivability. Sure, he sacrificed some of his defense, but he made up for it in spades by being able to put out pressure, put out the damage, and move around the stage to not get taken down. And Cody Travis on the other side was able to set up for Akiryu to get those synergy combos that we saw. The dare, neutralite, dare, side sig.
And Boomy is switching to Azoth. Speaking of sigs,
what?
We are going to see a lot of signatures coming out from Boomy. If this Azoth is anything like the other Azoths that we've seen from him.
Generally speaking, when Boomy pulls out the Azoth, it's on game 1. It's when he has a game to mess around, to throw. And he'll do those, those slide charge side sigs, try to get the spooky ghost men to peek over the platform and catch your opponent at the feet. He likes to use those signatures and in interesting ways, but it's almost never his last pick. Usually the Bodvar is his last pick, but when the Bodvar is not working, it seems like he's got something in mind with his Azoth.
Maybe he feels confident with those signatures. Maybe it's not an issue of punishment as much in 2v2 because it's so chaotic. You're not going to be able to have as much of freedom positioning on everything to punish those signatures. Maybe killing is his issue, and he can put out solid damage with that bow, with that axe, and with those signatures, he's going to be able to find kill options when he needs to.
Right now, he needs to find damage because he's been getting knocked around from Cody Travis and Akiryu. Cody Travis and Akiryu, once again, they've just been able to put out so much pressure. Boomy, he's found his footing, and we're starting to see those sigs come out. He threw out the side sig, threw out the neutral sig, and he's going to try to throw out more when he gets the opportunity, but he needs more damage on Akiryu. Those aren't going to be kill sigs. It's specifically damage. There's a down sig thrown out.
That down sig is finally going to hit. The first 2 were punished, though, and Boomy was actually the first one who was brought into the red. Now Cody is using that high movement speed to maneuver around. You saw him go from the left side to the right side like no other. Those rotations are coming in so quick. Those pivot signatures, he is moving all over the map. And Akiryu, even though he has 5 movement speed, like that's not a ton, but he's able to position as well. And Boomy's going to find that signature kill, taking out Akiryu. We're going to see a lot more of that. It doesn't even matter if they're in kill percent. Those signatures from Azoth cover so much territory. They have a ton of active frames. And Boomy's finally going to fall to that side signature by Cody Travis. But there is some damage!
Oh! Cody Travis got caught in it, though. Akiryu picked up the side sig, and he ended up evening up the stocks just because Cody Travis jumped up. I don't know if he was expecting the side sig and was trying to jump out, or if he just wanted to follow up more and Akiryu just wanted the kill. But regardless, stocks have been evened up, and Akiryu is looking to put more damage out on his teammate. As Boomy, haven't seen any sigs for a little bit. Is something wrong? There's one.
There's one. He most certainly heard you. And I mean, the way the first stock went, Boomy took a ton of damage. But Cody Travis and Akiryu are both in red on their second stock. Boomy is barely into that yellow, and he hasn't been punished for any of these signatures so far.
You know what I'm starting to see from Boomy? He's doing what Koji's do, but maybe he doesn't like the sword per se, because he's throwing out, he'll throw out like a side sig and then he'll wait for the neutralite opportunity. Great coverage from Remy. Boomy went deep, but Remy just stayed up top, threw the weapon down to catch Cody off guard. But like I say, Boomy, he'll just throw something out, and then he'll use the neutral light to cover himself.
It could be the larger hitboxes from Azot's signatures. He knows that Cody Travis is moving around all over the stage. He knows that Kiryu is also moving around all over the stage. And those Koji hitboxes on the signatures, they're more precise. They come out faster, but they tend to be more precise. They're a little bit smaller. So I think Boomy is just looking for like maximum area coverage.
Right now, he needs to pick up a weapon so he can start covering more area with his signatures, but he's going to be going unarmed onto Cody Travis, and a great follow-up from Remy. Cody Travis, did he DI to the right?
He might have. They were pretty close, but with the sword neutral light, you can be, I mean, you can't be stacked, but you can still be pretty,
You can be pretty close.
They're very generous on the distance that you can do that sword neutral light black hole.
Oh, but Boomy was able to pick up a great ground pound onto onto Kiryu, excuse me, and Cody Travis is left as the last one standing, and Boomy, despite being in the red for quite a while, is still yet to go down. Look how far that Sair sent him. Right side of the stage, almost to the kill box on a 4-4 Lucian with guns.
Maybe that's a little bit of that Sair buff coming in from many patches ago, but it's definitely more of an effect of how much insane damage that Boomy had on him. Boomy's now been picked up by 2 recoveries from Cody Travis. He's been looking to cover the air with those recoveries and with those nairs. Nair is one of the best moves that guns have. They come out so fast. They have a very generous hitbox, have a ton of range in the air. But that dare from Boomy, the constant pressure, it doesn't matter how many hitboxes Cody Travis is going to throw out. And again, Kiryu not putting out a lot of damage.
But I want to go back to that 2v1 for a second. That was some solid play from Cody Travis. He was really fighting for his life. Boomy put out a lot of pressure, but at the same time, Remy very intelligently stayed on the top of the stage, covered for if he got past Boomy. You know, if Cody Travis had gotten past, Remy was there on the top of the stage to cover both the soft platform and the main stage, and he didn't go too over aggressive and mess up his teammates' aggression. He just waited up top and covered.
He knew that Cody Travis was in the red too, so by putting both players down there, you may have twice the hitboxes, but you could quite possibly do a lot of damage to your teammate. He did have that bow, I believe, so if you went for ground pounds, you could put Boomy in a terrible position. If you went for a dare or a Sair, you could really put Boomy in a terrible position, and you could have given Cody Travis very serious gimp opportunity. So I love that Remy just wanted to stay on the stage and really maintain stage control in the worst case scenario that Boomy wasn't able to finish that off. Coming into this next game, it looks like we have Burnt Pan and Compute coming in.
More Kingdom.
Kingdom Esports is looking pretty strong today. I'm feeling those teams today.
They've had a lot of synergy, and they've had some. I mean, we saw Compute or sorry, not Compute. We just saw some Kingdom Esports synergy, but it is going to be now Kingdom Esports and Burnt Pan, 2 guys who we've seen quite a few times. They're going to be going up against Steven Inner and LDZ. These guys, we've talked about Steven Inner and LDZ, not exactly synergy team. They're more of 2 strong 1v1ers, but Burnt Pan and Compute 100%. They are going to be playing off their comp, their synergy, and they're going to be playing to their strengths. They're going to be playing the axe. Burnt Pan loves the axe. We've seen his Jala. We're going to be seeing his Ragnir. Compute loves that Bryn. You're seeing level 75. That is nothing to scoff at.
I mean, also with this Ragnir that Burnt Pan has, it is level 35. We know that Steve has really adopted Val since she's come out. His is only level 30. Compare that to Ragnir, who is a more recent character, but you know Burnt Pan has been grinding that. And we saw his Jala before. You specifically mentioned the Jala. We know he has the Ragnir as well. It looks like that's mostly what he's switched to since Ragnir's come out. I think he likes the Katars. He definitely loves the axe. One of the strongest axes in North America, if not the world.
Yeah, 100% fantastic axe play from Burnt Pan. And, I mean, Katars have been strong. They got a little bit of a nerf recently with this last patch, but they're still definitely a force to be reckoned with. And we've talked about Ragnar's side stick. That thing goes so fast. We saw it not exactly kill, but it's just a great way to put pressure out and put damage out onto your opponents. And we're going to see 2 axes on the blue team versus LDZ. He's looking for the sword, and Steve, he's probably thinking about the gauntlets. That's generally what he's looking for with this Val.
I wonder if he's going to be able to approach with it. I would hope that he's looking for downline approaches, but in 2v2, I feel like you don't have necessarily the time to really perfectly space out that downlight to really use the maximum range that it has.
And you also don't have the time for your proper follow-ups. You know, a lot of times with Gauntlet 1v1s, you'll go for that side light and you'll wait for their option to move. So you just kind of hang around for a little bit and see what they do. In a 2v2, you don't have time to wait. There is going to be someone coming out right behind you. And we're seeing Steve immediately throws away the gauntlet to give himself room to come back down. And we're seeing double sword on the red team versus an axe and a spear. And the spear gets taken away as Compute gets taken down, but Burnt Pan takes down Stevenator and is looking for LDZ. Can't quite pick it up, but LDZ is definitely damaged.
And LDZ has brought Burnt Pan from the very early stages of yellow into that orange while he's still maintaining that red, but the neutral stick from Compute picking him up from below, sending him up to the top left. That is going to take some time to do on a Roland.
But Roland, he's switching back to the Lance. I don't think this is exactly what he's looking for. We've seen meager Lance play come out from LDZ, but it's really been the sword play that's been giving himself that force and that damage.
Mostly, he's been going for these side lights into the side air, into a weapon throw, and then he's been completely abandoning it. Now we're seeing him edge guard with it a little bit. We saw him edge guarding before, but I don't think he was able to hit hardly anything. The edge guard game with that Lance it's tough. We haven't seen a lot of people have success with it. It's usually just build up a ton of damage and maybe get a great signature read or go for a side light recovery. But Burnt Pan and Compute right now, LDZ's Lance play be darned, because they've been able to carry this game so far, and both players, it's 4 stocks to 3 stocks right now. Stevenator is disarmed. Burnt Pan looking to aggress. Steve gets the dodge through. Now we're seeing Compute bring out some damage on the LDZ. LDZ very much in kill percent now, even for a Roland. Stevenator as well, but Burnt Pan and Compute are getting further and further into the orange. Compute in very much danger of being taken out of the game. Burnt Pan with a nice follow-up to get the snare to kill Steve. LDZ with a follow-up, the weapon toss. There's the ground pound just to confirm it. Burnt Pan on his last stock. This is a 2v1 against the 3 stocks of LDZ and Stevenator. And he's going to pick up the side air, sending LDZ off the stage from the right side to the left side. LDZ, I think, just feels like he can be bait at this point.
Ooh, but a bait when there's no fish near it, that's not exactly a strong bait.
Then you're just a dead worm sitting in the water.
Well, you know, there's like fake baits, right? Like those like fake flies if you've ever been fly fishing, but at the same time, there's still somebody on the reel. But LDZ, I like that he went to help Steve. I don't think Steve necessarily needed it, but hey, you still got to practice those good habits, right?
He needs to be careful right now, though, because Steve is definitely getting into the red. Burnt Pan, I wouldn't say he's necessarily controlling this, but he's definitely
doing a good job.
Solid showing. He hasn't hardly taken any damage. He's gotten LDZ into the orange. He is very close to killing Steve. If he can get a good side signature, there's one from the axe.
There.
The side air, not going to kill Steve from the middle of the stage.
I like the disengagement. He generally speaking, I think the general option there is to go for that axe recovery, but he knew LDZ was right on his heels, and immediately he just threw away the axe, disengaged, and was like, I'll live to fight another day. I'll try to finish this stock off at another point in time. As he goes for the dodge and down sig. Steve was not expecting that, and now it's a 1v1. Burnt Pan not looking too shabby. If LDZ gets stuck on a lance, could be an opportunity here.
Nice
great
chain
dodge. Dead.
Oh, and LDZ is just putting out so much pressure there. I love that Burnt Pan went in with that chain dodge into the down sig. We've seen that. We haven't seen a lot of Ragnirs, but from somebody like Daiku, somebody who's been really adopting this Ragnir as well, we've seen chain dodge into the down sig coming out a lot from Daiku. I love that we saw that from Burnt Pan. A solid showing from both teams so far, but LDZ had so much pressure towards the end of that game.
Going back to the chain dodge down sig though, it's really good because it's got that pop back, you know? If you try to fight that down sig, if you try to punish whatever move comes out after the chain dodge, well, they're gonna suddenly be outside of your range. They're gonna pop back and they'll catch you at your feet with that little ball of fire. And Burnt Pan used it to great effect. Compute though, he just wasn't able to put out a whole lot of damage. There's just too much pressure from LDZ and Steve. And if Compute can hold on to this stock a little while longer, kind of magma bob it, you know, just hold on, stay alive, and put out damage, you're going to see a lot stronger showing from the Kingdom Esports team.
I also want to see Kingdom Esports kind of force LDZ onto that lance. He's doing some pretty good work with it, but compared to his sword game, it's definitely the weaker one by all means, even though he is still putting out a lot of damage. Steve with the side signature there onto Burnt Pan.
Great pressure from Steve with this sword play to put out the damage, and I think they've kind of honed in on the fact that Burnt Pan was really the standout of game 1. Burnt Pan had a great showing, put out 800 damage, I think, something like that, in game 1, and so they're just trying to double team onto Burnt Pan, but it is leaving Compute room to put out some damage as he gets a great ground pound onto both opponents. Burnt Pan not able to get the ground pound onto Steve, though, and he put himself in a bad spot. He's able to survive.
Ooh. And Compute, he didn't really follow up. He didn't go to help Burnt Pan. He came through with that neutral sig, but it ended up hitting Burnt Pan. And there's another recovery that hits Burnt Pan.
Burnt Pan is in trouble now that he's in the red, but LDZ is going to help him out a little bit as he gets a Sair onto Stevenator to finish off Steve's first stock. But Burnt Pan dares his teammate and the Kingdom Esports team. They're getting a little bit over aggressive. They're kind of starting to fall apart. Compute not able to take advantage of the fact that Stevenator went so deep. And that would have been great had he gotten the gift.
Steve went for that save, and he went very deep. That was a little bit risky on Steve's part. He should have recognized that LDZ was beyond saving at that point. That could have been a really, really huge moment for Compute. This game isn't completely lost for Burnt Pan and Compute, though, as both Steve and LDZ are chasing in the sky. Here's the Katars from Burnt Pan.
Great Katar string. LDZ's still low, but he gets caught by the Nair. Burnt Pan is taking full advantage of this wall game to at least put out damage. And one thing we're not seeing from Burnt Pan is the gravity cancel neutral sig at the bottom of the stage. You know, the Asuris like to do it. It's got that downward force after picking up someone above you. I'm surprised that he's not doing it with the Ragnir.
I think he might be a little bit afraid of Steve and LDZ's just edgeguard pressure. He doesn't want to waste his dodge and put himself
great
in punish
weapon
territory.
toss.
I can't believe that killed Stevenator, and Compute is able
Compute!
to follow it up. They just sort of took the stock lead, even though they are at a
it's
health.
still risky.
Yeah, they're still at a very much of a health disadvantage right now. Burnt Pan is very close to death. He needs to be careful. He's playing above Steve. We know Steve has the Nair kill option.
They just need to put out damage, but the clash, LDZ gets the ground pound, and it's now all up to Compute to fight the 1v2. He had his teammate just show him how to do it best. Maybe Compute will do the exact same things. He's got to have Burnt Pan in his ear saying, like, here's what you got to do. Put some damage out. Steve's coming right behind you. Turn around, put damage onto Steve.
Even if it's just his own mind, he is not getting caught in these black hole attempts from Steve. You see him now going for those. Oh, he is so damaged. LDZ was looking for that kill with the side signature. LDZ didn't go for a dare there?
I'm surprised Compute didn't go for a Nair there. Get that giant circular hitbox, cover yourself. It's got the damage buff of the last patch. It's a good option to just kind of push people away from you, and when you're on the wall like that, that's exactly what you want.
Very close together. I think LDZ, I don't think he did that too early. I think he was confident in the pressure that they could put on after that. I think he wanted the damage. He was worried about the DI. He wanted to send Compute really, really far to the left side of the stage so that they could have that option for pressure.
But that's what we're seeing with black holes, right? They're shortening it, not necessarily expecting the kill, but we're seeing a lot of only like 3 neutralite black holes, finishing it off with a sig a little bit early so your opponent doesn't have time to DI. It's just this has been the adaptation so far is you go 3 neutralites, you do the sig, and then you just try to follow up knowing that they have to recover.
That is the adaptation. That's the realizing that damage is damage. Damage leads to kills. Don't get tunnel visioned because you're throwing away an incredible opportunity that you do have. But coming up next, who are we going to have? I see Arkosh popping in here,
which hints that there's going to be a jellyfish alongside him, and I don't actually know what their set is going to be.
It's Arkosh and Jelly looking to come up against Twilight and Logic. Now, Twilight, We've seen
this match.
I talked about North American players kind of shopping around until they really hone in on who they're going to stick to play 2v2 with. It looks like Twilight might have found his partner with Logic. We saw him come in third with Logic in September 24th in a 2v2. So not a weak team at all coming out between Logic and Twilight.
But not only that, we've seen this match before. I mean, like, the 2v2 hammer ladder that was made by Arkosh and Jellyfish, we saw Twilight and Logic get that on them. We've seen this set happen before. Twilight and Logic won that set. Do you think Arkosh and Jellyfish have adjusted, are expecting the hammer ladder, expecting Logic to be on Bodvar and Twilight to be on... Actually, was it double Bodvar? I think it was double Bodvar.
It was double Bodvar.
Yeah. Are they expecting that?
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the double Bodvar. I don't think they're necessarily going to go for the lads combo on the lads. They've already hit it once. There's necessarily no need to fish for it right now. They might have it in the far back of their mind, but I remember the day that it happened, Twilight messaged me and said, hey fam, you better stream our matches. We're doing lads combos. So I haven't gotten that message today. That doesn't mean they aren't going to maybe go for it as an option. I don't think they're really looking for that as being the center of their play here. In these coming weeks, because BCX is so close, everybody wants money, not just to have money, but they want the money because that will determine rankings and seeds going into BCX. By having more money, you are a higher seed than somebody who has less money than you on from BCX.
Seeding is definitely going to be nice. It's going to help in the long run, but we're seeing no hammer ladder as Twilight is going to be on the Asuri versus Ragnir and a Bodvar. We're seeing two Bodvars, very standard NA stuff. We are going to be seeing the Asuri. You like to say that that's the washed character. Do you think Twilight is showing his washedness?
I think this is somewhat of a test. We know that Twilight sort of has an Asuri. He's always really been a sword player. We know he kind of has some Qatar game going on. It's Twilight's Qatars are a little bit of a meme somewhat within the community, but I like this as a kind of first testing the waters into Arkosh and Jellyfish.
What's this clan tag that Logic's got?
I have no idea. I have not heard of Atoma Esports. You have a handful of clans out there that just kind of have esports in their name without actually being an esports organization, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything about this.
I mean, there've been quite a few players in the tournament of note with that Atoma Esports clan tag. I guess there's a new up-and-coming NA clan of the name Atoma, but they are going to be going up against Arkosh and Jellyfish right now with the Neko clan as theirs. Actually, I think Jellyfish has a different one, but it's like Neko and lads.
Yeah, it's Neko and the lads, but of course, regardless of clan, Arkosh and Jellyfish are both from Absolute GG, one of the newest sponsors to hop on the scene in Brawlhalla, picking up both Arkosh and Jellyfish, a very strong 2v2 team.
And I'm sure they are loving this pick as they are holding their own against Twilight and Logic. They're definitely having a lot stronger showing. They've been doing awesome throughout the tournament as Twilight picks up a nice downlight Sarah to finish off Arkosh. Jellyfish almost takes down Twilight, but great play from Logic to keep his teammate alive, gets the recovery to help his teammate come back up to the stage.
Jellyfish came in. Oh, and Jellyfish is gonna fall. I was just about to compliment Jellyfish. He came in for the neutral sig to send Twilight off the screen. Logic came in and punished with the signature, and then Logic saved Twilight.
Jellyfish is just throwing out neutral sigs. But I want to back up a little bit. There was a quick mini black hole. We saw 3 neutralites from the swords, and then the adjustment this time was a nair from Twilight. It didn't quite pick up the nair, but it seems like people are expecting the DI, and they're now trying to read how their opponent DIs out of the black hole and punish.
I'm a little bit surprised at the how quickly people have started to really pick up that DI timing on everything. I'm sure they've been grinding 2v2 ranked in preparation for this since DI has come out, or maybe they've just been going into maybe a custom game with 3 people. Oh my god!
Jellyfish though! That's not a test feature you need to turn on as he gets a double on the right side of the map, finishes it off with a great side air. And that just kept the dream alive, as Jellyfish and Arkosh do have the health deficit right now in game 1.
We're a little bit questionable of Twilight's Qatars, but Jellyfish for sure. He's been hopping around for Qatar characters, so we know he is well storied in the land of Qatars.
No question needed. There's a great neutral sig followed up with a dare. He's gonna put the pressure out onto Twilight. He's not gonna self-gimp. Arkosh almost following up, but Logic gets up, gets a stomp. Side air to finish off Jellyfish, and Arkosh falls to his death against Twilight on the left side.
I love how quickly Twilight was to go back in. He made sure he was safe by touching the wall. He touched the wall very deep, though. He didn't go into panic mode and try to immediately recover back onto the stage. He went in for that aggression and took out Arkosh.
The follow-ups! That was almost beautiful. He couldn't quite get the gravity cancel stomp. I'm sure he had a plan in mind, but there is a combo here for Logic and Twilight if they can get it, and Logic is looking for the starter with that neutral light.
They're definitely looking for something. Logic has
see it
throwing out a couple down lights. He's been throwing out some neutral lights. Twilight has been in follow-up range, and while Logic has been the one looking like to start that combo.
Jellyfish he's having none of it as he just side sigs Logic off the stage. He's just putting out hitboxes. He's like, all right, y'all can keep fishing for whatever combo you think you're gonna get, but I'm gonna try to kill you.
But Twilight and Logic have that
Side sig.
3 stocks to their name right now. That's why I think
Compound?
they're going for this combo.
Logic's done, no combo, and Jellyfish has just gotten a double. He plants the flag, says this is my platform. Mammoth Fortress is mine. He's got the Katars. Twilight and Jellyfish, this is the 1v1.
This is a Qatar fight right here. Twilight has picked up these Qatars. Twilight has a little bit of a health lead on the Jellyfish. Orange isn't terrible territory though, especially with that 6 defense that Ragnar has.
I mean, not to mention that Jellyfish has just gotten those big gimps, you know, those dare Sares on the side of the stage. That's all he needs. He just needs to get a dare approach onto Twilight, sidelight him off, then go for a dare Sare, and Twilight will be in trouble. Sare follow up, and it could be death. But right now, Twilight's doing a great job of avoiding Jellyfish, not letting Jellyfish get the approach, and just going for nairs every time Jellyfish tries to go high.
Twilight doesn't want to do the Qatar matchup between the two. He wants to play sword into Qatars, and he's been doing a ton of damage.
Oh!
But every hit, Jellyfish is catching up, and with the high damage of that axe, those chunks, Twilight's gonna feel him.
Oh!
It's a neutral sig!
Troublesome spot, gravity cancel, side sig. I like the attempt. That was a great attempt. Had it hit, it would have been beautiful, but overcommitted with it. Couldn't quite get back, and Twilight and Logic will take game 1, but Jellyfish put out so much damage. Look at that.
That is what we saw right there towards the end. That is Jellyfish. He will commit, and oftentimes he will overcommit. He was really starting to catch up. He was stretching that stock, and he was getting Twilight closer and closer into kill percentage. I wanted to see him keep doing what he was doing. When he went for that gravity cancel side signature, that was a Hail Mary, but he risked so much there.
I mean, the Sare was the obvious option, right? The Sare, or if you want to be me, the Nair was the obvious options, but Jellyfish doesn't go for obvious. He has taken go big or go home, written it on his face in Sharpie, wakes up, looks in the mirror, and says, that's what's going to happen. And he goes and tries to gravity cancel side sig, but unfortunately, it just did not work out. Couldn't quite catch Twilight, and that will be game 1 going the way of Twilight and Logic, but they've definitely got to be wary of Jellyfish. Jellyfish had comeback potential.
Twilight is still sticking to this Asuri. It was looking strong last game. He was putting out a lot of damage with sword, and he was able to get those kills with Qatars. He definitely has kill options with that Qatars on the edge, but Jellyfish is chasing Logic into the air right now. He's looking for the neutral sig, but Twilight's there to punish.
Jellyfish has put out so much pressure on Logic, and Twilight hasn't really decided what he wants to do. Does he want to put pressure onto Arkosh and just make it so that they're going to stay even? Or does he want to try to help his teammate out, put pressure onto Jellyfish? Right now, everybody's just trading back and forth. Nice snare from Logic, though.
Completely chaotic game so far. Jellyfish gets a nice Sare. That's where you Sare, my friend, Jellyfish. Good Sare.
Good Sare. I'm sorry, I just thought of good Sare. It's a good Sare, but Logic gets a dare onto Arkosh. Nobody gets taken down just yet. Arkosh looking to take down Twilight. Jellyfish goes under, tries to bait Logic to the right side, and Logic spike balls his teammate. Gets a downlight side air. Is going to keep the stocks even, but it's still close to death on all sides. Logic gets a dare on a Jellyfish.
Logic did end up killing Twilight, and I was just about to say it was worth, because Logic turned it around and got 2 kills for it, but then Twilight hits a Sare onto Logic and takes him out. This game pretty much even right now, with Twilight a little bit behind now that he's in the orange.
This has been chaos, more chaotic to a degree than the all Ulgrim game, just because there hasn't been a moment of breathing, right? Even when Arkosh is trying to come back to the stage, Twilight is putting pressure. He is motioning towards Jellyfish, or Jellyfish is moving over to try to help Arkosh out. There's just been great synergy on both sides. Jellyfish hasn't taken too much damage though, as Arkosh gets taken down, and it might be looking like another 1v2 for Jellyfish to fight out.
Twilight has been doing such a good job at controlling his rotations. He's not 100% staying on Arkosh the entire time with Logic. Sometimes he'll just zone out Jellyfish. He'll just throw out a neutral light to hit him away. He's confident in Logic's 1v1 game. They're both confident in their 1v1 games. They are 1v1 ranked monsters.
Right, but Twilight, he's showing that 1v1 game. He's putting so much pressure out. Oh, almost overcommitted, but Arkosh instead went up, picks up a downlight Sair. Jellyfish able to clean up the stock, and Logic can't quite pick up the Sair as Arkosh dodges down, gets a hit onto Logic, and if Logic gets taken down, things are going to be looking good for the lads.
Ooh, Logic in a very dangerous position. He gets the upper hand onto Jelly. He recovers back, gets above him. I don't even know who's trying to kill who right now.
Yeah, Arkosh and Twilight were trading out for a while there. Logic comes up, gets a nice downlight side air, and then he gets the finishing blow onto Arkosh. Jellyfish needs to clean up the stock on Logic, and now it's better. The stocks are even, but he's still got the 1v2. There's still potential for whatever hammer sword combo Logic and Twilight were looking for in game 1.
This is pretty much the same thing that we saw from last game. Is Jellyfish going into this 1v2, very high stock with 2 stocks. Sorry, very high health with 2 stocks. He's probably going to get killed. There's the kill with the down air from Logic. And now he's fighting the 1v2, but Twilight is in the orange.
Do you think Jellyfish is going to stick to his jellyfishiness, stick to his guns, and potentially overcommit? Or do you think he's gonna register that was a mistake to go for that gravity cancel side sig last game and maybe kind of rein himself in a little bit?
My heart wants him to play a little bit safer, but my brain knows that it's Jellyfish, and he is going to throw caution to the wind, and he will commit. He will commit 100%. Here's looking for that Gimp right there, but you saw Twilight immediately following up. Any Gimp opportunity that Jellyfish has on Logic is a punish opportunity for Twilight.
But Jellyfish, he's doing a great job. He goes for those Gimp opportunities, knows his opponent wants to come at him, so instead he'll immediately turn around, knock him away, and then turn around and see if he can continue that Gimp. He hasn't really taken too much damage.
With that recovery, he went in with the dare. I can't remember if he Saired or not, but you immediately saw him turn around and go with that 45-degree angle with that Katara recovery to completely halt Logic.
Ooh, but he goes in with that side sig, picks it up onto Twilight. He's got the 1v1, and as long as he no! Jellyfish! That is the second time he goes too deep, gets taken down. Logic takes full advantage, gets the double dare, and Jellyfish is down.
Jellyfish going too hard ends up bumping his head. I mean, arguably, I would say Logic is the lesser 1v1 player compared to Twilight. They definitely had Twilight has had more success in 1v1 tournaments than Logic. I wish Jellyfish would have just gone back onto the stage. I wish he would have stuck there, maintained stage control, and just won out the 1v1 neutral game.
I think not just go back to the stage, but kind of reset himself a little bit. You saw him, he got the kill and immediately looked for the kill onto Logic. I would have liked to see him fight it out a little bit more along that side instead of just going straight in, but it's it's Jellyfish, and he is going to be Jellyfish regardless, and he will be getting knocked down into the lower bracket by the likes of Twilight and Logic, and we are going to be continuing on. It is going to be Boomy and Pugsy versus Egg Soup. Wait, no, what? Oh no, Boomy and Remy versus Egg Soup and Pugsy. I was like, what?
And Boomy, these right here, I would say probably the top 2 North American 2v2 teams in terms of actual placings in tournaments, in multiple 2v2 tournaments, from BCS to Rivalcade. I would say Boomy and Remy and Egg Soup and Pugsy, they're really the ones who are vying for the top position in terms of North American 2v2.
I think a lot of people agree with you. I know Boomy and Remy generally end up pulling it out over Pugsy and Egg Soup. I believe they won the last NA 2v2 over Pugsy and Egg Soup. They are just a really strong team, but at the same time, Boomy's and Pugsy are playing very off characters for them. Boomy is pulling out a Taros, which I don't know if he's just pandering to me or if he's just got something in mind against Pugsy's Queen Nai, but we're seeing Pugsy, he's played the Queen Nai earlier on. He's been using chain dodge to full advantage. It's an interesting game, to say the least.
I don't know if he's just maybe looking for those stomp neutral sigs on Hammer to really put out that damage, get those early knockouts onto Queen Nai, onto Val, or maybe he's just going to do that consistent axe play with that 8 force, looking to just chunk away and do so much damage and have so much force.
I mean, he's got a really good axe game. Boomy is no slouch in any of the weaponry, but in particular, I mean, we've already seen his Azoth. We've seen what his axe can do. Unfortunately, he probably won't have the ability to just throw out those spooky ghost sigs, but he's definitely no slouch when it comes to the axe.
He also has a really strong hammer game. His chase dodge follow-ups, or sorry, speed dodge follow-ups onto hammer make it a very oppressive weapon. All of a sudden, he's just on you the entire time, constantly chunking.
Great side sig.
I think we're actually going to see a lot of signatures from him. Even though it's not Azoth, it's not those faster signatures, we're going to see a lot of signatures.
We're seeing him stick to that axe side sig. That is one of the axe sigs that a lot of Taros is like. You see him charging it up again, but that would have been risky. Remy was right there in position to get caught by that, and I don't think Boomy really is registering the fact that Remy is the one with the lowest defense on the screen. Just hitting him with those 8-4 signatures will be a detriment, to say the least.
Keep in mind, though, Pugsy and Egg Soup were the first ones to go into that red. Remy and Boomy are just now proccing into that kill percent territory. And there's a big dare. He just killed a Val with a dare off the top from below the stage.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage on Egg Soup and a great play from Boomy. Generally, that dare would just be to keep your opponent alive and add more damage out onto them. But instead, it was the kill option, apparently, as he got that kill, then turned around, got a stomp neutral sig onto Pugsy to finish Pugsy off, and he's still holding on to that first stock real strong.
It's going to be two different forms of damage coming onto Pugsy and Egg Soup here. It's going to be the huge chunks from Taros, the high damage numbers that just make you transition through those colors so quickly. And then it's going to be the fast DPS from Remy. He's going to be throwing out those smaller damage numbers, those smaller hitboxes, but he's going to be throwing them out quicker and with more follow-ups.
And one other thing that's going to help him out is, in general, Taros, he's got a little bit of a startup on his moves, but if Remy can set him up for those signatures, he's just going to get free damage, free high force moves onto his opponents.
Also, if Boomy is going to approach with the speed dodge in and cancel the speed dodge into a signature, that gives you 10 frames of invulnerability on that startup.
I mean, it's not going to be fully invulnerable startup on his moves. There will be opportunities for them to be interrupted, but regardless, it is definitely going to help him if he's going for those approach signatures. Specifically, I'm thinking about the dodge and down sig would be fantastic to use, and you're seeing it right there. There's the dodge and down sig. Not quite able to take down Egg Soup. Second one will, and he's still holding on to his second stock. Boomy just pushing these stocks.
The biggest thing with Boomy, though, is, I mean, statistically, he's going to be the one who's going to survive longer than Remy. So Boomy is quite possibly going to be the one fighting the 1v2 situation if it happens. That he's going to have to be very careful with Taros.
Great punish from Pugsy, though.
Spacing from Pugsy. Popped him back, gave him the range he needed to hit that down signature, got him out of the way of Boomy's neutral signature. But if Boomy is forced into the 1v2 situation, everything is going to be a punish against Boomy.
Did you see that Boomy didn't care if he got hit by the side sig from Remy? Remy charged that up, and that's one of those things where in your 2v2s, you're like, bro, get out of the way. But Boomy just stood there and was like, I want to put pressure out on the Pugsy. We're going to do the exact same thing that we've been doing, where I just go ham, I just go all over, and you cover the option, and that's exactly what just happened. Remy covered the platform option, got the down sig, and finished it off. That is going to be game one going the way of Boomy and Remy.
I always forget that Taros has 6 defense. I always think it's 8 defense, but Boomy is making it look like 8 defense. He is just tanking. He is literally tanking moves, forcing his opponents into recovery time from those moves, giving Remy the chance to punish, giving Remy the chance to hit that down signature that he did in the end. It gave him time to charge it to really confirm that kill onto Queen Nai.
And that defense, even though it's not 8, and it just lets him trade not quite as effectively as Queen Nai, but it lets him go a little bit more ham the way that Boomy likes to go. And there's a gimp opportunity on the left side, but he's not going to be able to keep the pressure out on the Pugsy. Pugsy is instead going to try to turn around, but Boomy is going to get away.
And that defense is really going to help him against Egg too. That Val has 4 force, so he basically has to work 1.5 times as hard to get a kill onto Taros.
I'm gonna have to ask you to explain that math later on, as Boomy got a great recovery. Second one, Pugsy not able to survive. Egg Soup was in position, wanted to help his teammate out, or just go for a clean double. Wasn't quite able to pick up the kill on Remy, but he was able to trade it out and keep the stocks even.
I'm so glad that Remy recovered back onto the stage. He didn't try to force that ledge guard opportunity against Egg, because that really could have been a double gimp situation. That could have been a Setero situation onto Dobrain and Daiku, but Remy chose to play safe there instead of risking maybe possibly getting a gimp onto Egg Soup, but also very quite possibly getting gimped himself.
But that's exactly what Boomy and Remy should be doing. They should be trying to fight it out in this neutral game. That's been where they're excelling. Sure, Boomy will go off stage, kind of play around the island, recover his teammate, whatever. But it's been that on-stage play, that neutral game, the follow-ups from them that's really been keeping them in a strong position.
And this Queen Nai's been looking pretty strong so far, but it's Pugsy's having a little bit of trouble against Boomy and Remy.
Ooh.
They're having trouble killing. Boomy is finally on his last stock here. Maybe it's been a little bit of focus onto Boomy.
Yeah, it seems to be the adjustment from Pugsy and Egg Soup as Remy gets a clean kill onto Pugsy. Pugsy, no options thrown out. Instead, just falls to his death, and the stocks, once again, have been evened up.
Pugsy on his last stock, Boomy on his last stock. Meanwhile, Remy and Egg are on their second stock, both pretty much in equal health territory. Boomy's starting to take some serious damage. These Qatar follow-ups, the Qatar delays from Pugsy so far, putting out incredible amounts of damage onto Boomy.
Oh, and Boomy just got deleted. The Qatar play from Pugsy, fantastic. You saw Boomy at one point was expecting the string to continue, so he spot dodged, and Pugsy knew it, waited out the spot dodge, and then continued on his way with that big string and finished it off with a fantastic neutral sig, and it just left Remy in this 1v2 against Egg Soup and Pugsy, and he's on his last stock.
I somewhat would rather Remy be in this 1v2 here. He's playing basically unpunishable Koji. Very low recovery frames, very high dex. He can move around quickly, he can jump quickly, he can do everything quickly, including put out hitboxes.
Remy's gotta survive the onslaught of hitboxes. We're seeing the nairs come out on both of the weaponry. We're seeing Pugsy throw out Qatar nairs, spear nairs, Egg Soup threw out some sword nairs. Remy has yet to pick up a weapon to throw out anything but an unarmed nair. And Pugsy's he's been the one who's starving out the weapons.
They're keeping him completely gadget starved, weapon starved, everything starved. Is he trying to pick up that bomb? I can't tell. He's playing
He's
very
definitely
much
playing
around
near it. He's playing very close to it. Might just be like threatening it. Great ground pound. It is going to help him out a little bit, but he's still in a very dangerous spot as he, once again, yet to touch a weapon.
One more of those ground pounds from Pugsy is going to kill. Remy is very much in the red. I don't think we'll see any more color changes on his health bar right now. He is very dangerously low.
That'll
and the
do it.
unarmed recovery from a 4-force character is going to kill Remy. And Egg Soup and Pugsy looking a lot stronger in this game. Maybe it's because they focus Boomy. That might be what you do. Boomy is switched, I believe.
He's going to the Bodvar. I did see him ban out a couple maps with that Bodvar. But I like how they played the 2v1. Egg Soup, he's got the move speed advantage, so he's able to put out more pressure onto Remy. And Pugsy, knowing that he is a little bit behind in that move speed, will be the one who's clearing the board, staying grounded so that he can follow up off his teammate. And here we are going to be going into game 3 of the semifinals. It is going to be Egg Soup and Pugsy versus Remy and Boomy.
I think with this switch to Bodvar, it's a character that Boomy just feels more comfortable with. You see both players immediately prioritizing their weapons. They didn't want to send both people to fight in the middle, even though Remy is going to just hit Boomy with a bomb. Both players really want that weapon advantage. They're going to get the free weapon. One spawns on the left for the whatever team spawns there. One spawns on the right for that team.
But we're seeing Remy for a little while there was struggling to pick up a weapon. Pugsy was putting the pressure with the Qatars, was kind of stringing him along, making it very difficult for him. But he was finally able to pick up a bow. And meanwhile, Boomy was able to put out quite a bit of damage on the Egg Soup.
But he's also taking a fair bit of damage. Boomy and Egg Soup are the ones most damaged. Boomy's going to be the first one to proc into that kill percent. Does a downlight stare, hitting both Remy and Egg Soup. Egg Soup is getting deeper. They were putting a lot of pressure on Pugsy at first. I'm not sure if I don't think they're trying to focus anybody because it's not looking consistent enough. They're just trying to get solid damage out.
I think it's Remy and Boomy. They're just kind of being Remy and Boomy, putting damage where they can. They were able to clean up that stock onto Egg Soup, but they haven't really put enough damage onto Pugsy to be even thinking about a kill right now. Their best option, if they're really looking to kill Pugsy, would be a Gimp. But they know that they need a whole lot more damage than that.
And in the transition from like mid-orange to red on a Queen Nai, Pugsy was able to take Boomy from completely fresh stock into almost orange. That is
And he
a
gets
ton
a
of
kill on
DPS
Remy.
coming out from Pugsy with the kill. Pugsy is he still has some major survivability here. He's not in that deep red yet, and he's Queen 9.
Boomy just wants to continue on his way. Gets a stomp down there onto Egg Soup. Pugsy, he's just been trading out so fantastically. Has taken next to no damage. I know it's red, but it's Queen 9. That's like 100 damage, and Queen 9 needs 300 to kill right now.
It looks like in a standard game that Pugsy and Egg Soup just have Boomy and Remy outclassed a little bit. It was the mix-up. Ooh, that was a nice interruption of the neutral sig with that side.
Oh, that's
was-
his teammate.
It was the strange variety, the mix-up of the character pick with that Taros, but given time, Egg Soup and Pugsy are going to download that playstyle and exploit the weaknesses.
I mean, that's one of the big things about these high tier players is that they know how to download their opponent. They know how to make the adjustments. They've played in so many tournaments. They know each other, and they know exactly what to do. As Egg Soup gets a great neutral sig onto Remy, and unfortunately, Boomy and Remy have yet to take a stock off of Pugsy. If they take down Egg Soup, there is potential, but once again, black holes they're not as strong as they used to be, and they're gonna have to adjust to the DI even if they get that situation.
To really make as much use of a black hole as you used to be able to, you have to hit probably 5 or 6 consistent black holes to take off one stock, whereas before, that would just completely melt someone in one black hole because of the kill option so quickly.
Well, I mean, I guess that's DI doing what it was intended to do, though, right?
Yeah, it was directly to combat those just neutral light, those side light, boring, just 2v1 free situations that you have with a black hole. But we're starting to see some serious damage
Nice
come
side
out.
sig.
That's a good kill, forcing Pugsy right here.
Neutral sig.
That was the perfect timing.
The adjustment. They knew Pugsy was going to DI up. So they have the already leftward force vector from the neutral light. Pugsy DIs up, gives it an upward angle. Boomy picks up the neutral sig. Great adjustment, and now Pugsy has to fight the 1v2.
Those 3-hit black holes, that is how black holes will evolve from now on. It will turn into, it will evolve from going from just a free kill
2,
to
3,
confirming
4. Gravity cancel neutral light. That was the adjustment. They went for 4 neutral lights, but like you were saying, it's definitely evolved. It's no longer just neutral light, neutral light, neutral light, neutral light. Now it might be neutral light, gravity cancel, neutral light, but at the same time, it's an adjustment. It's different, and Remy needs to survive. Boomy's gonna help him out.
I wonder if they know the exact number of sword neutral lights that you can do, or if those 4, like before they did 2. I think we've seen 3 done today. I think that was maybe the most that we've seen. I think they're really experimenting with exactly how many downlights you can do.
I think there's also potential for it to just be complete mix-up game from them, rather than just keep doing the same 3 and then neutral sig follow up. They just change it up and make it so that you don't know exactly when you should be DIing, where you should be DIing. Should you be DIing up? Should you be DIing back into the neutral light? You know, it just, those mix-ups make it a lot harder for you to adjust to the black hole.
Even though black holes aren't as free anymore, Boomy and Remy showing the most that we've seen today from the black hole, and it pretty much was just able to completely take out Pugsy, I guess, by focusing Egg or taking out Egg first. It didn't matter how many stocks that Pugsy was able to extend. It didn't matter how much health defense, armor, whatever you want to call it, that Queen Nai has, because Boomy and Remy were just able to completely take it away in that 2v1 situation.
Great play from Boomy and Remy to take it down. There was definitely opportunities there for Pugsy, but Boomy and Remy mitigated those opportunities and made it very difficult. And then their mix-ups on those black holes really caught Pugsy for a loop. And we are going to be continuing on. We are going to be seeing Stevenator and LDZ versus Logic and Twilight. Keep
in mind, Boomy and Remy will be moving on to winners finals. They will face the winner of this game that we are about to see. I don't know who's going to win going into this. I honestly think this could go either way. You have very strong 1v1 players here that don't necessarily have the most success in 2v2. Stevenator, a very strong 1v1 player. Twilight, a very strong 1v1 player. LDZ, a very strong 1v1 player. Of course, Logic is a strong 1v1 player himself. I think this could really go either way. But, I mean, LDZ's swordplay today has been really, really strong. Steve has been really strong with the follow-ups. If he's able to get in, which he's been having a little bit of trouble with on those gauntlets, but if he's able to get in, he's able to put out damage.
We're gonna see. I mean, like you were saying, Steve, he really hasn't been playing those gauntlets. It's mostly been his swordplay. Same with LDZ. It's mostly been swordplay. And maybe they were watching Boomy and Remy. Maybe they have their own mix-up black holes. But on the other side, Logic and Twilight, they have this synergy of their own. And LDZ is going for a big gimp. Picked up Stevenator along the ride, but damage. Yeah.
That was a really great lance string. Too bad the latter half of it was on his teammate.
Yeah, it's about the goal, the plan. You saw the idea of what LDZ was going for with that lance gimp, but now that he's back on the sword, you're not going to be seeing that big, insane lance shenanigans. Instead, he's just going to go stand and get a ground pound and a weapon toss to finish off the stock of Logic.
I mean, even with that damage that he put out on Steve, Steve's just now getting in the orange. He's been doing a great job of using that high movement speed that Val has to get around hitboxes, use his dodge when it's up. If he doesn't have a dodge up, he's been able to use that high movement speed very, very efficiently.
Uh-oh. LDZ went too deep. Oh, but he's going to be able to get back up to the wall. And Logic and Twilight are close to gimping each other on the left side.
I think there might have been a little bit more communication coming out from LDZ and Steve that time. You didn't see Steve going nearly as deep, forcing himself into that very dangerous gimp situation where he could have been killed. There was a lot of communication coming out between the two, and we won't see the mistake that we saw last time.
At the same time, he still was positioning there to help his teammate out just in case, or at the very least, kind of make it difficult for Logic and Twilight to get a free ground pound. The clash comes out, and again, LDZ wins it out, takes down Logic.
That conflict right there, they were just low enough on the wall on the right. LDZ's armor coming in all the way. That defense plays so much, but you see Logic with the slide charge side sig taking out LDZ. LDZ and Stevenator are coming in fresh on their second stop.
Logic is on his last stock. He got that slide charge side sig, but he's going to need a whole lot more than just one slide charge side sig to keep his team alive. You know, Twilight and Logic, they want to both be alive. They want to go for that synergy, that combo that they had in mind. But if LDZ and Steve just go hard onto Logic, I think it's going to be troublesome for the blue team.
LDZ and Stevenator have been going hard on both Twilight and Logic. We aren't seeing as much of a rotational game coming out from Twilight. He's not able to move over and help out Logic. Logic's not able to move over and help out Twilight because Stevenator and LDZ are constantly on them.
You're starting to see the synergy come out from Stevenator and LDZ. I've been saying they're strong 1v1ers, but now we're starting to see their 2v2 synergy come out. You saw LDZ had Logic high in the sky. He was juggling him up. Logic went up, you know, jumping to avoid the nair. And then LDZ, he knew he didn't have jump, so Steve went up and tried to cover him for a little bit. Logic was able to avoid it. Then LDZ came back up, finished off the stock. And then at the end there for a second, oh, what? How did LDZ?
They can risk it. They can risk it at this point. I think they just really want that kill right now. They're being greedy because they're in a position to be greedy. Look at that! What?
That speed dodge! Oh, LDZ ground pounds his teammate. They have this thing. They have this idea of what they should be doing, and sometimes it comes out, it looks beautiful, and sometimes it's a little bit finger painty.
Dude, that's disgusting. I hate finger painting.
I mean, it wasn't supposed to be. Okay, whatever.
That speed dodge that
you put it on your fridge.
Through LDZ's neutral light. That was insane. That follow-up there, that was so cheeky. That was so coordinated. Like, I played Rainbow Six with Steve, so I know he has a strong communication game.
So, I mean, it's anime, all right? And the great double weapon toss to cover so many spaces. Twilight gets taken down. Stevenator and LDZ, we're seeing them as the games go on, as we get deeper into the tournament. They are learning, and they are adjusting, and they are becoming more cohesive.
I've said for a very long time that LDZ is a much stronger 1v1 player than he is a 2v2 player. Sometimes even coming out that he is a weak 2v2 player when compared with the top teams. But maybe it's just this Roland pick. Maybe it's that he's actually had time to really practice with Steve. But LDZ and Stevenator are looking so incredibly strong today. They are really starting to play off each other very well.
It's not necessarily that LDZ is... I don't want to discount LDZ. He's been playing fantastically. He's gotten some big games, some big strings, but a lot of it has been great follow-ups from Stevenator. He's just practiced his follow-ups. He knows how to position to help out LDZ when LDZ overcommits. LDZ gets a great gimp on the right side with the double dares, but it's a lot of it has been Stevenator who's been following up. You know, I was talking about the Nair juggles. Stevenator was in position to give LDZ time to touch back down to ground and then go back up for the kills.
In the August 8th or 13th 2v2 and in the September 24th, LDZ and Steve weren't even top 5. But both of them who were struggling to kind of find their place on the leaderboards, find their place in the 2v2 play space, they've really found themselves here. But as I say that, that's a double kill
knockout
for Twilight and Logic. That is all of a sudden they have taken the lead in this game. Logic still managing to survive as he is very deep in the red.
And you saw LDZ, he wanted to even it up. He goes straight in for a side sig, doesn't catch Logic, instead accidentally catches his teammate. But he's going to start fishing for these sigs, and Twilight's going to help him out, gets the side sig onto Logic, and the stocks have been evened up, but a lot of damage has been put out onto Steve and LDZ.
And look at the spacing from Steve. He was moving back and forth, waiting for Twilight to come over, waiting for that rotation so he could punish.
I mean, that's the advantage of Val. You have the opportunity to make those rotations. You have that movement speed so that you can get in position. LDZ doesn't have to be the one who's positioning. Instead, Steve can kind of dictate where the fights happen, where the 2v1s happen, but Twilight is going to dictate a downlight side air into LDZ's face.
Great swordplay coming out from Twilight. That is what we know Twilight for. It is that offstage sword side air, that sword dare, sword nair, recovery, throwing damage when it needs to be done, and when it's time to kill, he is not wasting any time doing non-kill moves.
Now we're seeing he's going off stage again. LDZ finally getting that string that he was looking for. He's been fishing for that dare wall touch Sair for so long, and he finally gets it. Sends Twilight flying, not enough to kill though.
Oh, and Logic and Twilight are both going to get hit by that. Steve's going to pick up the neutral sig. LDZ almost getting the kill. There's the Nair kill onto Twilight. This game is so incredibly even right now.
Yeah, the stocks have been evened up. The damage is not too bad. LDZ, he might be the highest damage, but he's also the highest defense.
He has that room to just tank moves. That is one of the things that Roland is so famous for, is being able to tank moves, never die. He is an unkillable beef castle, getting a nice downlight dare and a side sig on both players, Twilight and Logic. Logic very dangerously, he's able to get back as that pressure from Twilight. Now we're seeing that rotation game. There isn't as much aggression from Steve and LDZ as there was last game.
But we're seeing Logic and Twilight, they've been stacking up, and Steve and LDZ have been able to take full advantage of it. That side stick connected onto both of them. The sidekick connected onto both of them. The neutral light connects onto both of them as Steve gets a side light recovery onto just Logic, but he's going to be looking for the kill onto Twilight.
Hits the Nair, he's unable to follow it up with that ground pound, and LDZ not getting the punish that he needs. Twilight takes out Steve. LDZ very, very deep in the red now, even though he's Roland. I don't know what won't kill him right now.
But this is exactly the position that Twilight wants. He wants LDZ a little bit off stage. He wants LDZ on that lance so that he can follow up with his signature Sair games. Playing off stage, forcing his opponent to just never get a reset on his jumps.
Twilight isn't quite in kill percent yet. He has a little bit of wiggle room to play with. Oh, and LDZ didn't follow up with the Nair off that recovery. It's not true anymore.
Oh, but he is going to pick up that Nair. Twilight knows he's getting close to death. He is jumping around so hard. LDZ trying to punish the ground pound. Couldn't quite do it. You saw the idea. Neutral light thrown out. Nair from Twilight.
Twilight taking out LDZ in a 1v1 situation. A lot of damage coming out from Twilight and LDZ. Oof, that was a very, very close game. Twilight and Logic are really starting to take this set and run with it. Now we are starting to see that rotational game from Twilight and Logic. Both players are now getting a little bit of breathing room, and they use that time for those rotations, for those 2v1s to help out their teammate.
A great play. I like that dodge in Nair from Twilight to take down LDZ. LDZ was making the comeback. It was dangerously close, but at the end of the day, Twilight was able to clean it up, and we are going to be continuing on. It is going to be game 3 of this winner's semis. It's going to be Steve and LDZ versus Twilight and Logic, 1 game away on either side from getting knocked down to the lower bracket.
And we're back on a Mammoth Fortress. It seemed like what worked from Steve and LDZ was just complete aggression at all times, blocking Twilight and Logic down. If you force them into a fight, that means they're not able to rotate. If you let them rotate, they're going to dominate the game. They're going to be able to move. They're going to be able to put out pressure, put out damage, and get kills.
I'd like to see LDZ kind of go ham. I know he's trying to in some situations, but he's really not been able to fully capitalize on the offstage play. You saw him just now going on to Logic, but Twilight just doing a great job of rotating, like you were saying, and keeping pressure out, making it very difficult for LDZ to get those gimps that he loves so much.
And it's like LDZ's trying to force those games. He's kind of hugging the wall a lot, hoping to bait his opponent down. And in 2v2, if you wait somewhere, that just gives the other team time to do a 2v1 real quick.
But Steve, he was taking full advantage of it. He's getting the kills. He got a nair kill onto Twilight, bottom of the stage. And LDZ, even though he's been baiting really hard, even though he's been trying to fish for this stuff, it works out as Steve was able to fully capitalize off of it. He gets caught by the side heavy, but Steve is not done yet. Gets a ground pound, and then he gets caught by the recovery, which will be finishing him off.
Even the things that LDZ hasn't been able to do this match so far, Steve has been able to do. He's been picking up that slack, the little bit of slack that LDZ's been leading so far, and he's been able to turn it into 2 kills.
LDZ, great patience, didn't want to side sig his teammate, so he just holds the sig and gives Steve time to get out of the way. There's the sig hit onto Logic, and he's going to be switching back to the sword play to build up more damage.
And we haven't actually hardly seen any sword signatures coming out. We've only really seen the side sig, but when he gets on that lance, in the past few times that we've seen him play that lance, we've seen neutral sigs come out, we've seen side sigs. We haven't really seen that
no down sigs.
Down signatures though.
Right, it's predominantly been the side sigs. We've seen him do like slide charge neutral sigs, which is kind of I want to say a cute play because it'll slide off and then the horse will come back down and cover that platform if your opponent's not ready for it. But it's been predominantly the side sigs for the kills.
And it hasn't even been that many just normal side sigs. It's been off of the black hole attempts. We saw him hit the one side signature for the double kill onto Twilight and Logic.
Oh, but he is going to be able to pick up the great kill with the down air. He goes for a side sig right there as Logic is high in the sky. But regardless, it hasn't been the signature game that I think we were expecting out of the rolling kit.
I mean, there's still been a lot of damage coming out from both Steve and LDZ so far. Logic is in very dangerous territory, and as I say that, LDZ gets the dodge through into the pivot side signature, taking out Logic from this game. Twilight almost completely fresh on his stock, but here comes that aggression from Steve and LDZ, the follow-up game, the rotation game, the movement game.
It's got to be wearing on Twilight and Logic. They've got to be aware of that side sig. They get the, I think that was 4? Was it 3? 4?
4
Four
seems to be the
neutralites?
magic number so far before you have to do a jump gravity cancel into either a sig. I mean, I guess you could do a neutral light and then your teammate does a jump gravity cancel sword neutral light, but then you're kind of stuck.
I think 4 is definitely the magic number. 3 is a nice number. It's a convenient number, but 4 seems to be the critical spot. But they were able to clean it up. They get a great recovery on to Twilight, and that will be game 3 going the way of Steve and LDZ. Just a solid synergy. We're starting to see them come alive here towards the latter parts of this tournament.
We didn't see necessarily a lot of huge follow-up plays there, but they were very, very consistent with their plays. They were just winning the 1v1 out. They were winning the neutral game out. They were winning the edge guarding game out. And they were just able to do everything a little bit better than Twilight and Logic were.
Well, with that, we are going to be continuing on in the tournament. Right now, it looks like Boomy is in here. I don't think we're going straight into the winners finals. We are going to go down. It is going to be Cody Travis and a Kiryu, and it looks like Twilight said he's not waiting. He wants to go right into it. He is fired up, and that's something that we see a lot from Twilight, right? He'll like lose game 1 in a 1v1, and then he'll somehow just fire up the engine. He'll put more coal in the burner and come out swinging hard in game 2 and game 3. This is his game 2, game 3. He's going in. It's going to be Twilight and Logic versus Cody Travis and a Kiryu.
And you also see with Daiku as well. You see it a little bit with Boomy, but between Twilight and Daiku, they are always ready to immediately move on. They want as little downtime as possible. If it's a loss, then they just want to completely wipe the slate clean and start as quickly as they can. If it's a win, then they want to keep that momentum going and have no downtime whatsoever.
Well, we are going to be going in. It is going to be Cody Travis and Akiryu, they are locking in. They're going to be going with the Bodvar Barraza team, not the, what was it, Lucian and Koji that we saw earlier on. And they're going to be going up against Twilight and Logic, who are sticking to their guns. It's going to be Bodvar and Asuri on their team.
I love Cody Travis's Barraza. One of my favorite Barrazas to see all across the board. Strong guns. His guns are so good. I will talk about his guns all day. He is so strong with them. He is so oppressive with them. He can keep you at range, but he can also stay stacked with you to do those dares, to do those nairs, everything. I love this Barraza pick. I would not want him to hesitate from switching to Lucian, because his Lucian was very strong. His rotations with Lucian, with that high movement speed, were very strong. And I feel like he might be handicapping himself a little bit here, but only a little bit. Maybe a negligible amount, because you're going from such a high movement speed. You're going from 8 to 4.
I agree with you. I think I'd like to see the Lucian. The Lucian was really strong. In particular, Akiryu did a great job with that Koji, but it seems like they like to start off with this game one Barraza Bodvar. Maybe it's just this is what they're more comfortable with. Maybe it's something this is what they want to practice for BCX, or maybe it's something as simple as if they play this in game one, it gets in their opponent's head and then they don't have time to adjust to their game two switch of that Koji and Lucian.
Or if they're most comfortable with this, then that's what they want to play for more of their games. So if it works, that's what they want to stick with. If it doesn't work, they have a plan B, but they'd like to stick with plan A.
Plan A is always definitely a nice pick, but Logic and Twilight do have a slight health advantage. It has been a little bit evened up as Akiryu gets two downlight side airs onto his opponents. That mine gets really close to Akiryu, and Logic is going to help out get a side air onto Twilight. And a down sig from Cody Travis.
And Cody Travis Akiryu starting to pull ahead a little bit. It's gonna be tough to kill Cody Travis. It's gonna take more than those unarmed recoveries. They were looking for something with that mod. Oh no! And Cody Travis in the third blast of that hammer recovery takes out Akiryu. We've already seen so many accidents so far.
That was 100% unintentional. Logic went for a downlight side air, knocked Akiryu right into that blaster recovery. Cody Travis had no choice but to finish off the stock of his teammate. And the black hole comes out.
There's really nothing you can do. And even with that black hole, there isn't a lot you can do once you get into it. You can DI out of it, but if they hit 3, you can hit 3 real easy.
Cody Travis and Akiryu. Akiryu did get caught in the black hole, but look at the health in the top right corner. Not too shabby. Cody Travis, once again, he's the one who's really holding on to the health pool. He's kind of the banker of his team with that health pool. He just survives and lets Akiryu do what he wants.
And we saw him do the damage. We saw him do back-to-back downlight side signatures. One on Logic, one on Twilight, chunking away their health bar.
Now Cody Travis has got to survive the double gimp. Twilight got the Sair, and it is enough. Cody Travis gets taken down. Great synergy from Twilight and Logic. You saw Logic go for the downlight side air. Twilight was there to cover the option, follow up, and finish with that side air.
Akiryu was the one who threw that mine on the right side of the stage, right on that corner. Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe he was just trying to get rid of it, but it acted like a barrier. Cody Travis had to play very carefully, and there's a bomb! Takes out
Cody Travis is done!
And Cody Travis!
And that's not exactly what you want when Akiryu is the one in the red. Twilight still has an extra stock, and he has a down sig as well as he takes down Akiryu, and that will be game one going the way of Twilight and Logic.
That 1-for-1 trade was definitely in Twilight and Logic's favor. That completely took Cody Travis out of the fight. It also took Logic out of the fight, but Twilight was a stock up.
And they are going to be going to plan B. It's going to be the Lucian Koji pick. We saw how well that worked out earlier on in the tournament, and it looks like they're going to see if it still works out here in game 2. On the other side, Twilight and Logic just did a great job. For a while there, Cody Travis was the one holding on to the stocks, and then immediately Logic and Twilight, they took advantage of the power play, got the big gimp onto Cody Travis, put out enough damage that the bomb toss killed him off. It was just great play from them.
But coming into this game, if Cody Travis is able to use that very high movement speed for moving around, that high dex to put out a ton of hitboxes, if Akiryu is able to use that high dex to put out even more hitboxes than Lucian's able to, maybe they can lock down Twilight and Logic. LDZ and Stevenator were able to lock them down with that constant aggression. That's what I want from Cody Travis and Akiryu. They have to stop that rotation game from Twilight and Logic.
Let's see if they can pull it off here. This is gonna be game 2. Twilight and Logic versus Cody Travis and Akiryu, and Akiryu finally picks up his weapon. And Cody Travis, he's going to be trying to lock Twilight out. That was his goal. He's trying to push him away, but the second he turns around trying to help his teammate in that 1v2, Twilight pushes forward and gets in.
The rotation game's actually been strong from both players so far. Cody Travis picked up a nice double downlight, or sorry, a single downlight on 2 people. The second Twilight went over, and there's a single dare on 2 people.
Akiryu helping him out, pushing, I believe, Twilight into that dare to get a little bit of extra damage onto his opponent. And Cody Travis, great follow-up, gets the recovery, but Twilight with that bomb toss takes down Akiryu.
I think Akiryu might have been a little bit high off of that recovery pickup. He was living in the moment, excited, and Cody Travis is going to overcommit and completely ground pound himself. But Twilight came in and threw that bomb at Akiryu, who might have been a little bit distracted, might have been in celebratory moment after that follow-up from Cody.
No time to celebrate. There is still plenty more game to go. Even if Cody Travis and Akiryu take down game 1, they've still got another game to go. They get a great recovery. The stocks have been even up, but Akiryu, he's taken so much damage. We're not seeing the success he had earlier on in the tournament with this Koji pick. He's been a little bit focus fired by Twilight and Logic.
He just hasn't been able to have any time to breathe. He hasn't had the time to just consistently put out those hitboxes. There's been aggression when it needs to be aggressive from Twilight and Logic, but they've also been slowing him down, forcing him to approach so they can get the punish.
And the follow-up, you saw Akiryu was looking at Logic. He was trying to get past. Cody Travis was trying to put pressure out onto Twilight, but Twilight, he's got great presence of mind, great map awareness to just immediately go for a downlight side air to finish off Akiryu.
That's the rotation game that Cody Travis and Akiryu just have to lock down. Twilight and Logic have had such good 2v2 synergy all of today. It's been so consistent today. They must have been practicing it.
Oof. Just neutralites.
They haven't been kills, but that's okay, because that's
still damage.
Yeah, that's like two sets of 2 or 3 neutral lights on both players. That is consistent damage on both players. So that no matter who is in the 2v1 situation, it doesn't matter because there's already been so much damage put out.
Solid play from Twilight and Logic. Very clean, closing it out over Cody Travis and Akiryu, not showing the success that they had with that Koji and Lucian pick. It was just so much pressure from Twilight and Logic, making it very difficult for Akiryu to breathe. And when one person can't breathe, the other person can't exactly give him his breathalyzer. It is going to be continuing on. We're going to be seeing Egg Soup and Pugsy going up against Jellyfish and Arkosh. More lads.
Going just back a little bit, looking at the damage numbers, Logic was able to put out 536 damage. Cody Travis and Akiryu together only put out about 565. So Logic did just 30 damage less than all of Cody Travis and Akiryu combined. They just completely were shut down. You saw Cody Travis attacking a lot. He was throwing out a ton of hitboxes, doing what you have to do with guns, where you just completely zone out with hitboxes. But if nobody's running into your hitboxes, you're just wasting time.
Well, that was a really good play from them. We are going to be continuing on. We are going to be seeing characters we've seen already. Egg Soup's on that Val, Jellyfish is on his Ragnar, Arkosh is on his Bodvar, but Pugsy yet to lock in the Queen Nai that I think we are expecting.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Queen Nai at all at this point. It seems like the spear play from Pugsy has been reasonably strong so far. I would say the Qatar play is a little bit better. I think he has a little bit more confidence in that Qatar play. I would think so at least now, but I know he also tweeted recently that his spear play in ranked 2v2 felt very, very clean.
All right, well, I've definitely noticed a lot more Qatar play from Pugsy. Great damage buildup. He got that, that double side air gimp in I forgot what set that was, but regardless, he's had some great moments with his Qatar play. His spear play, the one thing that did stand out to me was that time where he was, I think it was against Boomy, he outspaced and then went immediately into a side sig to kill off Boomy.
His Qatar play, though, specifically against Boomy, I mean, in the Rin tournament, and I think in some, I think it was a BCS 1v1 as well, he went for the Lucian Dittos against Boomy and lost in the Qatar Dittos there. So he's having varying levels of success with those Qatars. I would say in the set the game on Twilight Grove when Boomy played Bodvar, not Taros, was when he was able to put out some really strong damage with those Qatars.
Well, he isn't able to put out damage with those Qatars if he can't pick them up. Jellyfish putting out so much pressure onto Pugsy. Pugsy has yet to get past, finally picks up the guitars, but this is where he had the success against Axe. It was against Boomy's Axe play that he had a lot of success with those guitars, but he turns around, goes for a side air onto Arkosh, and a great follow-up from Egg Soup will almost guarantee the kill, but Jellyfish is there, and Arkosh is able to protect himself with an air.
But Pugsy's gonna hit that ground pound. You saw him waiting on that wall. He wanted to confirm that edge guard against Arkosh. It was only when Jellyfish came over that he dropped it for a moment, but then he went back in on it, hit that ground pound, and was able to take out Arkosh. He was just completely unwilling to let Arkosh recover back onto the platform.
Oh, Jellyfish. I don't know if that was planned, but he got a neutralite and then threw his axe. Arkosh was in position to take the axe to the face, but he just spot dodges it and Egg Soup took it. That has to have been great communication or just great awareness from Arkosh and Jellyfish. But Jellyfish got side air off the stage. He is going to make his way back. The stocks are even, but Arkosh and Jellyfish are so damaged right now.
And the unarmed recovery on a Queen Nai is going to kill off the top of Mammoth Fortress. Arkosh, not remaining unarmed for too long, is able to pick up that sword, and it's looking for damage time, but Egg is just now getting into the orange. He'll be red soon, but Egg Soup is able to extend stocks forever. Meanwhile, Jellyfish hasn't died.
That side air did... Sorry, it's the spear toss. I don't know why I thought that was a side air. The spear toss from Pugsy will finish it off. A little bit of Caster's Curse there as Egg Soup picks up a downlight side air onto Arkosh. The stock advantage is in Pugsy and Egg Soup's court. And the critical issue here is that Pugsy took so much damage early on from Jellyfish, but they weren't able to kill him.
And now he's taken hardly any damage whatsoever. It's a very, very long stock, and it looks like the second stock is going to be the exact same.
But Jellyfish is going to go hard onto Egg Soup. Egg Soup, great use of that gravity cancel side sig to get that wall touch and just rock it up. He knows that. He knows that Val kid. And Jellyfish is going to be coming back. He picks up the axe, throws it down on to Pugsy, but it looks like Jellyfish and Arkosh, they've been kind of bouncing back and forth. Egg Soup, though, picks up a great nair, bottom of the stage, takes down Jellyfish. Arkosh waits out the neutral sig, gets up safely, but it is not a kill yet.
And Egg Soup's ability to just completely disengage from one target and go onto another completely shut down Jellyfish and Arkosh's rotation game there. He started fighting Arkosh, and then when Jellyfish came in, he immediately disengaged, went onto Arkosh, and ended up getting the kill.
You're seeing Jellyfish, he's starting to get a little bit desperate for these kills. Arkosh is going to be able to pick up that downlight side air, but Jellyfish has thrown out about 3 signatures and not a single light attack. Now he's starting to use the light attacks as he switches to the guitars and he's looking for a gimp on Egg Soup, but Arkosh with a great kill on the left side onto Pugsy.
Arkosh winning out that 1v1 game against one of the strongest 1v1 players in North America. He's looking for those chain dodges. Pugsy isn't having any of it. Gets that side air kill from the right of the stage all the way to the left of the stage. Jellyfish in very dangerous territory. Very red right now against a very yellow Pugsy and yellow Egg Soup.
You calling him yellow?
I mean, I'm calling him the winner now, taking very much game 1 in commanding fashion.
Great plays from Pugsy and Egg Soup. Great stock extensions from them. They have taken game 1, and Jellyfish and Arkosh have to adjust. Jellyfish, he's going to go... Oh, I thought he was going to go for Bodvar for a second. Maybe bring out the double Bodvar. But no, it looks like he is going to be sticking to that Ragnar. He was able to put out quite a bit of damage. He had some big strings and a lot of potential, but it just didn't quite close it out towards the latter parts of his opponent's stocks.
Arkosh and Jellyfish have just had a little bit of trouble following up in any real fashion. We've seen maybe one hit every now and then. We aren't seeing the consistency that they used to have. We're not seeing the kill follow-ups that we were seeing before, and I think that's because of Pugsy and Egg Soup. They have a follow-up game as well. Pugsy and Egg Soup are known, very well known, for being able to play off one another so well. Egg Soup sometimes being lovingly called the support on the team, who will just play right off of Pugsy. Sometimes he'll tank hits when he needs to hit.
I mean, that's one of the best parts of that Val kit is not only does he have that high movement speed, letting him rotate, letting him position properly to help out his teammate, but he does have a reasonably high amount of defense to help him tank hits for his teammate. It's Pugsy on a Queen Nai, so he doesn't really need to be the one tanking the damage, but he's still got that opportunity if Pugsy gets into a precarious position.
And with these gauntlets, Egg is really able to take a very offensive playstyle when he needs to. He can play defensive, he can wait for the follow-ups to play off of Pugsy, but he can also aggress when he needs to, he can gimp when he needs to, and that's exactly what we've seen from him today.
As he gets the gimp on the right side, gets the ground pound down onto Jellyfish. Arkosh not able to clean up any stocks. Egg Soup really hasn't taken a whole lot of damage. Pugsy, he's gotten taken into the orangish reddish, but at the same time, it's Pugsy. He extended his first stock for so long, but Jellyfish says so long to that first stock as he gets a slide charge neutral sig, and the stocks are evened up.
Jellyfish and Arkosh actually looked for a little bit of a black hole there. Jellyfish started with the neutral light, but it had such an upward force vector because Egg Soup has a pretty good amount of damage. Arkosh went to punish with a turnaround side light, just catching Egg with the top of it.
But he was able to close it out. He gets the dare to finish off that stock of Egg Soup. And it looks like Jellyfish and Arkosh, they've evened it up, but they're struggling right now, and they get caught, both of them. Egg Soup wanted the neutral sig, then goes for a break dance. Not sure if that was style or substance, but regardless, they got a whole lot of damage on Jellyfish and Arkosh just because they got stacked.
I think the down sig was maybe just, nobody would expect another signature coming from me, gravity canceled in the air.
I mean, nobody expects the things that Jellyfish does as well, so.
That's true. Both, I mean, Egg Soup, we always talk about how chaotic Jellyfish is, but Egg Soup is also one of the most explosive, just out of nowhere, you can't read him players out there.
Yeah, he'll come swinging at just the most interesting of times. He'll throw it. I mean, the thing that I'd always go back to is he did like a gravity cancel down light off the stage at one point that turned into a ground pound for a kill, and you see like players like LDZ are starting to bring that out now. Egg Soup does a lot of very interesting things that lead to very interesting kills. The Jellyfish, he's just gonna go for something standard with that side stick. Egg Soup just fell to his death. I don't.
Gimped himself. I mean, he has a little bit of room to play with. Coming in fresh on that stock. Pugsy fresh on his stock as well. Both players managing to extend those stocks to the absolute limit. Arkosh getting into orange. If we look at the damage, I mean, Arkosh is a little bit behind. If Pugsy and Egg Soup are able to just do what they've been doing so far this game, it looks like this is going to go in their favor as Arkosh procs deep into that red, getting very close to the maximum range of that color wheel.
He is getting close to that basically one-hit range at this point. Egg Soup, if he just got a gauntlet neutralite, it could potentially kill off Arkosh. But at the same time, Arkosh has been a lot of the kill potential from the lads. He's been the reason in game one why they were able to take off so many stocks with those downlight side airs, but now it's all up to Jellyfish to fight the 1v2. He's done it before. Egg Soup is gonna go down. Jellyfish overcommitted, trying to guarantee the kill. He wanted the double tap, excuse me, but he didn't need it.
I don't hate that commitment from Jellyfish. That's kind of what he needed a little bit at that moment. If Egg got that touch, he was so close. I honestly didn't quite know if he got the touch on that dare on right through that corner, just touching, barely kissing that pixel. But I like the follow-up from Jellyfish there. That wasn't a complete overcommitment like we've seen in the past. I don't hate that because that's really what he needed. Then he could try to go toe-to-toe with Pugsy.
Unfortunately, he did overcommit. He did get taken down, and Egg Soup and Pugsy will be continuing on, and they're going to be fighting Twilight and Logic here. This is going to be, I believe, semis. Yeah, this is lower semis. It's going to be Egg Soup and Pugsy. I don't think we're going to see any character variations. What do you think? Do you think there's going to be some crazy character picks?
Not really. I mean, Twilight and Logic, they're pretty consistent players. They've been consistent so far this entire tournament. I don't think Pugsy's going to change out of this Queen Nai. I definitely don't see Egg Soup changing out of this Val. He hasn't changed at all since he's picked up Val. I don't think there's any reason to necessarily now. Pugsy, maybe. I'd actually like to see a Sentinel coming out of Pugsy. We know he has that in his back pocket. He tried to take that out against Egg in the regional qualifier. We've seen him use it in 1v1s before. He has a lot of success with Sentinels, Katars, as well as a very signature heavy hammer playstyle because of the strong signature kit that the hammer has.
I think of all the players here, the two that are most likely to switch, I think Twilight might bring out the Bodvar if things get too hairy and he really wants to fight out for the win. On the other side, I think Pugsy, like you were saying, he's got the most opportunities. He also, I mean, he has a Bodvar of his own if he wants to bring that out. If he wants to stick with that Qatar theme, like you were saying, I think the Sentinel wouldn't be a bad pick. Sure, the side sig on the hammer did get a little bit of a reduction, but at the same time, it's still really strong. He's still got a fantastic Sentinel. But it looks like we aren't going to see any switches just yet. It is going to be Pugsy and Egg Soup sticking with the Val Queen Nye combo versus Asuri and Bodvar, Twilight, and Logic.
The only thing I could really see Twilight making Twilight switch would be if his Qatar game is just 100% completely outclassed.
I mean, I don't want to insult his Qatar game by any means, but he hasn't gotten any big Qatar gimps. It's mostly been just fantastic sword play from Twilight.
And I mean, he still had Qatar play as well. I mean, we've seen him hit a ton of Sayers or dares into Sayers on the side. We've seen him confirm edge guards with those Qatars. But of course, it's Twilight. He's known specifically for sword.
I mean, it is his weapon of choice in almost every situation. But Egg Soup showing his secret weapon, gets a ground pound on the Logic, taking down the first stock very quickly. And that is going to be a little bit troublesome. But Pugsy is getting close to the red. Sure, it's Queen Nye, but, you know, not everybody's invincible. As he threw out a gravity cancel down sig. That's an interesting option.
But Twilight, while he was going to try to get that edge guard, Logic came and just hit him in the back of the head with a side signature. And it looks like Pugsy is able to recover onto the platform, but you see that rotation from Twilight, aggressing onto Egg, hitting those double recoveries.
Oh, but Logic gets the kill onto Pugsy. Egg trying to get past both options, trying to get past the nairs from Twilight as well as the secondary coverage from Logic. He gets past, gets the sword pickup, but he did take quite a bit of damage. As you see, he is very deep red.
But Egg Soup, you see him playing so towards the middle of the platform. He's trying to keep stage control, trying to keep as far away from every single kill box. You're not seeing him really go up in the air. He's maybe going one jump height. He was looking for that neutral sig turnaround counter gimp onto Twilight, but Twilight wasn't going to have any of it. And the stocks are in Twilight and Logic's favor right now.
Pugsy just got caught out. He got caught into the black hole. They added up so much damage, and you're seeing the 8 defense character, the highest defense character, the person who's been able to push his stock so far is the one on his last stock. Sure, Logic just joined him, but Pugsy, he's having a troublesome time right now. Great side air, though, will finish off Twilight's first stock.
Does get a nice turnaround kill on Twilight, but Egg specifically has been taking a ton of damage as well. Like, he's getting into the deeper orange. He'll be red soon, especially if Twilight gets this sword damage on him. But we've also seen Twilight put out a ton of damage with those Qatars. He's been forcing people into edgeguard situations. He's been doing on-stage damage as well as above the stage in air, follow-ups, recoveries, a ton of damage as well.
But he's back on that sword. Pugsy is adding up quite a bit of damage. Logic following up with a neutral light onto his teammate. But at the same time, the stocks are so even. Those are trades you really don't want to be making. Pugsy can't get to the wall. Egg Soup gets taken down, and Egg Soup is now the last man standing. There's potential here. If we can get a big kill onto Logic. Logic is getting close to the kill range, and he is on his last stock. But Egg Soup has to play this perfectly.
At worst, Logic gets completely taken out of the fight, and Twilight has to do a 1v1 against Egg, which, if there's one person I would want on between Twilight and Logic to do the 1v1, it is Twilight. Twilight is such a strong 1v1 player, and he has a stock advantage on Egg right now.
Are you seeing these chain dodges from Egg Soup, though? He isn't going for the standard 3 straight line chain dodges. He's going for diagonal chain dodges. You saw it right there. Diagonal up, diagonal down. Double diagonal up, double diagonal. He'll go forward, diagonal, and then back just to mix it up. He is completely throwing Twilight and Logic for a loop with these chain dodges.
And that's like, he used to play Hattori with a ton of movement speed. So movement is something that Egg prioritizes highly. He also is now playing Val, who has a lot of movement speed as well. So movement is one of Egg's biggest strong suits. When we saw him use the Shadow Step game, that was all about movement.
And he's just showing this movement off. It is fantastic. Logic on the left side, not gonna get caught by that dare, but Egg Soup just with those chain dodge movements, just completely running around this stage. Logic and Twilight really haven't been able to rack up damage. This is a completely different way of fighting the 1v2. Chain dodging around instead of playing, you know, the general floaty or that wall game that we're used to seeing in the 2v1.
But even with all this movement, Egg hasn't actually been able to do quite that much damage either himself. He was able to take out Logic with that bomb. He could finally take out Twilight, but I mean, Twilight had so much damage on him. He was able to stay alive for so long because Egg was using this movement to throw out a bunch of neutral lights. When you are the deepest color of red, neutral lights aren't really going to kill. Maybe
that's
eventually,
fair.
but you shouldn't be doing those.
Chain dodge approaching, it's not exactly like you're doing damage during those dodges, but at the same time, it's about safety first. Egg Soup he's just getting whatever little bits of damage, those safety damages onto his opponents. Sure, a neutral light isn't going to have the same force as like a side air or a side sig, but hey, it got him here to this 1v1, and he gets a double recovery onto Twilight. No one ever expects the second recovery.
Now he's finally actually getting the damage. Before, when he was doing those cute little L moves, all of that, he wasn't hitting, and Twilight was actually punishing. Now that he started doing things a little bit more straightforward, just regularly aggressing, not trying for the fancy moves, that's when he's been putting out the regular, consistent damage that we know from Egg Soup.
But Egg Soup, he's playing so tricky. You saw him go for the up, diagonal down into an immediate side sig. Didn't quite pick up, but he's mixing it up so hard, making it very difficult for Twilight to make an adjustment. Twilight really doesn't know, is Egg Soup gonna go high? Is he gonna look for a side air? Is he gonna try to go underneath, get a recovery? Is he gonna try to just land, go for a side sig? Or is he just gonna play on him and pick up the recovery?
Ooh, that was a very close game. Egg Soup was doing a great job. It was those mix-ups. Like you were saying, it wasn't necessarily with that movement that he was putting out a ton of damage, because he wasn't actually hitting with a lot of those. But Twilight never knew when he was going to aggress. He never knew what direction he was going to aggress from. Was he going to do a straightforward aggress? Was he going to chain dodge twice forward and then do a back dodge? He never knew, and it was those mix-ups, not even on just the actual moves you're using, but the way you are physically approaching.
That was so incredibly tricky of Egg Soup. I think he needs a rest after all of those chain dodges, because he is still thinking about his character pick. Of course, he's more than likely going to be picking that Val, but, you know, back when he used to shadow step all the time, that wore on him. That, like, physically made his body hurt after doing that for extended periods of time. There's high potential that all of this chain dodging is starting to wear on Egg Soup, and it is going to make it a little bit difficult if he's trying to marathon the rest of this tournament with those chain dodges.
Egg Soup is kind of the king of developing a playstyle that is just mechanically not safe and mechanically wearing on your joints. I'm sure he was just completely mashing that button when he was doing those chain dodges, just trying to get the maximum amount of chain dodges he could before he changed direction, and like that is going to wear on him. That's why towards the end of the tournament that he shadow stepped on, he had to stop. He physically had to stop.
Well, fortunately for him, he's not going to be shadow stepping here in this tournament, as he is going to be going into game 2, a game up in due part to those fantastic chain dodges. And I like the follow-up from Pugsy after the dare from Egg Soup.
And I mean, I don't want to beleaguer the point and beat a dead horse, but with those chain dodges, we didn't really see him do that all of a sudden until that game. That was like the first game that we saw him really.
He kept that in the back pocket.
That is a mid-tournament either adaptation, or that is something that he held close to his chest and didn't really want to bring it out until he absolutely needed it. That's what players are going to really start doing as we get closer to BCX. They don't want to show all their tech.
I like what Egg just did. He just did a gravity cancel down light. It has an upward force, and it has the minimal amount of damage of a sword move, and it kept Pugsy alive. Rather than go for that high force recovery, he just went something simple. It gives the extra jump, gives a little bit of an upward force movement, and it's got a little bit of damage. Or minimal amount of damage.
Yeah, he's just completely min-maxing the save there. The least amount of damage, the least amount of force that he could do while still giving Pugsy the jump that he needed.
Just a great high-level play from Egg Soup, and we're seeing him. He's slowly starting to show those secrets, those very intelligent moves that he's got. But Twilight is the one who's still on his first stock, as Pugsy and Egg Soup are getting close. Egg Soup is the one who's getting close to the red on his second stock.
Seeing Twilight sit on the wall a little bit. Now he's moving back up. Pugsy just doing a completely telegraphed jump ground pound, maybe just for the kill option there on the middle of the stage, because that's what it's going to take to kill Twilight right now. I mean, at this point, a recovery might do it. The double signature
Sigs.
coming
Twilight's
out
just
from Twilight.
Throwing out Sigs. Logic, it's a nice downlight side air. Twilight still on his first stock. Egg Soup is getting juggled by Twilight. Double down light and air, and you know he was looking for more.
I can't believe that Twilight was just enough above. I can't remember. I think it was Pugsy. Yeah, it was definitely Pugsy. The Logic hit the downlight Sair. The Sair didn't hit Twilight, but it was able to kill Pugsy.
High level. Twilight on his second stock. Egg Soup in the red on his last stock. I don't think we're going to be seeing the opportunity for those chain dodges that we saw earlier on. If it's coming out, it is going to get muddled amongst the chaos, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for Egg Soup to use it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's something that you really can only save for a 1v1 or a 1v2 situation. Doing it in the 2v2, you're risking wasting your dodge, you're risking putting yourself in a bad position. And are they going to clean this game up this quickly?
Pugsy is very low and very close, and the spike ball, he dodged it on the way up, couldn't dodge it on the way down. As Twilight caught him with the Sair, Pugsy gets taken down, and that will be game 2 going the way of Twilight and Logic.
Pugsy forgetting a little bit of physics there. What goes up must come down.
Not if it goes up high enough, all right? Sometimes if it goes up high enough, it just explodes.
What?
When you get a kill in this game, they go up into the sky kill box and they just explode.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a thing like a
Not
spike
no,
ball.
it wasn't like an actual like physics thing.
A spike ball, no matter how high it goes, a spike ball will never explode.
You sure about that?
I am 100% sure.
Well, regardless, great plays from Twilight and Logic. It's what we talked about. Twilight he turns on even harder after a loss. And he was able to extend his first stock for an incredible amount of time. Great plays from Logic to also assist a lot of pressure, a lot of damage put out from Logic as well. And he finished off a couple of stocks of his own. But right now, Pugsy and Egg Soup, they're turning around. They've got the damage advantage. Oh, Pugsy's not on Queen Eye. I just registered that.
I just did too. I looked down to see Twilight aggressing onto Pugsy and oh wait, that's 2 cat girls.
Yeah, you can never have too many cat girls. Pugsy, though, gets caught by the stump and Logic throughout the sidelight. Pugsy is so close to dead, but he's got to thank his lucky stars that Logic couldn't quite get the jump out, and he's going to be extending it as Twilight Sairs Logic. They're both close to death, but both of them should still have the movement. No, Logic is taken down. Twilight will be the one who survives. Clash.
I mean, everybody's really, really red right now. Getting that one kill that is far from a solid lead, because there could be a lot of kills coming very soon. Twilight went for the side air over a dare, and Egg Soup was able to hit him with a recovery.
Well, I mean, that's Twilight. You've got to expect the side airs in general. Twilight generally likes to use those as his edge guard tool. It generally stays horizontal, but Egg Soup did a great job fast falling underneath to pick him up with that recovery. But Twilight is once again the only one on his first stock. Logic putting out a little bit of extra damage onto him, but I mean that's not gonna kill.
How is Twilight able to survive for so long?
It's great positioning, and to a degree, it's great teamwork from Logic to help keep pressure out, to keep Twilight from getting caught from any big kill combos. Those downlight side airs can't work if it gets interrupted between the downlight and the side air.
Now we're seeing Pugsy come back a little bit. He hit the completely point-blank side signature. Now he's aggressing onto Logic. Egg Soup disengaging and going onto Logic as well.
Pugsy gets the dare.
And Pugsy, last time I think I saw Pugsy play a Suri, I think it wasn't great. It wasn't strong, just like the last time I saw Daiku play a Suri. Both of them just didn't have success with it. He's looking pretty strong with it so far. Maybe he's practiced that a little bit. He's had Katar practice, I guess, through Queen Nai, through Sentinel. Of course, he's had sword practice through Bodvar.
But that's a big stat adjustment to have to make between Queen Nai and Asuri. You are getting so much more movement speed and losing so much defense that it is a little bit impressive that Pugsy has been able to make the adjustment so easily between the two characters, and he's still playing Katars fantastically.
And he's been able to stay alive for just as long, if not longer. He is, I guess, the second to last one to be on their last stock. Again, Twilight has been staying alive for such a long time as he takes that
bounce
bomb.
pass.
He had options there. How did he not see that coming?
I think he just was maybe focusing on the potential follow-ups after the bomb toss that he didn't quite register. He needed to avoid the bomb toss, but he did get caught by the bounce and will be caught onto his last stock alongside everyone else. Logic, though, is the one who was the closest to death as Egg Soup gets a great downlight side air. And I'm surprised he didn't turn for the 1v2 onto Twilight. Pugsy, though, great follow-up. Takes down Logic. And you know they're looking for the black hole.
They wanted to 100% confirm that kill. They knew that they couldn't kill Twilight in that time with that 1v2 situation. They could put out some serious damage, but they would rather confirm the kill on Logic because a 2v1 against an orange is better than a 2v2 against an orange and a red.
I guess that's fair. Not gonna. Regardless, they were able to pick up the kill. It worked out great. Twilight, he's playing dangerously, but Egg Soup's not really covering it. Pugsy gets back up. We saw Twilight, he was playing on the wall, was looking for those dare gimps onto Pugsy, but Egg Soup really wasn't punishing high to make it difficult for Twilight to get those dares.
Pugsy and Egg Soup, I think they're a little bit scared to follow up on one another. They're worried about the team damage because both are very, very red. Twilight's very, very red himself. It could go any way, any direction at this point. Twilight could easily get a gimp on a Pug Soup, but Pugsy is going to hit that ground pound and take that game, take it 2-1 against Twilight and Logic.
Great patience from Pugsy, and I guess I can't really fault them. They were both in the red. I didn't quite register that when I was talking about it, but there was definitely a potential for a one misstep to be the death of them. So I like that there was great patience from them, and we are going to be continuing on. We're going to be going up to the winners finals. We're going to be seeing Boomy and Remy going up against Stevenator and LDZ.
We've seen a lot of progress today from some of the, I don't want to call them weaker 2v2 teams because they're still strong, but they're not quite at the level of Pugsy and Egg Soup and Boomy and Remy yet. We've seen a lot of progress from Twilight and Logic specifically, and we've seen a lot of progress from LDZ and Stevenator. We've really seen them step up their game a lot since the past 2v2.
I am incredibly impressed with how well Steve and LDZ are doing right now. They have done a fantastic job fighting their way through the bracket to get here. And as I've pretty sure I've beaten over the heads of all the viewers, they have worked on their synergy so well, and they have had great follow-ups and great concepts for moves. Some slight missteps, but at the end of the day, it's been working out fantastically. And here we are in the winners finals. Steve and LDZ, arguably two of the weaker 2v2 teams. I know we grief LDZ a lot for his general lack of success in 2v2, but whatever is happening now is working out great for him.
It's like, it used to be like Michael Jordan is one of the best basketball players to ever live. LDZ is one of the best 1v1 players. When Michael Jordan went and played golf and baseball, he was terrible. At first, when LDZ went to play 2v2, he had very, very little success.
Hey,
I think it was just finding his teammate, maybe finding that synergy, but now he has surpassed Michael Jordan playing baseball and golf, and now he's really starting to get up there in the top teams in North America.
All I'm saying is while Michael Jordan was playing golf and baseball, he was also making Space Jam, all right?
That's true. If you're gonna be completely terrible at one thing, just make Space Jam and everybody will forget about it.
Yeah, we just need Brawlhalla's equivalent of Space Jam to come out. But it looks like LDZ, he is turning up in big ways. I'm loving this roll and pick, and we're seeing Boomy. He's been playing Wheel of Characters, and it seems like the wheel has landed on Lucian here in game 1 of this winners finals. This will be our first best of 5 set.
We've seen Boomy pick up this Lucian. His guns are very, very strong. Some of the strongest guns in North America. I would say probably the strongest guns of any gun main. He also has very strong katars. We saw him do a ton of work against LDZ, specifically in the Ren 1v1. He has a very strong katar game. He is great on follow-ups with both guns and katars. His movement is fantastic. His ability to X-pivot, which we don't necessarily see a lot of. You only really see it with guns, but he's able to use it so well.
Not to mention, we've kind of browbeaten the fact that Lucian's got great movement, and movement is a very useful tool for the follow-ups. He gets a great ground pound, and Remy, once again, he's just so fantastic at option coverage. Boomy, to further exacerbate the point that Lucian, with his stats, he's got that defense, and we talked about how when he played the Taros, he was able to push his aggression just due to that defense. And
oh my gosh, Boomy!
It didn't kill, but that was
still going!
Oh my god!
How is Boomy able to get back? Boomy has stepped up his edge guard game so much in the past
The unarmed
few weeks.
edge guard. built so much damage onto LDZ, forced Stevenator over, turned it onto Steve, and killed Steve, and LDZ is in the red. What was that unarmed play?
Boomy is so incredibly explosive. You see a lot of people will maybe initiate once with unarmed and then see if it's not viable at the moment. They're worried about the weapon mismatch between unarmed and whatever weapon they're going against. Boomy is at home on the edge no matter what weapon he has.
That was absurdity, to say the least. LDZ, though, he's taken so much damage and has shirked it off. He's got that 8 defense, makes him so unkillable, but Remy is equally high damage, but extra stock to his name. Gets taken down by the recovery, but that was just his first stock. It's fine. He just laugh it off.
In the meantime that Boomy was getting those huge gimps, the huge damage, and the huge kill, Remy has been staying alive. He's been keeping up damage himself, and he's been playing very consistently.
Oh, but we are seeing LDZ with the great edge guard, very Twilight-esque with those side airs. Remy gonna show him how to side air a little bit better, kills him from about center stage into the right kill box, and Steve is the one who is the closest to death as Boomy picks up the side stick that hit LDZ, but it converted into damage onto Steve.
Steve is just able to survive using all of that 6 defense against that 3-4 evolution.
Ooh, LDZ on this left side is getting a little too greedy, burned a lot. Boomy took full advantage, picked up the ground pound, slide charge, side sig while Remy was just planting a flag.
Was that a bait? Was that a bait to keep Stevenator's attention while Boomy was able to aggress and get that side signature?
Yo,
Everybody clip that. Every single person that is watching this right now, clip that, put it all over the Reddit. That was absolutely ridiculous. And Remy was gonna be able to recover. He was right next to the stage when the game ended and it did a little freeze frame. Remy was still going to make it back after that gravity cancel taunt.
And now he's going to be switching to Asuri. It looks like he liked the Koji pick, but maybe not as much as he's going to like the Asuri. It was fantastic play. A little bit of a magic trick, you know, a little bait and switch from Boomy and Remy to take down Stevenator. This is looking very impressive from Boomy and Remy, to say the least.
If anybody is going to bring out cheeky plays at this point, it's going to be Boomy and Remy. They are the cheekiest fellas that I know. And I'm a little bit confused by this Asuri switch. I didn't know that Remy really had his eyes on anybody but Koji at this point.
I mean, you know, when the last patch hit, when the patch notes came out, Remy didn't quite like the changes that came out. You know, specifically Koji neutral sig does no longer hit stack. So maybe this is his adjustment to play a little bit more Qatar heavy.
I think originally people were kind of thinking once they saw the patch notes and hadn't played it, Boomy getting gimped. Oh no, that is a very early stock loss for Boomy. Less than 30 seconds into the game. Meanwhile, Remy has taken next to no damage.
LDZ as well is really not taking a whole lot for his for the amount of defense that he has. Remy gets a great kill onto Stevenator, but at the same time, LDZ, he's really pushed his stocks. We saw game 1, he was very deep red on his second stock for a very long time. But a great follow-up from Remy off the dare will take it down. And Remy has still not really taken a whole lot of damage in the yellow.
I don't know why that is. Maybe it's a little bit more movement. There's no dex increase. A force increase wouldn't really mean that he takes less damage. Something about his movement with Asuri. Maybe it's the Qatars. It might be the very, very low startup frames of Qatars means he's just able to beat them frame data wise.
I think the Qatars are definitely helping him out as he's been able to win out in the startup war, but he gets taken down there. Boomy though, meanwhile, he's somewhere in there, lost his second stock and is now on his last one. We're not seeing the explosions of Boomy that we were seeing in game 1. He was able to take down Stevenator right now, but it's still not the Boomy that we saw in game 1.
We're seeing Remy pick up a little bit of that slack, though. His survivability is huge. He just got a kill there. I believe Remy is the one who is dominating now. That is 3 kills. Remy already has 3 kills under his belt.
That is 3 kills after he lost his first stock, and he's only on his second stock. 3 kills right now. That is definitely a very nice feeling. but Stevenator is looking to take him down onto his last stock as LDZ, bottom of the left side, deep red, gets the side sig onto Boomy, and it's all up to Remy. He's got to avoid the neutralites. 4 is the magic number. 2. Side sig. Two's apparently also a really nice number.
He was in kill
2%.
percent. There's really no need to push your opponent past kill percent if you have the possibly confirmed kill. But Remy is fresh on his stock. LDZ is getting very deep into the red now. Steve's pretty orange.
Neutralites come out. Oh, there it is. 3. Side sig. Remy's dead.
The turnaround side sig from LDZ was able to take away that stock. I think Remy got a little bit panic mode tunnel vision because he started throwing out those signatures towards the end, and that side signature is actually what what Steve was able to punish with that neutral light that led to the killing black hole.
How do you feel about the Asuri pick, though? They had
I
more
don't like
success when they had the Koji. They switched to the Asuri, then they lose, and yet they're sticking with the Asuri on Remy, and Boomy's the one who makes the character swap. He's switching over to the Bodvar. Sure, his Lucian, excuse me, had a little bit of trouble in game 2, but I don't want to discount it. He had some fantastic gunplay in game 1.
I think some of it was specifically Great Hall with those small platforms that might have limited his movement maybe a little bit. He wasn't able to zip zap all over the place. I didn't think we really saw anything that fantastic from Remy that he couldn't bring to the table with Koji.
But the Katars?
I think it was just Boomy dropping the ball that game more than anything, but I still want Remy to go back to Koji.
I want Boomy to get another unarmed gimp on the bottom of the stage. He was kind of looking for it, but I think he thought better of it, went back up to the stage, and is going to try to fight it out again on this 1v1 against LDZ, whereas Remy, he's just been knocking Stevenator around. Nair connects on the
actually quite possibly going to be the first one to die, and it's going to be Boomy. LDZ is going to take that stock, but then Remy is going to turn it around, and we see Stevenator lose his stock as well.
LDZ is the one in the red. He's fighting it out. Boomy wanting to put pressure out, but he's going to rotate instead. Wants to go on to Stevenator real quick and just maybe fight the 1v2 against LDZ.
Remy getting very close to losing this stock. Stevenator is keeping up the pressure. Meanwhile, LDZ is keeping up the pressure on Boomy. He was looking for the turnaround side air to confirm that kill on the Boomy.
I mean, Boomy isn't quite in kill range yet. The ground pound, though, does have enough force to finish him off after the damage buildup. But Boomy, he's on his last stock. He is not looking too pretty right now as LDZ just now getting his first stock taken off. Remy still has yet to lose his first stock. Steve is going to get a nice grab to cancel neutral light and a recovery follow-up, but Remy's still not dead.
I think that ground pound from LDZ was the first one that he has hit all day, or at least it's the first one that we've seen hit from all day. He's been fishing for them a lot when he gets on the edge with that Lance. The Lance sort of has a weaker ledge guard game compared to other weapons in terms of kill potential and possible damage potential. He was fishing a lot for those ground pounds, fishing a lot for those dares, finally finding the ground pound in this game.
I wouldn't say Lance's is weaker. It's just non-traditional. It's a lot more horizontal, you know, because Dare still has quite a bit of horizontal movement. But regardless, Boomy is going to go for the traditional edge guard, the recoveries, the ground pound. He even did a speed dodge into the wall to get a ground pound out. Wasn't able to pick up the kill, but I mean, it's just a very traditional style of edge guard.
Remy actually just took LDZ out of that side sig that I think might have hit Boomy and probably would have killed him.
Boomy just finished off Remy's stock with a neutral light from center stage. That is just how much damage was built up onto Remy, and Remy's done a fantastic job positioning in ways that the kill options just do not work. Boomy, though, on the other side, has got to be a little bit more careful. He's able to punish the ground pound with a great dare, but if Steve takes him down, it is going to leave Remy in the 1v2, and he kind of struggled in the 1v2 last time.
Maybe it's been Remy's survivability with this Asuri, maybe with a little bit of movement and the one additional defense point compared to 5 compared to 4, that he's able to really extend these stocks to maybe justify this Asuri pick.
Wait, how much defense do you think Bodvar has? I'm
talking about Asuri.
Okay, so Asuri's the 4.
Yes. No.
Okay.
Koji's the 4, Asuri's 5.
Oh, right. I don't know what I was thinking about Bodvar. You're 100% correct. Great math. Boomy, though, is the one in the red, and he is going to be basically playing the follow-up game. He's going to let Remy kind of be the forward position, and then when LDZ misplaces, or if Remy gets caught in recovery frames, Boomy dodges in. You saw the triple chain dodge, and then follow up.
Such a very tense game right now. You know LDZ is worried about every single initiation because he knows Remy could follow up, Boomy could follow up. There is... Oh!
Oh!
Oh, and LDZ gets
That's worth! That's worth!
And
even though it wasn't on his intended target, you know he's thinking about the kill on the Boomy. That's still 100% worth. Great bomb toss on the LDZ. Boomy gets taken down. It's all up to Remy.
Boomy just saved him. If Remy loses this 1v1, there's the gravity cancel downlight, misses the Sair. There's a Sair, not even hitting him off screen. For the dare from, there's the dare from LDZ. Oh, Remy.
Great patience from LDZ. Remy has yet to touch down. Oh, that weapon toss is going to barely save him. Downlight side air, not quite enough just yet. Qatar toss will do it. Remy and Boomy barely eke it out. That was still dangerous. There was definitely potential for LDZ to get a sword gimp.
That was extremely close. Remy was just able to eke that out with that Qatar throw. I don't know if that would have been different if he would have had Koji. I wonder if he would have been a little bit more confident there. If he would have gone into that feeling a little bit better against, like, you're having to fight a 1v1 against LDZ. That is probably the scariest thing I could ever think of in my entire life, next to having, like, my toenails ripped off. But aside from that, he was able to just barely eke that out. Maybe this is Surrey pick. He knows something we don't.
I'm not sure. At the same time, you got to take some solace in the fact that LDZ is not on his Koji. Instead, LDZ is on this Sir Roland. But Remy, I think he recognized that he was able to pull. He was barely able to pull it out in that 1v1, but he wants something a little bit more comfortable as he switches back to the Koji. And Boomy will be sticking with his Bodvar here in game 4, one game away from knocking Stevenator and LDZ down into the lower bracket.
I kind of wish Boomy was going to switch back to the Lucian. On this stage, he looked very, very strong with that Lucian. I think it might have been the Great Hall, plus maybe just a couple random variables that led to multiple missteps, maybe a Boomy tilt. But with this switch to Koji, I like this switch. If Remy is able to survive just as long, maybe a little bit less long than he was with that Asuri, I think the damage potential and the kill potential is stronger on his Koji.
I mean, I know you were talking about Boomy picking this Bodvar, not quite liking it, but he's done a great job of putting so much pressure onto LDZ, has yet to convert it into a kill, but he's been able to rack up a lot of damage on the side, but LDZ gets past, gets the ground pound, turns around, side sigs Remy.
It's a turnaround, it's a strong turnaround coming from LDZ, but now we're seeing him start to throw out those signatures.
I mean, it's the one signature, right? It's the side sig.
Oh, and Boomy punishes with that hammer recovery. Remy still managing to hold on to this stock. His survivability has been very strong today with 5 defense characters and with 4 defense characters. That's been affording Boomy these opportunities to go completely ham.
But Remy, we're not seeing the stock extension that we saw previously. Remy just got taken down. Stevenator got a nice sidelight recovery. And Boomy, he's dodging around a little bit. He's trying to survive. There's just so much pressure being put out from Stevenator and LDZ that I don't hate the Bodvar pick, but he is definitely a little bit on his back foot right now.
He's been going for those edge guards. He's been going for the kind of movement game, the dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge that he was going for with Lucian, but he doesn't have the benefit of the movement speed that he had with Lucian.
That was a very goofy situation right there, as Boomy and Remy both toss their weaponry. LDZ spot dodges both tosses, and Remy and Boomy get hit. Then they go in and they neutralize each other.
That's just one of those strange wrong place, wrong time. You can't help but look at each other and go, oh well.
You just gotta laugh it off. But Stevenator is able to avoid the bomb toss, gets caught by the side air from Remy. LDZ is in position, but not able to get the recovery onto his teammate. LDZ does get taken down by Boomy, and the stock advantage is in Remy and Boomy's court.
LDZ would have had to go really, really dangerously deep to save Steve there. I mean, I can understand him not wanting to do that there. That could have possibly led to 2 kills. Steve was very damaged. It could have been to a point where they could have gotten 2 kills very, very easily, and they wouldn't have gained that much if LDZ was able to stay safe.
Ooh. Ooh, the teamwork. Boomy got a dare as Remy got a neutral light. And I got to agree with you, that would have been a risky play if LDZ had gotten deep enough to save Stevenator. But at the same time, looks like they won't quite need it, as Remy is now left into the 1v2. He's got an extra stock, and he's going to be playing on this wall for a little bit. But Boomy kind of just left him in the dust.
I love how deep Remy is willing to go. He's willing to go down below. He's forcing Steve and LDZ to either come back down there, or he's giving himself options for recovery. He's definitely very hesitant on the way he recovers back to the stage. He doesn't want to blow his dodges. He doesn't want to blow his jumps or his recovery to force himself into panic mode to where LDZ or Steve could easily follow up on him. I absolutely love Remy's recovery game right now.
And I gotta once again point out the fact that he switched back to the Koji specifically for this situation. He knew Boomy likes to go hard in the paint, and why not, when you're left in this 1v2 kind of situation, why not have your comfort pick? And once again, it's Remy versus LDZ. The comfort is very comfortable as he gets a nice downlight side air. Spike toss.
Oh,
LDZ with a great
nice
catch, keeps himself
catch
in it.
From LDZ, he didn't want to burn his dodge. I'm pretty sure he had it at that moment, but he didn't want to burn that dodge, so he elected to risk the timing of catching that.
That was just a little flashy there. Remy fishing for his kill options. You've seen him throwing out the neutral sigs, throwing out the down sigs. LDZ just playing right outside of it. Knows about those Koji signatures. Knows what Remy is fishing for, and he's been able to rack up a lot of damage, and that will do it!
The weapon tosses from LDZ, sometimes they've been missing, but when it counted, they've been hitting. And maybe it was the Asuri, because that was basically a repeat of what we saw when Remy had Asuri before, but he lost the 1v1 with Koji where he won with Asuri.
But he is going to be sticking with the Koji. The comfort will be the question. Will the Koji pick work out? Will Boomy be able to kind of rein himself in? He's been going really hard, getting punished for these overcommitments, and it's been part of the reason why he's been leaving Remy in this 1v2 situation very frequently.
After kind of game 1, he hasn't been necessarily getting these huge gimps. He's been going very deep. He's been getting some reasonable damage out of them, but they haven't been leading to kills, and it's been leading to his death. I'd like to see him control himself a little bit more, go back into that neutral game, dominate the neutral game where he was before, instead of kind of risking it all, putting all of his eggs in the gimp basket.
I mean, the unarmed gimp was nice. It would have been flashy. It would have been fantastic if he could have gotten more of those. But at this point, he's got to just go back to basics, win it out in that neutral, win out in the trades, follow up off his teammate in fantastic ways, because that's what will win it out. Stop down there.
Here we're seeing a lot of hammer play coming out from Boomy. He has a very strong hammer game. He's been practicing that. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen a Cassidy coming out.
Oh.
I know he has one of those in the tank, but that's side sig. That is the second time that side sig has picked up Boomy when it almost looked like Boomy was going to be safe. Before it picked him out, it picked him up when he was above LDZ. This time it picked him up when he was on that wall below LDZ.
The hitbox just peeking over that corner. LDZ was in position. And that's, once again, that's one of those situations where generally you'll see a down sig. LDZ smartly goes for the side sig. That was the kill. And it's the reason why they have the stock advantage right now. Boomy, great follow-up with a neutral sig. Unfortunately, it goes right into the island, which will keep Stevenator alive.
I know that island is sort of a blue-purple color, but it's definitely playing for the red team by saving LDZ there. LDZ gonna fall. Nair kill off the top.
But Steve, or sorry, not Steve, Boomy has taken so much damage. Great avoidance of that ground pound, trying to get more out, punishes the recovery, but LDZ very safely goes back up, wants to go back to that neutral, reset it out, and recognizes that Boomy has taken so much damage already on his second stock.
Here's this lance game coming up from LDZ.
Side sig again.
The sword side sig. He's been really favoring that sword side sig. We've seen maybe a couple neutral sigs. There's a neutral sig. We haven't seen 80 down sigs. Maybe that's just so punishable now.
I mean, they did increase the recovery, so maybe LDZ just doesn't like that option. Or just because of the force vector, it goes very vertically. It doesn't exactly kill as easily as something with a little bit more horizontal force. He went for the Russian Mafia, didn't get the dare.
And maybe Stevenator was too far in the red. Maybe it was just out of that zone. I'm not sure. He could have just missed the dare.
I mean, I don't think he even put out the input for the dare. He did a stomp, speed dodge recovery, and then backed off. I'm not sure if he was worried about picking up his teammate or it being interrupted by LDZ. But regardless, Stevenator did get taken down. LDZ and Remy are the ones keeping their teams alive, but Remy does have a little bit more damage on him.
Remy's still done a great job of surviving. It might not be quite as long as it was with that Asuri. I think it's really going to be that difference of 4 defense moving up to 5 defense with the Asuri pick. But I think his damage output has just been stronger. Maybe his kill potential hasn't been quite as strong, though.
LDZ gets taken down. Stevenator is the one in the yellow. Boomy, though, once again, I'm not trying to grieve. Nice neutral sig. Will take down Remy. Boomy is so dangerous. He's high in the sky. LDZ throws out the side sig, and Boomy just ignores it and neutralizes Steve. Side sig connects, and it's all up to Remy.
This has been the story of every game so far. Remy has had to fight this 2v1 situation, and you've seen him start throwing out signatures. I don't think he's killed with a single signature in this set against LDZ and Stevenator. Not a single one. Whereas I think he got double kills. Maybe it was an unconfirmed double with the side signature, with the down signature from Asuri.
He definitely has had more success with those Asuri Qatar signatures than with this bow kit of the Koji. I like that he's playing very patient, very safe on the island. He knows that he is at a deficit. He doesn't even have the significant health advantage that he has had in the past, but he's so high in the sky that they are looking for that skybox kill. They are going for those downlight nairs, downlight recoveries.
And at this point, I don't even think they're fishing for the black hole.
I don't think they are. I think they just know Remy is close to dead. He did get the great wall touch. He is going to be going far to the outside, but Stevenator is the one with the health advantage, not even Remy, the one who has to fight the 1v2.
Playing on the wall, playing on the stage. He wants that stage control. He's a little bit
worried.
There's the side signature from Stevenator. We've seen so many Val players get those just random side signature kills. It doesn't have a lot of force on it, especially coming from the 4-force Val, but if you catch them when they are red enough, when they have enough damage, those out of nowhere side sigs are so strong. You see those a lot from Egg Soup in 1v1. You see them a lot from Stevenator in 1v1 and 2v2. That side signature is probably one of the most killing, one of the most successfully hit from Val for sure.
I mean, you were talking about 4-force, but 4-force is not as big an issue when your opponent is 4 defense. It basically nullifies itself. That being said, great side sig, high force, finishes off the stock for Remy, and that will be LDZ and Stevenator guaranteeing a top 2 placement here, as they're going to wait for the winner of this next set. It's going to be Boomy and Remy sticking around to fight Egg Soup and Pugsy.
I would have said that LDZ and Stevenator are not a top 3 North America 2v2 team, yet they're the ones sitting in grand finals now, and the 2 that I thought were the best in North America, they're the ones who are fighting it out in lower finals. It's
definitely been a surprise. Like we were saying earlier on, LDZ hasn't really placed high in 2v2s. In general, I don't think he's made a top 8 very frequently when it comes to his 2v2 play, but it seems like he has found the salt to his pepper, the peas to his pod in Stevenator.
Are you saying Steve's the salty one?
I mean, I just, the phrase is salt and pepper. I could have said the pepper to his salt, I guess, technically, but I was just thinking about the phrase.
I don't know. I've seen the messages that LDZ puts in Discord sometimes. LDZ can definitely be a salt machine. Maybe it's just the salt to the garlic salt to the regular salt, the sea salt.
Do you like that much salt?
I mean, are you telling me salt isn't amazing? Salt is delicious.
I'm not gonna eat just like a cup of salt.
I don't eat a cup of salt either, but you know it's delicious. Salty foods are delicious.
So I'm sorry, you're right. I won't eat a cup of salt plus garlic salt.
Are you gonna eat a cup of salt or pepper?
No, but it might taste better. Left side, Boomy's almost dead. Ground pounds coming out from Egg Soup. 3 ground pounds, 4 ground pounds.
There's
another one there that didn't connect, but he's not done. He's not throwing. He's just throwing out ground pounds.
90% off all ground pounds must go.
More ground pounds. And the side air connects onto both weapon tosses coming out. Spear will take down Remy. Boomy gets a nice ground pound onto Pugsy. Egg Soup wants to finish the stock off of Boomy. Side Sig is charged, but Boomy is able to get away, and it helps that Egg Soup put some damage on the Remy and interrupt it.
Egg was very close to being hit by that side signature, that charged up side signature from Boomy. That's 2 charged up signatures, one from Remy, one from Boomy, both of which were punished.
You know, Boomy got caught by a big edge guard game from Egg Soup, and yet he's still on his first stock. Sure, he's deep red, but he's looking to take Egg Soup onto his second stock. Great ground pound right above. Egg Soup is taken down, and Boomy, despite all of the ground pounds from Egg Soup, Boomy's just turning on.
Boomy got the kill onto Egg Soup. Boomy got the kill onto Pugsy. They just took Egg Soup from white to orange when he spawned. Boomy finally is going to die, but Pugsy is in a worse position health-wise on his last stock than Boomy, who is fresh on his second.
I mean, that quick black hole, you saw the adjustment this time. Boomy went for the ground pound on top. Oh, but the double black hole will take down Remy, and this is something we haven't seen really in the most recent sets. Boomy is the one who is holding on to his stocks. He's getting caught by these dares from Pugsy, but at the same time, Remy is the one who's struggling to hold on to his stocks right now.
And it was a complete 180 in the first 2 minutes of this game alone. Egg Soup and Pugsy looked like they were about to build a solid lead onto Boomy. It looks like they had the game. They had the edge guard with all of those ground pounds, all of the pressure coming from Egg Soup. But then Boomy and Remy turned it around. Boomy came through with all of these kills, all of this pressure himself on the ledge. But now he's on his last stock. Remy's in the orange on his last stock. Pugsy's in the red, but Pugsy's Queen 9. Egg Soup still has 2 stocks.
Oh, but Pugsy does get taken down, and Boomy picks up the double with a great nair. And I think we are going to be seeing the same black hole combo that they were trying to do a second ago, just the neutralites. Unless Egg Soup just sticks on this wall, in which case that's not going to be a viable option.
Me and Remy look like they have a solid lead right now, but so far in this game, the second you describe one team's lead, the other team then turns it around and gets a lead. So honestly, at this point, this game's been so volatile, anything could happen from Egg Soup at this point.
I mean, you're going to start seeing that chain dodge game that Egg Soup was playing earlier on. The question is, are Boomy and Remy ready for it? Are they ready for Egg Soup to be triple chain dodging all over the map?
Is Egg Soup ready for that, though, physically at this point?
I mean, that's a valid question. We're starting to see him come out, but it wasn't as smooth. You saw him, that was a smooth one, but he got a great side sig onto Remy, so you know what? So far, it is working out, but Boomy does have to fight the 1v2 now against Egg Soup. Egg Soup, he's got the sword, but you've got to be thinking about the gauntlets as he gets caught by the nair.
There's the nair kill coming through from Boomy. Boomy was just in the orange, and when we've seen Egg in the past, especially in the US East Regional Qualifier, killing was Egg's biggest issue. He was able to put out all the damage in the world, but he was having a little bit of trouble killing with Val. He was having to really rely on those nair kills more than anything at that point, and you have to put so much damage on your opponent to get a nair kill off the top when you only have 4 force.
Well, you're seeing he's kind of made an adjustment. He's adopted the chain dodge, and you saw just now he did triple chain dodge. Make sure that it's forward and then up and then down, and then he lands, goes straight into his side sig. Sometimes it's a pivot, sometimes it's just a forward side sig, and that's just his mix-up into his kill option.
And speaking of mix-ups, I don't know if you've noticed, but I think Boomy has mixed up his clan name probably 4 or 5 different times today. I know he started off with Gadgets are competitive. Right now, it's Gauntlets are competitive. I think he's had like a couple different blank is competitive today. That shows that Boomy is still in high spirits. If anybody's going to continue memeing, it's going to be Boomy.
Well, if anything, it really says that everything is competitive, according to Boomy and his personal tier list, as Pugsy gets a great big string, trying to chase dodge into the neutral light, and the side sig sets up for the ground pound from Egg Soup. Boomy first one to lose his stock. Remy able to convert a side air, but Egg Soup's still alive.
Egg Soup able to make it back. Remy's going to lose that stock. They're going down 4 stocks to 6 against Pugsy and Egg Soup, who have been able to extend stocks so far today because of that high defense.
Egg Soup, he might be in the red, but like you were saying, he's got a reasonable amount of defense to his name. Boomy and Remy have really got to force these kills. They've got to push the opponents off of the stage. Pugsy not able to touch the wall with a little bit of pressure from Boomy, but Egg Soup just immediately turns onto Remy. Gets a great side sig, but it's not going to kill thanks to the island.
Egg is very, very close to death, though. If that island doesn't get in the way, we are probably going to see a kill onto Egg Soup soon. But with that recovery, hit both Boomy and Remy into the air. The neutral light sending Boomy off the stage. Egg Soup going back to get that weapon advantage. Boomy is unarmed. What does Pugsy have here? Egg Soup has the follow-up.
He has Egg Soup.
Ends up taking the kill. Egg Soup hasn't died yet. Even though Pugsy went for that Hail Mary, tried to get that down air, ended up losing his stock, he hasn't taken hardly any damage since, and Egg Soup hasn't died since.
Egg Soup and Pugsy are just turning on to a level 11. They are just going all out. Egg Soup finally losing his first stock, gets shut down, but there is still this mountain of stocks, this mountain of defense and health that Pugsy and Egg Soup has, and Remy and Boomy need to climb it.
It is a gigantic lead that Egg Soup and Pugsy have built up so far. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. Remy and Boomy have only won 1 game.
Black holes!
This could be what they need!
Dropped it!
They get the double DI! I think Boomy wanted to catch both of them. He didn't think a neutral sig would catch both of them, so he went for the turnaround side sig.
Well, he's able to pick up this downlight side air. He's able to pick up the side sig to finish off Egg Soup, but it's a 1v2, and he's already getting close to the red.
Not only is it a 1v2, it's a 1v2 against Egg Soup and Pugsy, who are on high defense characters, who are fresh on their stock when Boomy just procced into the red.
This is a troublesome. Pugsy not quite able to follow up off the recovery. Had he just gone for a spear recovery as well, I would be willing to bet that Boomy would have just been dead.
Boomy somehow surviving so far. Hasn't
side
been hit by
sig?
anything.
Worth.
The side sig, even though it picks up Pugsy, it is definitely enough to kill Boomy. And Pugsy and Egg Soup have just tied up this best of 5, 1-1 in lower finals here.
And we're seeing Remy is typing in chat. He just said Bodvar. I'm not sure if that was like Boomy not feeling his Bodvar pick, and he's like, "Ooh, who should I pick? Should I change it up?" And Remy just being like, "No, just keep playing your Bodvar. It's gonna work. Trust." But they need to pause and talk about what Egg Soup and Pugsy just did, and figure out how to completely reverse this, because Pugsy and Egg Soup are going huge.
I'd actually like to see Remy switch to that Asuri now. I think he had better kill options there. He really has had trouble killing with this Koji. He's been able to put out some reasonable damage. It's been a little bit low, though. And with the increased force on that Asuri, I think he'll have better survivability. He'll have better damage numbers. He'll have better kill options. I think he just needs to switch to this Asuri now based on the way he played it previously and the way he's playing Koji now.
The main reason why I think the Asuri would be a strong pick, aside from the fact that it's on Twilight, which is a great Asuri map because of those signature kit, but it's his survivability was just so much better on the Asuri. For whatever reason, he was able to just completely survive with those Katars and dodge around and just push stocks to their ultimate limit.
And he was able to do literally everything better. His movement was better, his damage was better, his kills were better, his survivability was better, and I think he gave Boomy a little bit more room to play with. He didn't completely require Boomy to go into these just amazing ham moments where he risks so much to try and gain a little bit of ground. But Boomy's gonna fall completely first. Are we going to see a huge lead again from Pugsy and Egg Soup? Are they going to get a full stock lead on both of their characters over Boomy and Remy? It looks like we might, as Remy is pushed off screen by this Queen Knight. Pugsy is looking to follow up. Egg Soup hits that neutral light. It hits both of these players. Now we're seeing a downlight side air coming through from Remy. He's pushing Egg out. We don't see any follow-up from Remy, though. He doesn't go for the edge guard. He doesn't aggress onto Pugsy. He just kind of stays in the middle and hovers back and forth in a, oh, what do I do? Do I aggress? Which player do I aggress onto? Should I do anything? Anything is better than nothing at this point. Now Boomy has that hammer. It is kill time. He's going to be looking for those stairs. He's going to be looking for those stomps. There's the stomp sides that he was looking for. There's the downlight dare. The weapon tossed is going to confirm that kill. Make sure it most definitely happens. Now we're seeing an even stock game. but Boomy is very, very in the red. That's been the story so far for Boomy. He's been very aggressive. He's been putting out higher damage numbers than Remy, but he's also been taking so much damage and forcing Remy into these 1v2s.
Do you think Remy's gonna switch characters?
I honestly don't know at this point. The fact that he hasn't yet leads me to believe that he won't, but in this sort of last-ditch effort, if they lose this game, that's if something isn't working, you should change it. Oh, and Boomy misses the dare!
Good attempt. He tried. He had the reversal, and now I think he's just fishing for down 6 on the left side. I don't know if Boomy's a little bit tilted, but he's kind of playing like a tilted player would, where they just kind of tunnel vision onto, I haven't been able to kill you. I'm going to just go for a thing that will generally kill. Down light, down air, and still not enough on the egg suit.
And that's been the second time that he's gone for the Russian Mafia. The first time he didn't throw out the dare follow-up, but this time he just missed the dare follow-up. So, I mean, he's got to be frustrated a little bit with that. He had 2 kill options there that he just dropped, either with a missed input or just bad timing.
Well, he's going to have to clean that up here. This is game 3. He is 2 games away from getting knocked out of the tournament, and he's the one who's in the most damage.
There's a neutral sig coming through, actually going to put some damage on the Egg Soup. The Egg Soup and Pugsy are a little bit ahead.
Great interrupt.
Both in orange. Remy and Boomy are red. And just like that, a double knockout from Pugsy. This Queen Nai started out good, and it's just turned into great.
Okay. Yeah. Do more of that. That side sig was fantastic. Picks up both, gets the double, and Pugsy is looking real strong with this Queen Nai. I don't know when he decided to make this switch, but he's definitely had the practice. He's got the guitars, and he's making this Queen Nai work fantastically. The SIGs are a great kill option, and that's one of the things we were talking about, how Egg Soup generally struggles with finishing stocks. Well, good thing there's a Queen Nai on the field to help you with that.
Pugsy has not had any trouble, and even Egg Soup specifically today hasn't had that much trouble. Both players on the red team getting 3 kills. But transitioning over to Remy's numbers, I was talking about it before. He only had 1 kill that entire time. He was only able to put out 370 damage that entire game. It's just, I really want this Asuri switch, and he is just sticking with this Koji, and I'm not sure I 100% agree with it. He did everything better with Asuri in the previous game.
I liked the Koji concept when he was going against LDZ and Stevenator, where he was being stuck in that uncomfortable spot of being in a 1v2 very frequently, or a 1v1 against LDZ, where you kind of want that comfort pick. But now that he's in this set against Pugsy and Egg Soup, he hasn't really been stuck in that 1v2 very frequently, and I think an Asuri really would have paid off a little bit better, but this is his last opportunity. If Boomy and Remy lose this, Pugsy and Egg Soup will be going on to fight Steve and LDZ in the grand finals.
I really like the Koji pick when I didn't know that Remy had an Asuri. Knowing that Remy has an Asuri, I really wanted to focus on that. Also, I'd like to see Boomy switch up maybe to that Lucian at this point, because they've been playing this game so many times. They played this exact set, this exact match so many times, and they've been losing and doing the same thing over and over. They've been getting somewhat close, but it's been the same thing over and over, and it looks like they're unwilling to change, and I'm not quite sure why.
Maybe it's a little bit of that frustration, that tunnel vision from Boomy. Oh, great! Ground pound on the right side to take down Pugsy. But at the same time, I 100% agree. What is the phrase that I'm trying to think of?
I have no idea. Something with the number 1,000.
For some reason, my brain keeps saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this is very clearly broken. And
if it is broke, then you do fix it.
Yeah. Regardless, right now, Boomy and Remy, they are behind in stocks. They need to clean up this kill onto Egg Soup. They need to finish this off, and they need to change up their playstyle. So far, this edge guard aggression from Boomy, this high commitment playstyle, really hasn't worked out. They can get the great power plays, and when they get their black holes, they're able to put out quite a bit of damage that Pugsy and Egg Soup really haven't been able to answer back. But at the same time, they need to get to that position. They need to get to that black hole, that 2v1 power play.
And they're starting to get to it a little bit this game. Pugsy's on his last stock, but I mean, last time we saw Pugsy on his last stock, he was able to extend it for, I mean, quite possibly 10 billion years, and he was able to give Egg time to kill while also getting kills himself.
Great recovery from Boomy, though. Goes from the far right side under the map, makes sure he keeps all of his jumps so that he can just barely skirt under the map and pick up the wall touch. Meanwhile, Pugsy falls to his death on the right side. Egg Soup gets a downlight in air, and Egg Soup is the one who has to fight the 2v1, but he's doing a great job of knocking Remy and Boomy off of the map.
But this situation is a little bit rare. It just changed, but before, right when Pugsy died, Remy had 2 stocks, Boomy had 2 stocks, Egg had 2 stocks. Usually we don't see a 2v1 situation where it's 4 stocks to 2 stocks. That's a little bit of a disconnect between the players killing. Either Egg survived for an extremely long time, and Pugsy just wasn't able to do that. But on a high force character, sorry, a high defense character like Queen Nai, you have to be the one surviving. But it looks like we're seeing Egg go back to those chain dodges, that insane movement that we saw earlier. Maybe he just needed a few games of rest before his wrists, his fingers were able to do that.
I mean, that's been his critical tool in these 2v1 situations, being able to use those chain dodges, control his movement around the map, move his opponents around the stage. It's really been working out for him. As a Mind Toss puts Boomy into a very precarious position, but Egg Soup not able to fully capitalize and get the game, and Remy just great positioning to punish Egg Soup if he overcommits.
Chain dodges coming out. Egg is really keeping the speed up on that movement. He does not want to let Boomy and Remy realize where he is at any moment. He wants to keep that movement variable, but Remy is doing a great job following it up. He is staying completely grounded. Great follow-up by Boomy, and the 2 boys of Sky are stacked and tie this game up with that side signature. Something clicked for Boomy and Remy.
Game 5, they are not going to be switching characters. They were able to take down Pugsy very quickly. Pugsy, Queen Nai, you want to see that Queen Nai get to the late stages. You want to see that Queen Nai be one of those last 2-3 characters on the map. And when that doesn't happen, then you leave Egg Soup in the situation that he's kind of struggled with, which is trying to finish stocks.
Seeing this game start, can Pugsy stay alive for longer? Can he get to those late game points where those really high force moves are gonna really start to kill and catch your opponent off guard? Get to those 2v1 situations, possibly those 1v2s if you absolutely have to, throwing out those side airs, throwing out their signatures to take both people out like what we've already seen Pugsy do.
But we're seeing Remy right now is the one who's struggling as Egg Soup and Pugsy. They've been able to follow up off each other. Pugsy gets a downlight stare, goes for a deep ground pound, but Remy is going to completely disengage. Wants to try to help Boomy out in this kill onto Egg Soup.
There are those side sigs from Egg Soup. We've already seen a ton of them come out. The side sig from Pugsy actually going to end up hitting Egg Soup. We're seeing maybe they want to kill faster, so they're throwing out those signatures more in the early game.
I mean, SIGs are a great kill option, but if you get a little over greedy with them, then you start getting into that punishment territory. Great Sair follow-ups, great downlight side air onto Egg Soup. Did Pugsy get the wall touch? Yes, he did. Remy not quite able to finish off the stock.
He doesn't even hit him with that recovery either. Boomy came in, he hit the downlight Sair on Pugsy, then he kept moving forward, hit the downlight Sair onto Egg, getting that kill. Pugsy was somehow able to avoid Remy. I guess Remy just didn't have quite the positioning. Remy finally getting that kill on a Pugsy though. Boomy and Remy having a little bit of a lead now.
It is Boomy who is holding on to that final stock, and if Boomy makes a mistake, goes too aggressive, gets caught out, then we could see that advantage get mitigated. Nice neutral light from Egg Soup. Turns around, wants to take down Remy, wants to take advantage of the fact that Boomy is stuck, recovering back to the stage to go for a power play on Remy.
And it looks like we're seeing Remy and Boomy stay in the middle of these two. They want to force the 1v1s. Pugsy getting that nice
neutral
Sair.
sig.
That's that huge force coming out. That's the Qatar Sair going to kill while you are up right above the stage. It doesn't even have to be an edge guard situation. That's the high force of Queen Nai. Then that neutral signature taking out Pugsy. That is probably Pugsy's second double kill of the day. We're talking about unconfirmed double kills. I'm not even quite sure how many. I think he's had more though.
I mean, we saw just last game, he got a double kill with that side sig on Queen Nai. He's been doing a fantastic job with those guitars, like we were saying. Great signature kit, and he's been using it to its full effect as he is looking for a gimp onto Boomy. Boomy gets caught by the recovery. Neutral sig thrown out, and Egg Soup puts him into it.
Great teamwork. That is the follow-up. Pugsy with that neutral signature. You have to think that that was planned. The timing on it was too perfect. And that's where the play style of Pugsy and Egg Soup being able to play off each other so well. But Boomy coming in with that neutral signature.
Not enough to kill, though. The bomb toss will take down Pugsy. Egg Soup is so deep in the red. The recovery will finally finish him off. Boomy does not want to leave a bomb on the field because he knows if that bomb bounces wrong, Remy will just be gone.
I mean, they both will at this point. Boomy is just on the border of orange and red.
Black Holo! Neutral sig picks up, not on the person they were looking for. Egg Soup was the one with more damage.
That is huge, though. That almost evened up this game. If Remy can make it, Remy made it back to the platform, dodged the weapon toss, went for the recovery for the priority over Pugsy.
Sidelight.
Did that unarmed sidelight kill?
Full knockout.
That's
Yes.
Pugsy's third double kill today!
Great
What?
play from Pugsy. This Queen Nai is fantastic. It is working out so well for Pugsy, and Pugsy and Egg Soup will be continuing on, and this will be the grand finals. It's gonna be Pugsy and Egg Soup. They took down the people who knocked them into the lower bracket, and now they're gonna look to take down the people who are in the upper bracket. It's Stevenator and LDZ.
Pugsy got all 6 kills that game. Keep in mind that
2 doubles.
4 of those kills were doubles. 4 of those kills resulted from double kills. That is absolutely insane. Keep in mind, though, that there was a lot of damage put out by both Pugsy and Egg Soup. They were only 1 damage point apart. 554 on Egg Soup, 553 by Pugsy. So even though Pugsy got all of the kills, they were both still putting out consistent, solid damage.
Also, fantastic stock extension from both Pugsy and Egg Soup, but in particular, we saw Egg Soup, the one who was very deep red, and he was just surviving on his second stock. If he can do that exact same concept, just push his stocks to their limits against Stevenator and LDZ, I think we're going to see a strong showing from Pugsy and Egg Soup. But I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think they can get the reset?
The way LDZ and Stevenator have been playing today, I honestly don't know. I do think Egg Soup's Val is just better than Stevenator's Val. I think that just comes down from all of the 1v1 time that that Egg Soup has had with Val. That also comes down from the amount of practice, all the hours that have been into this Pug Soup team. Stevenator has been looking very strong today, though, and this Roland from LDZ has been looking fantastic. We are having so much defense coming out from both of these teams, and I love every minute of it.
Well, keep in mind, I know you think that Egg Soup's Val is better than Stevenator's, but it's a 2v2 and not a 1v1. And LDZ with the Lance Gift on the Pugsy! LDZ!
Just bringing that out in the grand finals. He hasn't had a Gimp game with Lance the entire tournament that we've seen today. I didn't know that he had that. Somewhere I Can't Kill Anyone, somewhere Silly Gobi are all just screaming right now.
Well, you saw the inklings of it. One time he did it, he ended up picking up his teammate along the way, and Egg just got gimped right side. LDZ and Steve are looking so incredibly strong right now.
The reads that are required from LDZ to get that Gimp are absolutely bonkers.
I mean, that was just fantastic Lance play from LDZ, but that's one of those things where it's like, can he do that again?
At this point, I highly doubt it. That's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We never see that. Specifically, we don't see that from Lance because not a lot of people play Lance. Even the people who do play Lance don't get amazing Gimps like that. And you see him look for another one there, but he didn't find it. Lance Gimps are incredibly difficult to get.
Instead, he's going to go back to the tried and true, going for those side sigs as his finisher. He knows that Egg Soup is getting close to that kill range. Pugsy as well. He gets a side air onto both his teammate and his opponent, and those sword toss. And Steve follows up off the bounce with a nair. LDZ and Steve are looking so strong. The recovery clashed and killed Steve as well.
All of these trades are coming out right now, but LDZ hasn't died, so they are 100% in favor of LDZ and Stevenator. How has LDZ not died yet?
I'm starting to think Egg and Pugsy are thinking the exact same thing. Pugsy was fishing for that side stick, couldn't quite pick it up. You know, Pugsy is their killer. He's the one who got the 6 kills in that last set, but LDZ is doing a great job avoiding it.
When the guy who usually gets the kills for your team might be the one who's taken out first, that is very, very tough. I don't know if it's a focus from LDZ and Stevenator onto Pugsy, but that Gimp 100% had something to do with it.
I mean, that was just great aggression, great play from LDZ to get that starting off Gimp. And that's a great way to start off a set, all right? Like, this is a best of 5 with a potential reset to turn it into 2 best of 5s. And LDZ starts it off with a Gimp, a 0 to death like that. Like, what?
He's getting dangerously low right now. LDZ's going to end up taking him out with that side signature. But look at the health differential. Look at the stock differential between LDZ, Pugsy, and Egg Soup right now.
LDZ is going to be throwing out the rocket. He got back up with the dodge in. Pugsy thinking about stuffing it, but he overcommits, falls to his death, and now Egg Soup doesn't have the black hole potential that would have really helped him out here. It is now going to be Egg Soup to fight the 1v2 against LDZ, and LDZ's done a great job in these previous 1v2s.
I didn't know that Remy had an Asuri, and I definitely didn't know that LDZ had a Lance. His Lance is looking so strong right now. It took a little bit of warm-up time, but now he is looking so strong with it. His recovery back to the platform with the Lance was so good. He bought so much time with that recovery, with that side air, that his dodge was able to come back up. That is such great Lance knowledge.
Woo! But a great ground pound into a falling Sarah from Egg Soup. Not able to pick up the ground pound. Goes for a speed dodge ground pound onto LDZ's, and still not able to pick up that kill. But LDZ, I mean, yes, this Lance play, just yes.
LDZ, I was thinking about having Gobi teach me Lance. I was thinking about having, I can't remember, somebody else teaching me Lance, but I might try and beg, absolutely beg and plead for LDZ to teach me how to play Lance.
I mean, that is just some fantastic Lance play from LDZ to get the first Gimp. We're going to see if he can try to do that here in game 2. But they are essentially, Steve and LDZ are 2 games away from winning out this set. And I do not want to discount how well Steve's been playing. Yes, LDZ had that fantastic Lance play that we cannot stop talking about. But Steve has just been a fantastic teammate, been able to follow up off his teammate in amazing ways.
He's been so consistent so far. It's one of those things where if he's doing his job, it might look like he's not doing a job at all. He's been so consistent. It hasn't been these huge, gigantic, explosive plays that are the most exciting thing on the planet, but it's been consistent. He's been consistently surviving as long as he needs to survive. He's been getting kills when he needs to. He's been putting out damage. But as I say that, Pugsy is about to get 2 kills right now off the follow-up from Egg Soup.
But I like the play from Steve to position in. He knows he's got the fresh stock. He can afford to take some damage for his teammate. Tried to help his teammate out, kept him alive for a little bit, but LDZ stayed down there on the right side and was left it for Pugsy to pick up that Sarah.
Now Pugsy and Egg Soup are looking really strong coming into this. It's almost a complete 180. As Pugsy is orange, which means still very survivable, even if you hit signatures, even if you hit ground pounds, even if you hit something like a hammer recovery, he's still living. Egg is just finally dying off that recovery. Pugsy gonna be able to go back. He is, but Steve is right there with the ground pound. He went very low for that. He was waiting immediately for Pugsy. That's the great follow-up by Steve.
But LDZ on the left side looking to get a big Gimp onto Egg Soup. Egg Soup got past, but Steve is immediately in position to keep that pressure on. Gets a ground pound on Egg Soup. Egg Soup barely able to survive with the help of Pugsy to position in, make it very difficult. And Pugsy picks up a nice neutral sig onto Steve. Steve getting close to dead. Right side. Oh, gets past.
I thought he might have gone down below, but he goes back up and then immediately aggresses onto Pugsy. I love this unarmed aggression from Steve. Everybody knows Steve has a solid unarmed game. He was one of the first people to really develop the combos of unarmed.
Yeah, he had his, there was that one big unarmed combo, but Steve had his own completely different version that resulted in a potential Gimp because it had a ground pound in the mix-up. But regardless, Steve, he's got some solid gauntlet play, some solid unarmed play, and he is going to be continuing on this stock as it goes to the right side. Egg Soup wants to put the pressure out with the weapon tosses, but can't quite do it.
Nice spot dodge from Steve there. Seeing that side signature coming from LDZ. Steve on his last stock. Pugsy getting very, very deep. Pugsy
Side
very
sig.
red though. LDZ and Steve on their last stock. Could Pugsy and Egg Soup just win this with just the normal game? Do LDZ and Stevenator need a Hail Mary like that amazing gimp from LDZ to take this set?
I don't think they need a Hail Mary. Honestly, I think if they take down Egg Soup and leave Pugsy to fight the 1v2, there's a very real possibility that they can get just the triple neutralite. It's arguably not a black hole anymore, into the side sigs that we've been seeing from Steve and LDZ.
And LDZ is really throwing out those signatures. You know he
I like
wants
that
to kill
nair.
Egg Soup right now.
I like that nair from Pugsy. Stevenator put out the neutral light. I don't know per se if it would have killed, but the neutral air just saved his stock, made sure that Egg Soup just stayed around for a little while longer.
Now we have that 2v1 situation that you were talking about. Even LDZ aggressing onto Pugsy. Pugsy getting back to the platform right here. He is fresh stock though, and of the two, I would say Pugsy is more reliably the one killing. So maybe this isn't the best case scenario.
Oh, but there's the black holes. 3, 4, gravity cancel side sig. Pugsy not dead. That is the Queen Nine defense, but at the same time, that is a lot of damage.
And it's playing out. They're doing exactly what you said they needed to do. They forced this 2v1. They focused Egg, killed him down, then went for the neutral light to build up that damage to bring Pugsy from yellow to pretty much red in no time. Lickety split, and now it's time to kill.
Oh, but a great side air onto Steve. Waited around, trying to bait LDZ around, and then just dodges over, picks up the side air, and it's a 1v1.
Now
Patience.
LDZ, both players are going to be extremely cautious here. They both respect one another's 1v1 game very heavily.
And they're both playing off picks. Pugsy knows that he's got a little bit of a higher kill potential with those signatures, but LDZ, great patience. He didn't touch. He didn't touch. Pugsy's done.
Pugsy didn't touch the wall. LDZ had almost the guaranteed ground pound that would have killed. I thought Pugsy was going to get back and be able to touch the wall to reset his jumps, but he just didn't touch. He was looking for something, and whatever it was, he didn't find it. He didn't get the touch. That's huge for LDZ after he dropped that almost guaranteed kill.
That was a very dangerous spot. Pugsy was looking for the turnaround. Had he gotten the touch, I think he would have continued his aggression, going for, ground pounds or dare sares, but he didn't touch. And then the second that happened, you knew he was dead.
1, brawl.
Game 3, Pugsy and Egg Soup versus Steve and LDZ. Steve and LDZ looking incredibly strong. A team that I don't think a lot of people were expecting to make it this far, but they are just showing up in amazing ways.
Now, earlier you asked me if I expected Pugsy and Egg Soup to get the reset. I mean, they're going to have to win 3 games in a row. It is 2-0 in this best of 5 in the grand finals of this BCS US 2v2. That is a very hefty hill that they have to climb here against this LDZ and Stevenator team that have played so amazing today, who have made leaps and bounds in terms of 2v2 progress in the past few months.
And they're starting off real strong, as Steve and LDZ do have the stock advantage. Egg Soup is going to be the one who loses his first stock. LDZ almost gets a side sig to finish off Pugsy, and I feel like it's necessary to point out that this is the last NA 2v2 before BCX. Arguably, the two teams that were the strongest aren't even, like, they got destroyed by LDZ and Steve.
Here we go. Here we see the aggression from Stevenator coming out. Can they take this stock off of Pugsy? He's able to touch!
He turns it around! He turns it around! Steve! Able to get past, though. Pugsy, he went deep, went for the dare sares, and wanted to at least take Steve with him, but wasn't quite able to do so.
Just already had so little damage on him that he was able to sustain all of those hits, force Pugsy down there, force Pugsy into tunnel vision, make him keep charging down for that Hail Mary.
Side kills his
and he's
teammate.
still alive! Steve is still alive! That side signature took out Egg Soup!
Things are looking dangerous, but a nice neutral sig will take down Steve, keep the stocks even. LDZ is fairly damaged, but he's going on to Egg Soup, getting a big string double down light Sare, wanted more Sares, but Pugsy was starting to rotate over.
There's the side air. He is still keeping this aggression coming. This time it's on a Pugsy. Pugsy very red. Egg Soup red himself.
Side air.
A nice
Bomb
side air on
toss!
the right side of the stage. Stevenator, what's he looking for? He looked for that nair. He's just going to try and get back right now. He just wants to stay safe. Stay safe. He doesn't want to force LDZ into that 1v2. Pugsy still has 2 stocks.
I mean, even if LDZ gets stuck in a 1v2, not the worst spot. Egg Soup not too healthy right now as Pugsy just got taken down.
Keep in mind, though, even if they killed Egg Soup here, Pugsy is fresh on that Queen 9 last stop. If they could take out Egg Soup and then get those neutralites that we saw earlier, maybe that could do it for them, but Steve is very close. Egg is very close. Egg is going to hit that nair onto Stevenator. This is a 1v2 for LDZ. Pugsy and Egg Soup need this to stay alive.
But unfortunately for the Pugsy Egg Soup combo, we haven't seen a whole lot of their black holes. You know, we haven't seen them get 3-4 neutralites. Pugsy's on Katars. Those neutralites on Katars do not really work for the black hole synergy. So instead, they're gonna try to fight the neutral.
Careful, just bonked his head once, didn't go into panic mode. Pugsy didn't aggress
There.
in time. Pugsy's looking for those nairs and sares.
And Egg Soup, great patience, great option coverage, wanted to stay high, trying to catch LDZ with a Sare, ended up taking some damage onto his teammate, but at the same time, it's Egg Soup's playing the option coverage, and he gets a great recovery onto LDZ, and that will keep this a Canadian-American team alive. Pugsy and Egg Soup still have to win 2 more in a row to get the reset.
That was the bracket reset that they needed. You saw Pugsy come in right behind that Lance neutral light that LDZ. He was looking to punish. He was a little slow with that side signature, though. That didn't quite connect. You saw LDZ keep going onto Egg Soup. He was really trying to stress that weapon advantage that he had. Egg Soup was completely unarmed, and you saw him find that recovery. That is how much damage that LDZ had on him. An unarmed recovery on a 4-force character, hitting an 8 defense character.
And that is where you're gonna need a whole lot of damage on your opponent, is when you have a 4 value difference between force and defense. But we are here. It is gonna be game 4. They have been able to trade out fairly evenly on both sides. Stevenator, the one getting close to the orange, as Pugsy is also pretty damaged from LDZ.
Saw Stevenator try to force Egg Soup into that ledge guard game. Steve is very confident, or should be very confident.
Oh!
Okay, that was
What?
basically a complete trade. LDZ and Egg Soup were the ones who didn't die, but they're basically at dead even health right now.
This is a very back and forth game, as LDZ gets the kill on the Egg Soup with a great side air. And now it's all up to Pugsy to hold on for a little bit while he waits for his teammate, but he just got gimped!
Great aggression from LDZ, and he went under, keeping himself safe as Egg started to move over to the right. He was a little bit worried about the Egg Soup aggression, so he went under the stage while Pugsy tried to recover, and he couldn't get back. This is a solid lead for LDZ and Stevenator right now.
They are looking real pretty right now, as the only person who have lost the stock is Stevenator. Pugsy able to avoid it, but Steve with the coverage. Coming down with the ground pounds. LDZ gets taken down, but that was a shining moment, almost getting the give on the Pugsy. And the bomb toss.
There's that Lance knowledge coming in from LDZ and the follow-up from Stevenator. He kept the pressure onto Pugsy, so Pugsy couldn't just try and take that recovery to stop LDZ's momentum. It was great movement from LDZ and great pressure from Stevenator.
Ooh, but LDZ does get the side sig onto Stevenator. Pugsy has got to extend this last stock for as long as just humanly possible. If he gets taken down, it will almost certainly be the nail in their coffin.
LDZ with the
and that's
side
it.
signature! He has been so efficient with killing with those side signatures in this set. Now you're seeing those signatures fly. LDZ is confident in his stock lead, in his health lead right now against Egg Soup. You're going to see those signatures come out.
But you're also going to be seeing the chain dodges start to come out from Egg Soup. LDZ, great punish onto the ground pound. And Steve and LDZ, we're not seeing the one goes down, the other covers. Instead, they're just both trying to position around him. LDZ picks up his first neutral sig connection, and it will be a kill onto Egg Soup. Egg Soup has no weapons on the board to pick up.
If I was Egg Soup, I'd be a little bit worried about using those chain dodges right now. You have 2 players, 3 stocks to Eggs 1. By using those chain dodges, you're burning your dodge. Especially if you don't get a hit, you don't get a speed dodge on hit.
Uh-oh.
An Egg!
Oh! That's it!
Follow-up! The downlight! That would have normally been a saving grace for Egg Soup. But Stevenator was right there, ready with that ground pound. Stevenator and LDZ they just won!
They just did it. They are the final NA 2v2 winners before BCX. Steve and LDZ coming out of arguably nowhere in this 2v2 teams, and they have just destroyed their way through the bracket. They are going to be the winners of this NA BCS 2v2.
I would have never believed that LDZ and Stevenator, based on previous history that we've seen between those two and the way they've placed, I would have never thought they were a top 3 NA team. I also never would have believed that they would have taken out Boomy and Remy and Pugsy and Egg Soup, both of arguably the top 2 North American 2v2 teams.
Well, they're no longer the arguably top, as Stevenator and LDZ are making a very strong case for why they might be the top NA 2v2 team. There are just 3 weeks between now and BCX. Maybe there's an argument to be made that some of these teams have been keeping some in the tank, trying to keep stuff hidden in their playbook for BCX, because that's where it's all gonna count. But at the same time, Steve and LDZ are looking incredibly strong.
And I think with LDZ winning this, he has taken over first seed in terms of BCS winnings. So unless, it depends on what Daiku wins, because he was the previous first seed. By winning this, LDZ has more BCS winnings than Daiku does. There is still a US 1v1 to go though, and there's still an EU 2v2. So that first place spot, that first seed spot going into BCX, there is still definitely a fight there, specifically between LDZ and Daiku. But I've said LDZ's name a lot. He's had those insane gimps today, so many clippable moments from LDZ, but so many consistent moments from Stevenator. And that's who I think has made the most progress so far with that consistency. Steve is one of those momentum-based players, and he's been able to keep himself playing well the entire time today.
Right, we talked about the synergy of LDZ and Stevenator. A lot of that synergy comes from the follow-ups of Steve. LDZ really just kind of ran around the map, did his business, you know, saw those lance combos, got those sword sares to finish off stocks, but really it was Stevenator who was following up. He would get the setup into his teammates' signatures, or he would get the neutralites to follow up and let LDZ finish off with the side sig. It was just a lot of very consistent, very clean play from Stevenator, and fantastic teamwork from him.
Keep in mind, though, that everybody played extremely well. Of course, it's always fun to see all of these incredibly talented players get together and fight it out in the BCS. Coming in first place, we had LDZ and Stevenator. In second place, Pugsy and Egg Soup. And in third place, Boomy and Remy.
Congratulations to all these guys. They all played fantastically. They all had some great synergy, great combos, great moments. I'm sure out there's a million and one clips of just the insane plays that came out on all sides.
And I think that'll just about wrap it up today for the BCS North American 2v2. Keep your eyes peeled, because next week we have the EU 2v2, the last EU event before the Brawlhalla Championship Expo, the World Championships in November in Atlanta, Georgia. We still have 2 more weeks though, the EU 2v2 and the US 1v1. So the BCS is far from over. We have a ton of great content coming out for you. We want to say a big thank you to everybody out there that helped out with this. Of course, Blue Mammoth Games, as always, everybody behind the scenes, White Sheepy, Zenigan, Cassidy, Sticky Soul, El Doco Loco, help me because I'm forgetting names.
Brawlhalla, part of the Creed. Other people.
Of course, as always, I am Spooky878. Sitting next to me is
Duke Designated Asian. How you guys doing?
And we will see you next time. Thanks, everybody, and have a great Saturday.
Bye.